Round one of the GMT classical tournament is finished, and we had a couple of decisive results, which logically immensely changed the situation in the overall rankings. So let's have a look at them. We're going to start with the game of Vincent Keimer against Jules Massard, and it was rather peaceful, because after knight f3, knight f6, c4, e6, b3, one couldn't help but wonder if Vincent in the first round didn't really want to enter a big theoretical struggle, and that's why he was opting for a slightly more improvisational approach. And it was the Frenchman who chose a rather rare but interesting approach to position the bishop on d6 and play rook e8. So Black's idea here was to play e6, c5 as quickly as possible. And this is what sent Vincent in a very deep thought, because he could have played d4, but then again after d4 he would enter some sort of a Catalan position, and probably in this particular day Vincent didn't really want to do it. So he played something else. Knight c3, allowing Black to take on c4, play e5, and here the young German tried to improvise with knight g5, put the knight on e4, and at least try to get the two-bishop advantage by threatening to play knight x on d6. The Frenchman, of course, refused. He played bishop f8, castles, knight e7 was a pretty good resource but in order to play c6 later and negate white's bishop on g2, and then this knight on d7 can jump either to c5 or maybe with f5 and knight f6. So after Keimer's e3, Jules decided, okay, he's going to play c6 and play knight c5. About here, perhaps Vincent should have played d4 immediately. After d4, e takes, white gets a very, very tiny edge, but probably it's not enough to win the game. But with d3, the young German showed his ambition that he wants to play f2, f4 at the king side, possibly opening the file and also utilizing the power of the bishop on b2. However, after knight c5, captures, f4 was now impossible. Probably this is where Keimer got slightly in trouble. So here f4 obviously is impossible because bishop takes on e3 comes with a check. So that's why he tried to improve the threat with king h1. However, after bishop f5, queen c3, rook d8, at some point Keimer realized that f4 is leading nowhere because this idea to play f2, f4 is simply too slow, and that's why he had to qualify for a defender. Now, here after rook d2, Black cannot take on d3 because after rook d1, the bishop is under attack, and e4 exposes the weakness on g7. That's why here Black first played queen d6, threatening to play bishop b4 or perhaps provokes weaknesses. Vincent dodged that, but now Black can take on d3 since the white queen and the bishop no longer form this battery. Rook d1, e4 was played, and now after bishop f1, although white wins back the pawn, he's the one who has to be slightly careful here. Some mass trades followed here, queen e5, trade, even more trades, and we reached the rook endgame where Black has slightly better pawn structure and a bit more active rook. And at this moment, Keimer decided not to challenge his opponent. He could have played rook d8, king h7, rook d7, but this could allow Black to play either b5 immediately or even b6, rook f7, rook takes on a2. And it's quite difficult to evaluate a rising position, but probably Black is better because the white king is so far away to stop these two pawns at the queen side, while the black king is closer to stop white colleagues at the king side. So that's why here Vincent did play a slightly passive move a3, however he can always switch to active defense. So both opponents activated their kings, and here the Frenchman decided to repeat the position with rook c5, rook a5, and the draw was agreed. It probably makes sense to mention that if Black had tried to play rook a4, white can always play rook c3, king d6 with the idea to play c5 check, king c7, and then try to hold on to this position. Black probably would have retained better chances, but probably white would be well within the drawing range. So draw is a logical outcome. The second game of the tournament, which finished in a draw, was Yu Yanyi against Arjun Erigaisi. And this is where Yu Yanyi finished a couple of winning chances. It all started with a very quiet Italian game. After c3, knight e2, this is standard ideas. Bishop b6 is one of the choices. Lately, a very popular idea for black is to play a5, secure himself against various pawn storms at the queen side. So here, bishop b3, white retreat with the bishop, played knight c4, trying to kill the bishop on b6. So fast forwarding to the events, Watt was thinking about pushing d4 at some point, but he realized it's probably not really working because black was making sure that this d4 breakthrough doesn't really happen because there's a pretty significant pressure against the pawn on e4. a4, c6, knight b6, bishop e3. That's the position that both players were pretty happy to reach because white has a very minor pressure against the pawn on b6. These are double pawns, but at the same time, black is very solid. So after h6, d5, you could definitely say that black has comfortably equalized the game. And after c5, it was even Erigaisi. He got a minor space advantage. Before here, Yu Yanyi decided to complicate matters. And after a couple of moves, we got to the following position. Again, it's about balanced. Black has a slightly weak pawn on b6. White has potential future target on d3. So it's about equal. a5 was played, knight of 8, so both opponents were maneuvering. There was another hidden draw offer, bishop b3, bishop b6, bishop a4, bishop d7. But again, it makes sense to remind that the tournament regulations are designed as follows, that in a classical tournament, the victory gives 4 points and a draw is only 1.5 points. And that's why all of the players are massively interested to try their chances and fight for the victory even when they could have taken the draw. Trade happened. A takes on b6 was a temporary pawn sacrifice by the Indian young star. Queen b5, black is very active, but the critical moment arose here. So it was about equal. Black was holding the ground, and this queen c6, this was basically unforced error. Black didn't have to do this, and by this move, Erigaisi subjected himself to a long torture. Because after queen c6, rook a5 was a brilliant move by Yu Yanyi, applying pressure against his pawn. And now actually it's not very clear how black should build up his defenses as white wants to play g3, remove the bishop, put the knight on c4, perhaps put the bishop back and play f4. There's no counterplay for black. The knight on g6 is pinned to defend the pawn on e5, and the knight on f6 is just doing nothing. So here Erigaisi played knight e7, and instead of pursuing the aforementioned plan, the Chinese grandmaster found even a stronger idea. He played rook a7, knight f8, and instead now playing this bishop e1, knight e2, which no longer is as effective, he found a better move. Rook c7, applying pressure, forcing black to play a very passive move, knight b8, and now knight h4, the white knight is invading black's camp. You can't play g6 because that would drop the pawn on h6. So the Indian grandmaster had to play knight e6, rook a7, rook d8, knight f5. And now, after king f8, g3, you see that white is slowly preparing to play f4, and there's not much that black can do. Erigaisi played h5 with clear intentions to play g6 and get rid of this knight. King f1, g6, and a very nice intermezzo move by Yu Yanyi. So black obviously cannot play king e8. That would have been a very silly mate in one on the board. So he had to play king g8, knight e7 check, and the bishop retreats. As you can see, black's army is disorganized. There's no way to improve the position. Rook d7 is impossible to trade because that would drop the pawn on c6. And eventually the position reached this setup. So after f5, another powerful idea by Yu Yanyi. The point is, after rook takes on e7, you cannot really do that because after e5 check, this rook on e7 is dropping, so the king has to leave the protection of the e7 square. He had to take it. He takes on here, f5. Now once again, rook takes on e7 is impossible because of the bishop g5 trick. Very nice tactical idea by the Chinese grandmaster. Now instead here, Erigaisi played knight f8, check, king e5 out of desperation. And now all it took here for Yu Yanyi to finish the game with a logical outcome. Had he found the correct move, not f6, but knight g8. Knight g8 idea was very powerful, and it's a rather unusual move because the threat is to play knight f6, bishop f4, and not only go after the pawn on h5, but also deliver, at least try to deliver a checkmate on the board. So if black had played knight e7, stopping knight f6, this check is incredibly difficult to parry. So all black would have to do play knight e5. Now knight f6, this rook is under attack, that's a pin, there's a check. This pawn is also dropping somewhere, so black is simply suffering catastrophic material losses. However, the Chinese grandmaster didn't find it. Instead, he played f6. I guess he was looking for the pawn on h5 because of this rook on the a file. But after king c7, it appeared that it's not so simple. So the game continued by white winning a pawn, but now it was Erigaisi who suddenly felt he has chances to save the game. So he was trying to trade some pawns in the process. Now it was white who was being up a pawn, but already not a very obvious victory. The game still continued to what appeared to be a technically winning position for the Chinese grandmaster, because obviously black could not take on c5. Now the critical moment arose here. White has an extra pawn and should do something with the passed pawns at the queen side. Now here the Chinese grandmaster made the final mistake. He played king c4, where b5 probably was the best chance. The point is, after knight takes on h4, he can play knight e6, knight c4, b6, rook c7, and this should eventually win the game. Of course, Erigaisi is not obliged to take knight takes on h4, but if he does not, then white is simply but surely making progress. The game continued with knight e5, knight f3, and here Yu Yanyi didn't find anything better than to play knight e6, and Erigaisi took the right pawn. He took on h4, knight f5, rook takes on b4, and although the Chinese grandmaster was being very resourceful, he was relying on the power of this d pawn. It was simply not enough. So after a couple of very precise moves by the Indian grandmaster, he had calculated very precisely. Rook takes on h3, king c6, king d7 always seals the deal. Rook d3, another only move by Erigaisi, another only move, rook e4 check, forcing the king to go in front of the pawn, and only then playing rook h4. The game was agreed to a draw right here, as white cannot make a progress. Now we are moving to one of the decisive games of the first round of the classical tournament, where Daniel Bogdan-Diak was playing against Le Quang Liem, the reigning last year's triathlon champion. And here the Romanian grandmaster played a rather rare move, queen b3, which probably was a small surprise to the champion. After c5, we very quickly got to a quiet endgame. Yeah, queen b3 was the first attempt for the Romanian grandmaster to complicate matters, because if he trades the queens, it could be simply not enough to claim anything real out of the opening. And that's why the Vietnamese grandmaster tried to force matters. He played bishop d7, a3, and finally the queens were off the board. Now, it would seem that white has slightly better chances due to the damaged pawn structure that black has, but actually black is ahead in development, and it's white who has to be slightly careful. So after e3, rook c8, a5 possibly was a better idea, a5, b5 with the idea to play knight a7 and eventually put the knight on b6, applying some pressure against white's queenside pawns. Le Quang Liem, after the game in the interview, said he saw this, but he was not really sure how to properly evaluate it, so that's why he played rook c8, king d2, rook d8, and here most likely it was Diak who slightly overestimated his chances, because if he was thinking about making a draw, this probably wouldn't have been very difficult. Instead, I would guess that he was trying to be a little bit ambitious and keep a pair of rooks on the board, and then at some point somehow activate the rook to exploit these weaknesses that black has at the king side. However, at this moment, it was the reigning champion Le Quang Liem who slowly but surely started to take over the game. A couple of inaccuracies from Diak led to the position where apparently it was now black who was thinking about more than just a draw. Now here white had to qualify for the defender, and the critical moment arose about here. So he decided to play g4 because king f2 would allow black to penetrate white's defenses using the open c file. After g4, king f6, king d2, b6, king e1, white essentially is waiting, rook d8, rook f1, bishop c6. And in the post-mortem analysis in the interview, Wang Liem said he didn't really believe he can make a progress here. And if Diak had just waited, like rook g1, rook f1, he said he didn't really see any way to make a progress, but he probably would have tried. But at this moment, something strange happened, and it was Liem who said possibly his opponent tilted, not being very happy with the performance, what he had shown in this game so far, and he started to play very quickly, making dubious decisions. e4 was one of them, creating unnecessary weakness on e4. After the capture, here it was Liem who made a mistake, king g7, and he had a good laugh in the interview. He said, of course, he should have played king g6, but he simply hallucinated that after rook f3, rook d4, rook e3, that he cannot take with the bishop on e4. He thought that white here has bishop d3, pinning the rook and the king, but of course you see that is simply impossible because the bishop on e2 is pinned. So it only proves that also like Wang Liem, despite the fact that he's such a strong grandmaster, he's only a human being. So that's why he played king g7, trying to avoid this potential pin. And now after rook f3, he realized what he has done. He played king g6. This gave white some chances to activate his pieces. Here Liem said that white most likely had to resort to a slightly passive defense, bishop d3, h3, king e2, and there's just no easy way for black to break through. Probably there's simply no such thing. However, the Romanian grandmaster decided to be very active. He played rook c3, rook c7, sacrificing this pawn, but now the black pawns at the e-file are becoming very strong, and combined with the potential weakness on the pawn on h2, this gave the Vietnamese grandmaster serious winning chances. After a5, rook a7, rook d5, here Diak won back his pawn, but now because black was very active. So after rook c2, black cut off the white king from participating in the game, and after the h2 pawn was lost, here it was the Vietnamese grandmaster who surely took the game to the victory. It appears to be a material balance on the board, but everything is decided on the piece activity, which black has simply more. Rook d5 was the final move, bishop c4, rook d4, take it, and now the very strong advanced pawn on h3 decides the game. As rook c3, black just plays king g2, h2, king g1 against any checks, shields with the rook, eventually promoting the pawn to the queens. And of course, the final game where David Navarra scored a victory over Amin Bassem, which allowed him to leapfrog to cement his place in the top rankings overall. They played out Ray Lopez, the Breyer variation, which is a very popular line. David also had played it with a black color, so he has immense experience. This knight b8 idea, knight e7, knight e2, all of this is big theory. It's been contested thousands of times before. However, at this moment, after a4, bishop g7, here Navarra found a very interesting new idea, which he later confessed he had discovered it with the help of engine analysis at home. He played bishop g5, h6, and simply retreated back, essentially seemingly gifting black 2 extra tempos. However, it was very difficult to understand how black should proceed, because of course a very committal move here is to play d6, d5, but if the opponent is in a deep prep, this is something you would probably refrain to play. And that's the reason why Amin Bassem decided to play c5. c5, d5, and c4, the classical approach. Now we transpose to some sort of a typical structure, bishop e3, knight c5, queen d2, attacking the pawn. Here black usually plays h5 to fight for some critical squares at the king side. Rook a3 is another typical move, threatening to take over the file. So the game was having the character of white with some minor pressure. Here the Egyptian grandmaster was holding well. He slowly improved his pieces, queen e1, and now starting this moment when David was having a nice position after the opening, here the Egyptian grandmaster started to go wrong. Now apparently he didn't really like bishop d7, which was his original idea to better protect the b5 pawn and against any rook a7 invasions, always respond with rook b7. But he started to dislike something. And that's why at this moment he changed his mind. He played bishop b7 to trade the rooks here. Now, after rook a5, queen b6, knight e2, here Navarra already was preparing a very strong idea to play b2, b4. After rook a8, b4 was played. Black cannot really take on a5 because this is going to keep the pin alive. C takes, knight takes on b3. Now this knight is under a serious spin. The pawn on b5 is also becoming a target. Think about moves like queen e2 or even maybe at some point bishop d3. Rook a5, trade happened, this trade happened, and here Navarra unleashed c4. Powerful idea, because if black accepts this pawn, knight takes on c5 becomes a very strong option, giving white a very strong pass pawn at d5. B takes on c4 was played, knight takes, b takes, queen a1, attacking the pawn on e5 and the bishop on a8, and here things suddenly went terribly wrong for black. It was not too late to play bishop b7 and a slightly worse position with the entire point that after queen takes on e5, there is no immediate jumps with the knight because of the queen e8 check, but black had a very powerful response, c4, c3. This is the move that both opponents saw and they were discussing after the game, but for some reason Amin decided not to go there. The point is, black is threatening queen b2, attack the bishop and promote the pawn, and if white takes on c3, there's knight e4, a double attack on the queen, giving black a satisfactory game. David wasn't really sure. He was suggesting something like queen b8 here and snatch the pawn on c5, but he had difficulties to evaluate, for example, takes, queen b7, queen a3, how to properly give a proper assessment of this position. So finally, what happened here is that Bassem played queen b8, which is a mistake, clearly underestimating the very slow maneuver, knight f1, knight e2, and knight c4. Knight e7, knight e2 was played, c3, queen c3, bishop f8, knight c4, and it was already getting pretty obvious that white is having a very large advantage because he has beautifully positioned pieces, a very strong pass pawn, while black's bishop on a8 is doing nothing, and white's pawn on d5 is becoming increasingly strong. Think about threats of bishop a4 and bishop c6. Now here black made the final mistake, and queen b4 sealed the deal immediately in favor of the Czech grandmaster. After the trade, bishop a4 was played, and now if the knight retreats, white either takes the pawn on e5 or simply plays bishop c6, effectively checkmating the bishop on a8. Knight c5, take it, bishop c6, and here the Egyptian grandmaster had seen it enough, because after the take, there's no way he can stop this pawn, and white is simply promoting to a victory. So finally, these are the results of round one of the classical tournament. As you can see, Le Quang Liem and David Navarra bagged very important 4 points against their opposition. Vincent Keimer, the previous co-leader of the tournament, now is stepping back because he shared points with Jules Massard. For Yu Yanyi, this was a big disappointment because he had a winning position. But yeah, in the end, it was Arjun Erigaisi who was leading a wonderful defense, holding the game to a draw. So here are the rankings after the first round of the classical tournament combined with the results of the rapid section. David Navarra now leads the overall rankings with 14 points. Vincent Keimer is behind him with 11.5 points. Yu Yanyi, 10.5, and last year's champion, Le Quang Liem, with 9 points. The tournament resumes today with round 2 of the classical tournament, where the players are going to fight out for 4 more possible points each. There's 7 rounds in total, so a lot of points still possible to win. Then after 4 classical rounds, they're going to play out the Blitz tournament. A lot of action is still ahead. Hope you are enjoying the coverage of the tournament so far, and come back at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time for the round 2 of the GMT Classical. Hello, everybody. Hope you have a wonderful day because it's another day here in the 56th International Biel Chess Festival. Today, following we are of the Grandmaster Triathlon Classical Tournament, round 2. As usual, your host will be Angelika Volkova. I'm Latvian Grandmaster Artur Neikšans. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far, the previous days, the recaps, everything. Hope you're voting for the most beautiful games, allowing the players to win some very nice awards. And we are going to jump in very soon in the action as the games already have started.
Absolutely incredible start of the classical portion. Yesterday we had the first round and the games were not so peaceful at all. You may think that in classical time control the players would like to spend more time, would maybe draw more games. But here in Biel we have a special scoring system, and that's why it pushes players to work over the board and to win some games.
I think it's also a good idea to check what exactly is the special system that Angelika talked about. So it's 28 games in total. It's 3 tournaments combined. There's actually a very good reason why this tournament is called Triathlon, because it consists of classical, rapid, and blitz. As you can see, blitz consists of 2 round-robin tournaments. A rapid tournament already has been finished, and it was won by David Navarra and Vincent Keimer. Okay, technically Vincent was having the better tiebreak, but it doesn't really matter. And now today we are going to follow the second game of the classical segment.
Yeah, and here we have the scoring system, what I was talking about. In the classical time control, the players are going to get 4 points for a win, while when they are drawing, they're going to have only 1.5 points. So that's going to push players to maybe play riskier, maybe play more adventurous and push for the victory. In Rapid, we already had, it was 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and in Blitz, it will be standard scoring system. We also had Chess 960 already at the beginning of the event. The winner of this was Yuyan Yi, so he has the best tie break so far in the tournament.
That's right. And here's the time control. Well, this is going to be a long day because, ladies and gentlemen, they are going to have the same time control as in the World Championship match, I believe, right? Also the World Cup, was it?
World Cup, absolutely, yes.
Right. 2 hours for first 40 moves, 60 minutes or 1 hour extra after next 20 moves, and only then they are going to get extra 30 seconds after move 61, and of course additional 50 minutes added to the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rapid already happened. Blitz we are going to see in a few days. This is quite incredible because all of our players are going to play in the World Cup right after Biel, and this classical time control is the same there.
So this is why they're here. Why these 8 invited Grandmasters are battling like there's no tomorrow, because there's very good prizes. So the total prize fund consists of 28,500 Swiss francs. For the top finisher, he's going to get 10,000 Swiss francs. And as yesterday, the legendary Czech Grandmaster David Navarra said in the game interview, he really felt motivated, to prepare seriously for this tournament because he's seated 7th according to the rating, and that's why he felt some pressure. He doesn't want to arrive here and get no guaranteed prize money at all, and he's doing well as he's leading the overall rankings.
Yeah, absolutely. He's trying to break that curse of 7th place in the starting ranking and go to the leader.
Maybe let's very quickly have a look at the invited players. As you can see, David Navarra is one of them. Having only 7th rating, at least according to July's rating. There's the Yuyan Yi, very strong Chinese Grandmaster, last year's champion, like Wang Liem. Another year with another superstar from India, Arjun Arigaisi. Romania's one of the younger super talents, Daniel Bogdan-Diak, who recently broke in 2700 ELO Club. Superstar from Germany, Vincent Keimer, who marked his 5th return to Biel. The legendary good doctor, Amin Bassem from Africa, the only player who ever reached as an African player the 2700 ELO Club. Of course, David Navarra, and also the reigning French champion, Jules Mossard.
Absolutely incredible field. We already seen in Chess 960 in Rapid so many battles, so many blood, and yesterday we had 2 decisive results out of 4. This is a lot.
That's right. So Also, let's check the current rankings. As already mentioned, David Navarra is leading the charge with 14 points. You see, he had a very good showing in the rapid tournament, 10 points, sharing the same amount of points with Vincent Keimer. Yu Yanyi was slightly behind, but yesterday Navarra scored a very important victory in the Raul Lopez against Amin Bassem. This allowed him to cement his lead in the overall rankings. Vincent Keimer was unable to capitalize on his white collar as he drew against Jules Moussard.
Yeah, and Yu Yang we can see he also drew. And let's see the pairings for today's round. We have Le Quang Liem facing Bassem Amin. Le Quang Liem won yesterday game because his opponent for a moment just couldn't handle the rook and bishop endgame. And here we have Arjun Erigaisi facing the current leader David Navarra, who won yesterday, as we already said. Jules Moussard against Yu Yang, Bogdan Daniel Diak against Vincent Keimer.
And I think it's time to jump into action because the game already has been started since something like 7-8 minutes. Here we go. We are going to start with the game of Arjun Erigaisi against David Navarra. I think it makes sense to start with the leader, Angelika, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And I believe the camera is about to pop in the moment because sometimes we have some lag. Don't you worry about that. But what do we see here, Angelika, on the board?
We see the Sicilian.
Cecilia Najdorf.
Najdorf, yeah.
So again, explaining how it's going to work. So we have two chessboards on the screen. You see the live position. This is where you are going to see the actual position which is happening right now in the board so that you're not mixing up. The big board on the left, this is where we are going to show, or at least try to show our expertise and explain why they're doing what they're doing.
Or at least try to understand why they're doing what they're doing.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, but I think we are more or less qualified to guess, what they might be thinking. All right.
For sure. And yeah, let's start from the beginning. So,
yes,
yeah,
of course. Of course, the Najdorf. David is a very, very principled player, and so is Arjun Erigaisi. And I think that they're incredibly motivated, not only to fight for the top prize, but also the tournament system, these 4 points for the victory and 1.5 for the draw, it invites them to try their chances. I'm myself, Angelika, more a bishop b5 fan, right? I like these positional approaches, securing a very tiny but solid edge. But d4 very often is really the way to go because you're playing ambitiously in the center, and this often leads to very, very sharp possessions.
Yeah, absolutely. A6. So now the black is securing. This is a Najdorf basically move. The Sicilian Najdorf now. It's absolutely typical position. Now white went for bishop g5.
He played bishop g5, but this is the position where every single legal move has been played. So the story goes as this. So bishop g5, of course, that's the old-fashioned move, which, popularity, it goes and comes and goes again. So it's always a question about what's trendy right now. Then there's the very popular English attack with f3, bishop e3, queen d2, long castle, g4, g5, try to checkmate. There's the classical system employed by Anatoly Karpov, bishop e2, short castle, play positional chess. Bobby Fischer used to play a lot bishop c4, Fischer's Sozin attack. Again, it was very popular back in the day, and in Fischer's hand, it was a dangerous weapon. Well, modern chess has developed. There's move h3, there's move g3, there's move f4, there's bishop e3, there's bishop g5, there's bishop d3. Some people have even tried to play a4, knight b3, h4, what did I forget? Rook g1. I've even seen rook b1. And recently, not really recently, it was something like a year or 2 years ago. It was one of the One Forest's brothers, the younger brother. What was his name? I forgot. Lucas Van Forest.
Lucas, yeah.
I think he played bishop d2 and he boasted that he has found a novelty, but I hate to disappoint him, and bishop d2 already was in the database, right? So, every single move is played here, queen d3, queen f3, etc. That's why, people treat this starting position as where you can expand, where you can improvise, but of course, in this particular game, Arjun decided to stick to the classical values. He played bishop g5.
Yeah, and the question is if David was ready for this. For sure he was, but as you said, there are so many continuations, so I'm not so sure what in particular David Navarro was expecting here. Yesterday he had quite a nice opening preparation. Let's see what he shows today.
Yeah, and it's incredible. At what level these players are preparing, because for us, mortal beings, we are opening chess space, we work for a couple of hours perhaps, but these guys, they're doing it a bit more scientific level. So I don't think they're going to reveal all of their secrets. Anyway, 97, yeah, this move, I think it's pretty trendy because e6, of course, is one of the main moves in this position, and that leads to a very big theoretical debate. I mean, after e6, white very often continues with a 4, and there you go. Queen b6, followed by queen d2, queen b2, rook b1, queen a3, the so-called poison pawn variation. There's e5, there's f5, there's a lot of moves, and you have to know theory really well.
Yeah, and that's why he went for this knight bd7, so securing the knight there on f6. Maybe at some moment he wants to play e5?
I think there were some tricks with this knight e7. He's waiting for white to define his setup. I don't remember all the specifics, although I have played this myself with the black color. Sometimes black also plays g6. g6, bishop g7, which probably would not be a possibility immediately, because then white, I guess, simply can take on f6, right, ruining your pawn structure at the king side and simply enjoying the better game. So this knight e7 is like a waiting move. And now here, bishop c4, he has been around again for quite some time, because this is looking like this Fischer-Sodzen attack I slightly mentioned to you about, with bishop g5 included. So it makes sense to position the bishop here because it's fighting for the center. Queen b6 is the main move. And now I don't remember, was it the short castle here, the main move? Was the bishop b3? There's a lot of moves here, right? So bishop b3 is, okay, the safe move, e6, and now bishop takes on f6. Okay, that's interesting.
That's indeed very interesting. So...
yeah, so black took it on f6. Again, I'm not entirely sure why bishop takes on f6 has to be included.
Maybe because there could be some knight c5 ideas and he wants to stop that?
Yeah, but I mean, I can take with a pawn, right? And then play knight c5 if I really want. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's definitely some tricks. I'm not exactly familiar with this one. So bishop takes on f6, I guess he has a certain idea in his mind. So maybe you're right. Maybe he wanted to first force black to play knight takes on f6. Now queen d2, knight e7 goes back. Okay, that's pretty interesting. Long castle, knight c5, and rook e1.
So he indeed wanted to go to c5. Maybe he just didn't want to double the pawns on f5, so that's why they had to take with a knight and then remaneuver it back to where it belongs.
Right. I mean, one of the big ideas of this bishop c4, I mean, you can play bishop c4 right away, or let's say after bishop g5, bishop c4 here. One of the big ideas is that you want to play queen d2, or put the queen somewhere else, long castle, and meet black's e6 with f4 or f5. That's the key idea, right? So here, let's say after bishop f6, again, I'm slightly puzzled why this was necessary, but let's say queen e2, if black would continue normally. So we could play long castle, short castle, and this is one of the key ideas, right? You want to play f4, and then black suddenly has some difficulties to meet f5, right? Because let's say black continues with something normal, like bishop d7, now you play f5, and you see this pawn on e6 is very difficult to defend. And when you play e5, this simply hands on the platter the d5 square. So you would remove the knight, think even about g4, g5 ideas, and black is a bit slow to organize the counterplay at the queen side.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why black had to think about something else, not passively just defending developing the pieces, but rather going for this knight d7, knight c5 maneuver, attacking the bishop. Yeah.
Probably this is a big theoretical debate, but like I already said, I'm slightly off the book here. Okay, knight c5 is played, rook e1. So this is going to be really interesting because essentially it's a clash of two ideas. Idea number one is that white is having a pretty serious space advantage, and not space advantage, my apologies, development advantage, while black is having two bishops. So the question is, what's going to prevail? Which is more important factor? Is it the two bishops or leading development? And also another trick that black always needs to watch out, according to various open Sicilian positions, is these two Metic ideas, either knight e5 or knight f5. And if black misses this, he's just gone immediately.
Yeah, that's why some move like bishop e7 is for sure a candidate, so you're already stopping this idea, right?
Look at that. I mean, bishop e7 engine hates it, and there you go, knight f5 immediately. Okay, I think I should switch it off
okay.
so that I don't get the fake ideas. But anyway, look at this. I mean, suddenly knight f5 becomes a very serious threat. Black is suffering because the king is still in the center. Now imagine yourself, you take it, and there's the rook e7, there's the knight e5 threat. It might be simply too much.
Absolutely. So what does black have to do here?
I mean, it's very easy to make a mistake, right? But again, from another hand, for David, this is very obvious. He knows these ideas. He knows that he should watch out for knight e5 or knight f5.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe something like g6, so there is no knight f5. Oh, he played g6, okay.
He did play it, and I definitely see the gains of this maneuver, right? He wants to position the bishop on g7 like Sicilian dragon. He wants to have the long range distance abilities, but he's behind the development, and Arjun is, wow, he is so deep in the prep, and he just fired out e4, e5, basically like in 5 seconds. Why are we having the wrong camera?
Yeah, that I wanted just to say that we have, for some reason.
We have the wrong camera. All right, I changed it.
Yeah, sorry for that. Okay, now we can see. It seems like Arjun is in big preparation. He's firing the moves immediately.
I mean, White's idea is rather simple. You're ahead in development. What do you want to do? You want to open. You want to open a position. So I think that since Black is so behind in development, you want to make sure you are not allowing the position to open. And let's say something like d takes on e5, well, I would be really concerned. I mean, you have to watch out for various tactical tricks. I mean, look at this. Let's say rook takes on e5. Black plays bishop g7. What about some tricks like, I'm not sure. Let's say rook takes on c5, queen takes on c5, and some sort of a queen d8 mate. You know, if you don't know for sure, I mean, you're seeing all kinds of ghosts here. Let's say something like even knight f5. And so there's suddenly a mate, right? So, okay, Black plays short castle and he's happy. I mean, but you have to see that from afar, right? So the cost of the mistake here is very, very high for Black.
Yeah, for sure. And especially, we don't know because David spends some time right now. Maybe he's already out of preparation or he tries to recollect his preparation material, what was in this position. Maybe he knows something, but he's not sure. So he's checking it again and again. And yeah. It's indeed something what Arjun was expecting. We can see from his body language, we can see on his clock. Basically, that's what he was expecting, what he wanted to.
Yeah, that indeed shows some very good preparation. And I think that Arjun has every reason to be in good spirits today because yesterday he survived a completely lost position against Chinese grandmaster Yu Yanyi. But then when his opponent let slip of the direct victory, he fought like a lion. And he managed to hold this very difficult endgame. So that's why here with White, of course, Arjun is looking for a big fight. And I think I also have to mention that d5 looks incredibly dangerous for Black to try to close the position because of bishop takes on d5. Even with a naked eye, you see this is so dangerous.
There are so many holes in Black's position and so many threats. Oh my God.
Yeah, so difficult to tell what David is going to do. If he doesn't know this position, then he has to navigate here really, really carefully. I'm sure he knows something, right? Again, I'm not entirely convinced that he's out of the book here because you just don't play like this. You don't play two extra moves, knight e7, knight c5, if you don't know what you're doing, right? So on g6, again, a very specific move to stop knight f5, bishop g7. So I'm pretty sure that David knows. He's just trying to remember.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just wanted to see what happens if we just ignore this e5 and play something like bishop g7.
That's a good point. I guess I want to take on d6.
No knight.
You want to castle? What do you want to do?
I thought queen d6, there can be some knight jump, but I don't see now. No, there are no knight jumps.
Yeah,
no
not
jumps.
immediately. I mean, bishop g7 looks pretty human to me. So he takes on d6, I guess. Queen takes on d6, of course, Black can also consider castle. Maybe temporarily sacrifice the pawn on d6. But again, queen d6, if you can't do anything immediately bad to Black, I think it deserves some attention.
Maybe king b1? But then already everything.
Could just make a short castle, I guess.
Yeah.
And again, there's some tricks with knight f5, queen d2, knight e7, king h8, grab the queen.
And the knight somehow is trapped actually on this side.
Somehow, yeah. Yeah, some rook e8 already could be a problem.
Yeah, or bishop f6.
Or even
there.
bishop f6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fair
Oh
point.
my God.
Okay, of course, this is not going to happen. Yeah, and David senses this is a critical moment. You can't rush in moments like this, and that's why, of course, he is going to spend some time here, because
But-
he knows.
What happens if black takes on e5?
I'm not sure. I mean, white could either play rook takes on e5 or try to
Try to do something.
sacrifice, maybe knight f3. f6 looks very dangerous because, I mean, black should be developing, not keep the pawn.
Bishop g7.
I guess bishop g7 and now some sort of a knight e5. Short castle also looks good for black.
Some normal position, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty normal. Maybe what David is choosing right now, what happens after d takes on e5 or bishop g7 immediately. You know, as these players at highest level, they're thinking, they're just trying to compare all the finer details, all the nuances, and I think we can definitely expect him to sit here for 5 minutes more or so.
For sure. There was some question from the chat. What do you think, which of these 8 players rather like to play 25 moves of theory, and which prefer the rapid approach of playing chess?
It's difficult to tell, but there's no secret that some of the players are better prepared than others, because everybody has their set of skills where they excel the most. And some players, maybe they're not as talented, or they're not as at that genius level like somebody else, but they compensate it with a lot of hard work. They compensate it with a lot of theory, and in the end, it's about balanced, right? It's really difficult to say. But by the way, for example, I could take Vincent Keimer as an example. I mean, his opening preparation is just superb, right? Especially with white. He's a very strong d4 player. And yet, for example, yesterday Vincent played some very quiet offbeat line. I mean, this knight f3, c4, b3 doesn't really strike to me as something you would play every day, and yet Vincent played it. And again, it just depends. How do you feel that particular day? And he just probably wanted to try something new.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, I think out of the opening, he managed to get quite an interesting position. So he actually didn't fail there. So, okay. So maybe we move, meanwhile, to some other position while we are waiting for David to take a decision, because I think...
Yeah, in David's place, I would definitely spend more time here.
Yeah.
All right, probably we are going to check, since we talked about Vincent, let's go to Vincent's game.
So we have the Diak chose some similar, in a way, approach of Vincent, not saying e4, not saying d4, but saying c4.
And again, Diak goes for some offbeat lines. I mean, it feels like that. Just a second. Was it Vincent this time? So we have English opening. Okay, I mean, this is clearly not the main move, right?
For sure.
I mean, c4, e5, knight c3, knight f6, it's a very contested line. Here, the theory has moved on immensely. So just to give you approximate overview of where's this theory right now. G3 is sort of obsolete. Nobody plays it. Why? At least at the highest level. Why? It's the reversed Sicilian Rossolimo bishop b4. Bishop g2, castles, let's say knight f3, and black even plays either rook e8 or takes on c3. Engines approve. They say black is sometimes even taking over the game. And that's why at a very serious level, this g3 old line, it's sort of obsolete and no longer played. There's some other moves. Knight f3 has become a very, very, again, trendy move. Now forcing black to play knight c6, and now white has a vast amount of choices. So white plays either now g3, and this bishop b4, if we try to get to the reversed Sicilian Rossolimo, can get to a very difficult tactical game after knight e5, because you can't really capture, because the knight on c6 now is out, and the black is losing the tempo. That's essentially the difference. So there's a lot of theory here. So g3 is a move, e3 is a very trendy move. Also, at the highest level, e4 has become incredibly popular, right? e4, bishop c5, knight e5, and there's a lot of games at the highest level. Some players try to play d3, enter some sort of a Sicilian dragon with an extra temper from the white's perspective. But this e3, again, it's not a very popular continuation. Doesn't mean it's not playable. At least I see an immediate gain for white. The point is, await black to play bishop b4, which I believe was played in the game, so that he can play knight g to e2. And this is essentially mirroring this particular line from the Sicilian Rossolimo. Because if I could show you, there's this idea from the white's perspective. Bishop b5, e6, short castle, knight g7. This is how white plays the Sicilian Rossolimo. And here, in the game, we are getting something very similar.
Something very similar, but with one tempo for white, for Diak. So maybe he managed to, in a way, trick Vincent, but I don't think on this level Vincent can be tricked.
Probably not. Yeah, so short castle. I think that black doesn't really want to rush with things and take on c3. So short castle makes perfect sense. You're doing nothing wrong. a3. So again,
trying to clarify what the bishop wants. Do you want to take? Do you want to go back?
Actually, it's a very good question. Because if you take on c3, what white is trying to say is that I have the two bishops. You have, again, this lead in development, which is essentially déjà vu. What we just saw in Eric Geis's game against David Navarra, right? White has the two bishops. He's slightly behind in development, but he thinks that in the long term, his bishops, they're going to be a really powerful force, at least the Duxwell bishop. So Vincent says no.
Vincent says no, and now we have queen b3. That's interesting, a3 and then queen b3. So what does he want?
I think he just wants to get Vincent out of the prep because he probably suspects that the Germany is very, very well prepared. Queen b3, Angelika, this move I've seen, but let me try to remember where I have seen it. I think it's a move definitely played sometimes here in these positions. After, where was this? e3. I mean, at some point, white plays queen b3 to stop d5 ideas. So I definitely recognize this. And now looking at what was played here, although, yeah, why not queen b3 immediately? Yeah, this is
This is a question.
slightly beyond me.
Maybe there could be some c5, a5?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, why not queen b3 immediately, right? Attacking the bishop and trying to force the trade. The knight on c3, difficult to tell, really. And now, since black cannot play d5, Vincent plays b6. His idea is to position the bishop on b7, possibly cause some issues for white with the long diagonal here, and maybe think about playing d5 in the future.
Yeah, for sure. It's a good preparational move, developing the bishop. And yeah, what could white do to stop the d5? I mean, I don't think there is much. Maybe white wants to play d4 themselves.
That's
Maybe
a good idea.
d4.
Definitely makes sense to investigate. d4, take it, and maybe recapture with the knight or pawn. I mean, both moves look perfectly normal to me. You know, I mean, knight e4 is also a move because it gives you some access to knight f5 ideas. Maybe you could even play f3, try to kill the bishop, or sacrifice the pawn with bishop e2. You cannot really take the pawn. There's rook g1, knight f5.
f5, yeah.
I mean, it looks interesting, you know?
Absolutely. I think actually we have a move I see on the live board. d4 was played, indeed.
Right. A very interesting approach by white. There was, by the way, this is what you said, Angelika, basically, right? About this a3. I didn't really think about it. This a3 maybe indeed, as also I see in the chat, stops black to play bishop a5. You know, sorry, I mean queen b3. Queen b3, black would retreat with the bishop on a5. Maybe c5 for bishop a5
Yeah, that's
immediately.
what, yeah.
It's an interesting idea, you know? I mean, you make sure this is never happening. The bishop doesn't retreat. Only now you play queen b3. Really advanced chess.
Yeah, you see, every move has so much behind it, and basically, when you look at this with a, so to say, naked eye, you see, okay, white to play a3 and queen b3, but the idea is coming so much deeper, and it's just incredible how much preparation has been done for this game, how many hours have been spent for Bogdan Daniel Diak for this game.
I like it. It
Yeah.
definitely looks interesting. I'm pretty sure that Diak has prepared this at home at least. He knows this idea because you don't play like that otherwise. And now the question is, what choices could Vincent have? I think he has to take. Or somehow protect his pawn, because d6, it doesn't really, strategically wise, make any sense. Why is this? Because you don't really want to do after d6, bishop b7. Okay, let me just make a move here. Let's say queen c2, bishop e7, and at some point white plays d5. Maybe not immediately, but could be the idea. And then if you try to bring this bishop in the game, white plays e4, f3, knight g3, he gains considerable space advantage. And I think that the young German simply knows too well the power of the space advantage, which, thanks to the development of the modern engines, is becoming more and more important. More and more players realize that. And that's why e takes on d4 is on the board.
Yeah, so he takes it, and now the question for Bogdan Daniel, I mean, he was going to answer very fast, I assume. Let's see, what was his preparation? I think taking with a knight seems like also having this not so mirrored pawn structure, because if you take with the e-pawn, of course, you open your bishop, but at the same time, you still have the same pawns as the opponent, so probably later bishop b7, d5 could be an idea from black. But in this position, if knight takes on d4, then also there could be an idea to bring the bishop out, because bishop is standing there on f1. Bishop d3, knight f5.
Yeah, this is what we discussed. You know, I think that most likely he has made up his mind. Yeah, and he took with the knight. But the good practice of a good player is you always double check. I mean, you never rush. No matter how well you know this move, you always want to double check first. Do I remember correctly? Okay, what about the c takes on d4? Was this an option? You try to recall. Yeah, I remember everything correctly. This is the move, but you always want to invest like some time, like 1 minute, 2 minutes for somebody, and then you make the move.
Absolutely, and they have like 2 hours for the first 40 moves, so it's quite a lot of time. So they could invest some few minutes, 1 minute for 1 or 2 moves, even if they're almost 100% sure. It's still good to double check. And yeah, we have Vincent fully in thoughts right now. He's fully thinking. He spent quite some time. And we can see that Bogdan Daniel Diak is confidently standing from the chair, I think already 5th time or in the last 20 minutes.
He is exactly like Peter Svidler, you know, because there's players who just never sit at the board, basically. I mean, they're always walking. I'm one of them. So always walking, right? I mean, for example, you would see Peter Svidler playing, he's always walking, right? I mean, he makes a move, he stands up, right? So he takes the game in his mind, he's always walking. I also can't sit, you know, I have to move all the time. And I've noticed that this is what Daniel Bogdan Diak is doing all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, well, what do you think? Will Vincent spend some time here? Should we move to some other board, or?
Well, maybe, yeah, let's summarize what what could be the potential scenario here. I think that Vincent needs to make quite a big decision here. He needs to understand if he is allowing knight f5 or not. Because maybe he suspects that White's idea is just to secure himself the 2 bishop advantage. So let's say he would play bishop b7, White could play. I'm not saying White is going to play knight f5. Well, let's say you do whatever you do. Let's say something like d6, f3, knight e7, e4, rook e8, takes, bishop e3, something like this. And he's trying to evaluate, is this any good to me, and where's going to be my counterplay?
Yeah.
Then maybe he's thinking, okay, knight f5, maybe it's not a threat, but perhaps I need to include rook e8 instead of bishop e7. What about rook e8 here, right? Because now knight f5 is not a move. You can always play bishop f8. And let's say White plays his one of the most ambitious moves, f3. So he's trying to understand how it feels. Let's say bishop b7, e4, and maybe there's some sort of a d5, right? Because the rook is here positioned at the same file as the king, and this is what he's trying to figure out. I think so. Otherwise, he would have played bishop b7 already.
Yeah, for sure. And you don't want to make such move like g6 because you would weaken the dark square there on the king side to stop the knight f5, right?
Okay, maybe there's also some other choices like knight a6, knight c5, push the queen so that it's no longer guarding this square. Then you push d5. Not very obvious, right? So bishop b7 is the tempting move, but it could be there could be some other options. Yeah, but you're right. Let's move.
Okay, let's move to, so we already looked at David Navarra, who is the first leader right now. We have Vincent Keimer. Maybe Yu Yangyi is next.
Right, let's do that. Yu Yangyi's game.
And we have already, this is the...
That's the Sicilian,
yeah.
What was this name? Rossalimo, was it? With knight c6 and d6. I know quite a bit about this. Just a second. Okay. This is interesting because I invested a lot of time analyzing these positions of bishop b5. I actually even released some databases on this. So knight c6, the Sicilian Rossalimo, after bishop b5. It's an incredibly popular system. And it got a major boost in popularity in 2019 when the then reigning champion Magnus Carlsen was facing his challenger Fabiano Caruana in the World Championship match. And also the Rossalimo was one of the topics, right? Basically starting since the game one. And there's two types of continuations here. So black played g6, which was the main topic of the match. So after bishop takes on c6, black has a choice, b takes or d takes. Maybe some of you remember Magnus would respond with d takes on c6, but b takes is more aggressive. There's also e6, and the popularity of this continuation comes and goes. Is at some point it's very popular, then it disappears, then it comes back again. So I'm not really sure what its current status right now. But there's one move which has sort of become obsolete, and that is the move d6. And yet that's the move which is played. You know, it's really interesting because this is the move which allows white pretty quickly to get the center. So white very quickly plays c3, d4. And that's why this knight c6, d6 sort of doesn't slow down this attempt. So short castle, rook e1, knight f6, c3. That's the main idea. Once again, white is going for this d4. a6, bishop f1, bishop g4. And there's a lot of tricks in this position, especially against the unprepared opponent. So for example, let's say I would play h3. Angelica, what's your primary instinct? What you would play here?
Maybe take the knight because I don't want to get my bishop. Yeah, but...
Your instincts are on spot, right? I mean, you want to take so that you're fighting for the center, but it's very easy to play bishop h5.
Yeah, it's very easy, yes. But then the question is what is with your bishop going to be there? Okay.
This is the trick. Yeah, I mean, you cannot really ever take on e4 because it leads to d5, rook e4, queen a4, check, collect the knight. Or the bishop, whatever stands there, right? So that's the idea. And even some very good people have fallen into this. And I try to remember who was this. There was one very high-level game, Mamedyarov against Giri, or Giri against Mamedyarov. I mean, even at that level, they have fallen into this. I don't remember who was playing with white or black. So it's been around. And back then, like, what was it, 6-7 years ago, this continuation was a thing. So h3 was an interesting attempt, and normally if black was aware of the threat, he would take with f3, queen f3, and then white slowly, you know, tries to take the center. Black plays either e6 or g6, but white retains, I think, a solid edge.
Yeah, it's quite a nice idea with this d4, d5, yeah.
Right, but this d4, this is something I also discovered when I was working on on one of the databases on this. This is the top choice of the engine because white basically ignores the threat of bishop takes on f3 because now after c takes, e5 is one of the moves, but there's a lot of sharp lines. So let's not go into details here. So e5 is one of the moves.
And what happens if bishop takes on f3?
You take with a pawn. You take with a pawn, and then there's some lines after e5. I think the strongest move, at least according to the engine, was bishop e3. Bishop e3, knight c3, bishop h3, f4. It's very nice. An engine love this, right? Again, I last checked it a couple of years ago, so maybe my information is already a bit outdated.
No, but since he didn't take, then your information might be correct.
Wait, but this d5, this doesn't sound right. But then again, something maybe has changed. Because I remember I was initially advocating this d5, and we found in analysis some sort of a forced draw for black. But that was like, again, some years ago. And I think I discovered this move, bishop e3, back then. So bishop e3 was the strongest move, at least to my outdated analysis. And now the point is, again, knight e4 is impossible. You win a piece. Yeah, you can't do that. And if black takes on d4, you take on d4. Again, if you take on f3, this is always in favor of white. So it's a bit surprising. First, it's surprising that black went for this. And second, that Jules Massart played d5. But then again, the theory probably has moved on.
And if you look at the clock, Yu Yang is somewhere where he wants to be right now. And actually, it's Jules who is spending time. So, yeah.
How much time did he spend here? He spent some time, actually. Bishop d7. Yeah, this line I remember. I think it was, I think I was advocating back then a4 immediately. a4 with this idea, a4, knight e2, knight c4, knight b6, and you get this very nice control of the queen side's weak and dark squares. But there were some issues, which, again, I don't remember what they were because I was looking at this like some years ago. So black plays b5, stopping a4. a4 is played. Yeah, you see black doesn't want to take. There's knight c4, knight b6, or knight a5 at some point even. Takes, queen a1, castles, and b4. It resembles some Raul Lopez, no?
Yeah, for sure. And it's such a light position to play, I think, for white. Like, all pieces are so active. You can find easily the maneuvers with a knight, as Artus was showing. Maybe at some moment it can go to a5, maybe to c6. But for black, I think it's a problem. How do you want to consolidate your pieces?
You know what I would play? I would avoid a queen trade. So I would just go away from the queen side, and I would focus on the king side attack. So first instinct, what I have here, you can have this pawn. I'm going to play something like queen e8. So go for it. Do your worst, right? So let's say you are playing knight b3. I'm playing knight h5.
Yeah.
You're playing your knight a5. I play f5. So you play knights. Okay, knight c6 already is a pawn sacrifice. But what do you do, right? It just looks incredibly logical.
Yeah, of course. That's why, of course, white has to react on this knight h5 in some way. But how exactly? That's a point. So b4.
I actually like black better, to be honest, because, again, we talk about the easiness to play this position. Okay, maybe there's something else. So if white plays this knight b3, knight a5, I can easily see black organizing a very easy game, but probably it's more complex than this. Yeah, f4?
Yeah, there could be some f4 ideas, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, knight g4 is a move. Knight g4, bishop f6, threaten to take. Your king is weak, by the way. I remember there were indeed some issues in this line, but I think one of them was this organized counterattack of black at the king side. But I'm not sure what Jules could have done else, because he can't really trade the queens here, right? Because queen a8, rook a8, you lose the control of the a file.
For sure, and rook will enter on the second rank and attack all the pieces, all the pawns you have. This is not how you want to play it, so b4.
I don't
Maybe,
like this.
yeah, maybe he wants to try to play something like queen a5 and then double.
Yeah, but okay, I mean, after
Yeah.
queen e8, okay, you play queen a5, I play knight h5.
Yeah, of course, not now. Of course, already not after queen e8, yeah.
Yeah, but then what? I mean, I don't know. I don't immediately see the move here for white because queen e8 looks, I mean, everything is going to explode at the king side, and what exactly is white doing? I see the engine, by the way, engine bar. I mean, without specific moves. I see it says white is slightly better, but I beg to I mean, I don't agree.
Argue, yes.
Yeah, I don't agree because if I don't see anything immediate, then black's play is very straightforward.
Maybe something like queen c1 and then move the knight so that to control the f4 square.
I'm not sure what changes.
Knight b3.
f5?
Yeah.
Just very straightforward, right, for black. Okay, I can of course check what engine is saying here. So after b4, queen e8, what is our dear Silicon B saying? Queen a7. I'm not sure what it really does. Okay, I play knight h5. Aha, rook
So
c1 and
direct.
rook c7.
So you go directly on the king side and white is going directly on the queen side.
Okay, let's continue the main line that engine shows here. f5, rook c7. Actually, it makes perfect sense, you know? f4, no, this is what I don't want to do, but maybe there's already no choice.
Because the bishop is under attack and the other bishop. Maybe knight f6.
Knight f6, yeah, but I wanted to jump on f4, not go back.
But there is no time for it, yeah?
Maybe that's the reason why white is actually retaining some edge. You know, that's why I said, I mean, it might not be very obvious, and probably Union is thinking a bit further, right? So he's not only looking at only his move, he's trying to put together the elements. Essentially, it's a puzzle. White pieces, black pieces, and you try to combine them together and see how this picture looks like after 5 moves.
Yeah, for sure. And even though white has a space advantage and some maybe more piece activity, but at the first glance, but if white will be not careful in this position, then black can easily go to the king side and attack the king.
There's a very interesting mention in the chat, by the way, that this has been played in correspondence chess. So thank you, dear viewers, for your amazing insights that rook c1 is the move. Actually, it makes sense, you know, because now if black retreats with a queen, so you have basically an extra tempo for queen a7, rook c7. And this b4 is simply not a necessary move, because why do you need this move at all, actually? You know, why do you need b4 at all to play knight b3, knight a5, knight c6? Because black is not going to play b4 himself.
Maybe to fix this the b5 like a weakness so that you can later attack it also with a queen.
Yeah, but you can also later play b4. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, maybe this b4 is not very precise. I mean, still, the game most likely is balanced, but there's definitely a potential for the game to explode. Because if white doesn't react decisively with this queenside invasion and queens remain on the board, black might easily take over the game with knight h5, f5.
Yeah, for sure. Jul has to be really careful here. And maybe that's a good point where we can jump to the fourth game, which we haven't looked at.
It's Lekwang Liam against Amin Bassem.
Yeah, Lekwang Liam, the winner of the previous Grandmaster Triathlon. He's back in town, he's back to Biel. Yesterday he was having this interesting endgame against Daniel Bogdan-Diak, and yeah, it was quite something. But Diak allowed him to have some initiative on the king side, and that actually resulted in a loss for the Romanian Grandmaster.
I mean, it was really instructive how you outplay a 2700 level Grandmaster with the black color seemingly out of nothing, right? So it's like one of the best games of Capablanca, right? Slowly creating some problems, and then
Squeezing,
yeah,
and
then
winning.
capitalizing on white's mistakes. It was a really nice game.
Okay, so let's see what's happening now.
What was this?
Oh, 1d4, yes.
G3. Yeah, G6, it can have two combinations. Either you play the King's Indian
Or Grunfeld.
or the Grunfeld. All right. C6 is essentially invitation to play this symmetrical Grunfeld. D5. All right.
Queen a4.
Queen a4. The chat suggests that Amin always plays King's Indian defense. You know, it's not really surprising, especially since I know that Amin is a big fan of the King's Indian attack, right? With white, he always plays the same system: knight f3, g3, bishop g2, d3, knight b2, e4. So it's only logical that he plays the King's Indian defense with black. And definitely he plays the Grunfeld. I'm pretty sure he definitely has done it before. But that makes sense why, like, Wang Lian plays Queen a4. Because, you know, your opponent plays something which is not his primary weapon. He plays an opening which he might not know so well. So what do? You try to play something which he might not know. You play a trick.
Yes. Maybe he simply doesn't like to play against g3 with King's Indian. So maybe that was his point.
G3 what?
Maybe he doesn't like to play King's Indian against g3. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, not sure. He has figured something. But the trick here is that you want to take on d5 so the black can respond c takes on d5. So that's essentially the big idea.
Yeah.
And if black plays knight e7, I think you can take on d5 anyway, because even if black recaptures, in the symmetrical structure, the knight on d7 is not really standing great. I mean, it should be standing on c6, not on d7. That's basically it. So
that's the point, yeah, absolutely. And he took, so he didn't want to allow this.
yeah, so basically black gives away the center, but white is spending some tempos with the queen a4, queen c4, then retreating with the queen. So this should give black a satisfactory game.
Castle, bishop e6, trying to chase that queen, queen a4, queen goes back, knight a6, and we can see that already black actually finished the development. So there could be some advantage for black as well in this position.
Right, so black is fully developed, and he tries to slow down white's development because you see the bishop on c1 is not developing. The pawn on b2 is under attack, so this is something you need to watch out.
Yeah, for sure. And here e4 finally was played, trying to grab the center. e4, d4.
e4, d4, rook d8, and now h3.
Yeah, you want to play bishop e3.
I think so. He's trying to secure himself a good square for the bishop. Otherwise, if you play bishop e3 right away, of course, you need to watch out for queen takes on b2, but there could be another problem, and that is knight g4. After knight g4, I do believe in one principle, Angelika. You never want to give away one of your bishops for no good reason. I mean, there should be a very good reason. The dark square bishop holds together a lot of critical squares, so that's why it's not an equal trade. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's not 3 versus 3. It's more than that, right? This is where sometimes skilled player trick less experienced players because they don't understand this importance of the bishops. But of course, I mean, these guys here, they know it too well.
Yeah, and just look at the knight standing on f6. I mean, it's attacking the pawn on e4, but okay, the pawn is protected, so we can say that knight on f6 costs much, much less than that bishop on e3. Okay, so preparation move. The question is if in the next move white could play it, because as you said, the pawn on b2 is hanging, and the question is it a poisonous pawn, or can black actually take it? So
maybe it can be sacrificed, you know. We can have a look
imagine,
at it.
yeah.
Try to imagine. Okay, let's make some random move. h6. Doesn't make any sense, but just to show the point.
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3. I take on b2.
What about rook a b1? Can we trap the queen? Rook a b1, rook fc1, and bishop
I think
f1.
it is escaping here.
Oh, e4.
Otherwise, it's a nice idea. I mean, very good intentions, Angelika, you have, but they did not really.
And knight e5, actually.
What?
Knight e5, queen e2.
No, it's too slow. It's too slow.
No. Instead of bishop f1, knight e5.
Actually, queen e2, bishop f3, queen a2. Okay, I have to admit I didn't see this. But somehow it works. Somehow it works. You know, I was having another idea.
Okay.
After bishop e3, queen b2, I was thinking, can I positionally sacrifice this pawn and play rook fc1?
And now there is a big threat.
Yeah, rook b1. So if you play queen b6, you need to watch out for d5. Oopsie daisy. Yeah. So you're losing the queen. This is not a queen, but a piece. So if you play queen b4, I think you can just take it. But again, I'm not really sure which rook goes to b1. Rook a b1, or probably not this one. There's a fork
Rook
here.
AB1.
Takes. Is this any good? You know, knight e4. Maybe not.
It looks messy.
Yeah, but maybe here after this queen b4, there could be another move, like a positional pawn sacrifice, which...
What about just rook b1?
which one?
Rook ab1?
Yeah, but I'm not sure about that. Again, the pawn drops.
Yeah, we have this problem.
I suspect that you can just retreat with the queen. Like queen c2, our rook b1 is still a threat. This queen has no good squares, maybe something like queen a5, rook b1, and you have issues to protect this pawn, because rook b8 is bishop f4, rook d7, there's some knight e5 ideas, b6, b5, the pawn on c6 becomes very weak. So along the lines, this could be the possibility. Of course, I mean, you're looking at this position, it makes no sense because pawn on h6 was included, but these possibilities are now possibly happening after this h3, and that's why Mimbasem is not going to wait, and he immediately strikes in the center.
He plays c5, actually allowing white now to push d5, to push e5. I mean, there are so many moves right now for Wang Liam to think about. Of course, he can also protect with bishop e3, but I think, I mean, d5 looks like a candidate move number one you want to look at.
I mean, I do believe that it's an instant move, basically.
Yes.
It should be played instantly, because you don't play it in any other way. Because d takes on c5 makes no sense at all. The position is symmetrical, and black has a beautiful development. You play something else like bishop e3, the center is destroyed. On top of the position, there's the move queen takes on b2, so you simply don't even look at that. So d4, d5 is such a thematic position in the ground felt, so you play it right away.
Absolutely, and bishop d7 played immediately. We have someone saying in the chat that let's not forget that Lech Wang Liam was preparing for this classical event for 1 year, so he knows for sure.
But yeah, it's sort of a joke, but if we talk about it seriously, there's one thing sometimes players forget. When you're a coach, like Wang Liam, he is the head coach in the Webster University in the United States, and he succeeded Susan Polgar, one of the most famous coaches in the world, as the head coach, and he's been coaching them since whichever year it was. I don't remember, 2021 or 2020, maybe 19 even. That doesn't matter. So he's been in charge for quite some time. And you have this amazing team, great students you are working with. So this means you're not only working with yourself, you're working with them. You're preparing ideas for them. You work together, you brainstorm. And often as a coach, you know things which you don't play yourself, right? So you've seen this. Let's say you prepared something for one of your students for a very competitive event. And you're like, you know, it just looks so interesting. I want to try this myself.
Why not try?
I want to try myself, right? And this is a very, very powerful thing that coaches have, right? And I think that Wang Liam might be one of them.
Yeah, for sure. As he said also in the interview, he picks up a thing or two, and for sure it brings so much to his chess also. So not only he's helping his students to improve, but he's improving himself. And we can see it also on the board. We can see how he's playing. We can see his preparation. We can see he's half an hour ahead on the clock. Right now, he just has to find the move. Where do you want to play that queen? I mean,
again,
queen c2 is such a logical move to play.
Super obvious move. But again, you need to be ready. What do you do after e6? Because I'm pretty sure that e6 is following. You can't tolerate the center. You can't do it. I mean, you can't play with pieces like rook c8, knight b4, whatever, because you're going to be pushed back at some point. You have to take care of the center. So you would assume black is going to try to destroy the center of e6. So this is where is Wang Liam right now. Because you have several choices. I mean, you have d6. You need to evaluate the consequences. Obviously, you cannot take on d6. There's e4, e5. That's a fork. On top of that, you have to evaluate some other moves. What about bishop g5? You know, pinning this knight, threatening to play e5. Most likely black plays h6. And now you're thinking, let's say I take on f6, take on f6. I could play something like e5, maybe, I'm not sure, at some point, knight e4, fight for these squares. The knight on a6 for black is very bad, right? So he's definitely about here. And since he's a well-educated person, he's maybe thinking about some other choices, and queen d1.
Yeah,
Okay, look at that.
I just wanted actually to offer queen d1, because in that way, if you play e6 and you play e5, there is no knight d5, right?
That's nice. I didn't even get to continue this thought, right? I was thinking, okay, queen b3 doesn't make a lot of sense because you trade the queens, you lose this kingside attack possibilities. Queen d1, I guess he realized that the queen is better suited on this square to start this kingside attack. By the way, e6 also helps you to play d6. So there's even no need for a fork.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why he spent some time. That's why, even if you see the obvious move, you know, the grandmasters, the top players with 2700 as we have here, they're just taking time, and they see even this is move obvious, they're trying to improve even more, trying to find even better move.
Maybe there's also another reason. Because after queen c2, and now I'm looking, there could be knight b4. And let's say queen c2, queen e2, there could be c4. You know, I'm trying to understand what is this, because black is trying to play knight e3. Of course, there's some e5 ideas, but let's say you take on c2, take on c4, there could be either knight c2 or rook c8. Again, black is pretty active. You want to evaluate this properly. So that's why, on top of all of these things, queen d1 suddenly looks just a safer move.
Yeah, for sure. And from d1 later, you can... Oh, and e6 was played. Interesting.
Right.
Okay, so d6 is basically the candidate here. d6, you
big
want to
candidate.
play e5.
A very big candidate. But okay, let's imagine all the white choices. So, of course, you can play b6. I mean, it's tempting. You protect this pass pawn on d5, but you sort of lose some dynamics. But is black really threatening to take on d5? That's the big question. So if I make some null move here, let's
Bishop
say...
g5?
No, that's not a null move. That's a very serious move. I was thinking about, okay, let's play something like queen e2. Okay, whatever. Not a great move. But the point is, e takes on d5, I want to play e5. Now suddenly this knight is under attack. You want to play knight e5 next with a tempo, combined with bishop g5 ideas, and you start to see a lot of interesting possibilities here. So I don't think the black is even threatening to take on d5 immediately. So this leaves a lot of options for Le Quang Lien. And d6 is one of them. I mean, he could play rook e1. He would play bishop g5. He would play maybe rook b1 to protect his pawn on b2, but I don't think he's going to do that. I mean, this pawn on b2 doesn't really feel it's so important.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that this pawn is going to change to make some difference, you know, here. And if we play some bishop move, it's going to bring some more threat than just a pawn. Because there will be a knight on f6.
There could be also something like knight e5. Knight e5, knight c4. Maybe there could be knight d2. With the same idea, not closing the e5 square. I mean, let's say knight e2, you take on d5 and e5. Engine slightly doesn't like what I'm doing, but I mean, there's d4, take it. Yeah, that's why.
But maybe you don't want to play knight d2 if you allow this that black takes control over c4 square. Why do you play then?
No, I wanted to jump to c4 and somehow capitalize on the fact that your queen is not where it's supposed to be.
Yes, but then if ed, then you would take on d5, no?
Just take it. No, I wanted to combine with this idea, but I guess it's too much.
Yeah, it's a little bit...
It's a bit too much, and this is what I don't want to do. I mean, okay, it's probably good, but black looks pretty dynamic.
Knight c4.
Queen a6 something. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe black can get initiative here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that he's going to spend some time here, definitely, because he probably anticipated e6, because at this level, you don't play queen d1 if you don't expect e6, so he definitely had at least one move in his mind he's going to play. So he plays queen d1, he's thinking, after e6, I at least have d6. And if his opponent in these plays e6, okay, let's again reevaluate our chances, our possibilities here.
Exactly, and he has, as we said, quite a few moves. There is rook e1, there is bishop g5, there is d6. There are so many moves in this position. He's just trying to find the best approach here, and maybe we're going to let Wang Liam sink at this position. We're going to let him.
I would think it at least 10 minutes. At least 10, 15 minutes. He has a lead on the clock. There's no need to rush, right? Pretty sure that this position is already sort of fresh to him. So let's indeed select another game.
Especially when there is a change in pawn structure, you want to evaluate and to check everything.
Exactly.
Maybe we could jump back to our current leader.
David Navarro.
David Navarro.
Playing the black, this very sharp Sicilian.
Let's see what happened. Okay, so we need to refresh the board.
Yeah, you're right.
And here, Oh.
So moves have been played, yeah. Now takes on b3. Remember we discussed, Angelica, d5, bishop d5, that would be a big mistake, right? He takes on d5, knight e5, attack the queen, knight f6, all kinds of threats. So that's why Navarro killed the bishop. That was his idea all along, right? I mean, he did retreat knight e7, knight c5 so that he could take care of this bishop. Now the bishop is gone.
And now he can play d5.
It's a big decision. Because normally this is what you don't want to do. You have two bishops, so you want to open the position. But I guess the Czech grandmaster simply evaluated that the open position is a bit too dangerous. Queen f4, bishop e7, h4. That's on the board.
Yeah, we have some kind of a French defense pawn structure. The bishop is normally it's a problem on c8, but I guess, as Artur said, the Czech grandmaster has something in mind how he wants to develop it. And yeah, and we can see already that Eric Gaisi is fully prepared to start an attack on the king side. And I just want to say, just look at the clock.
Wow. Still in the prep.
1 hour advantage.
I mean, look at the confidence of Arjun. Just a second. If I could only show you one moment. So this is board number, which board is it? Board number two.
Maybe preset 1. You have to click.
No.
Okay.
I just want to zoom in. I mean, look at this. It's just not responding as quickly as I would like. It's very slow today.
It's okay. We're not rushing anywhere. We have classical time control. We have so much time for the games. Just look at this.
I love to zoom in, really. I mean, look at the confidence that the Indian grandmaster is showing. I wonder, does he sense the cameras looking at him?
I think maybe it's slightly moving, right?
I'm not sure. And he's sitting there, right? It's unbelievable. You have an extra hour on the clock, and he's sitting there. I think this is some sort of a psychological warfare, right? I want to be there. I want to make these moves as quickly as possible so that you are sitting there at the board. You don't have a chance to get up.
Absolutely. Yeah. Just you can see. I remember actually when we left the position, he was sitting in the very same. He had very same pose. He had the same body language, and we have a move actually on the clock. Let's see how he's writing down, and he immediately is responding with King b1. This is incredible.
That's why he's sitting there, right? I mean, to make sure that David is under very big stress. So this is part of psychological warfare. You want to make sure that your opponent is feeling as uncomfortable as possible. So bishop d7, is he going to fire out another move? And if I was David, I would just get up and run away.
And he's doing it.
He's doing that, exactly. Because your opponent is not allowing you to get up. And he's been sitting there working on this opening for an hour. And he senses his opponent doesn't make the move immediately. Time to go.
And we see that Arjun is just looking around now, trying to recollect all his thoughts, just trying to think what, just to remember the preparation. For sure, he's still in the preparation. you can see that he's almost ready like to play another move, but he's just taking a couple of moments to look around actually in the playing hall, you know. He's just looking around. He's not even looking at the board right now. He's trying to imagine the board and he's almost playing a move.
All right. There's a suggestion from the chat that he can't be in the prep. You know, maybe. I'm not going to argue. I don't know what is happening in the mind of the young Indian. There's one player in the professional circuit who is well known for his ability to extend the very deep prep with a bluff. Do you know who it is?
No.
I mean, Daniil Dubov.
Oh, okay.
He's widely regarded as one player who is always, I mean, semi-bluffing. So he has this very deep prep, and the opponent doesn't really know when it finishes. He continues to play these moves very quickly, so that his opponent is still under the impression that this is a prep. And when you feel that you're not playing against your opponent, but against a super engine, you are very hesitant to make quick moves. You want to make sure. And here, David sensed this moment that his opponent can't be so deep in the prep, and that's why he got up finally, so that he can stretch legs, take some refreshments, and come back with more energy.
Yeah, for sure. It's incredible, actually, that some players can use this, you know, time playing faster or playing slower, both as a trick. Sometimes you want your opponent to think that you're out of the prep. We want to take some extra time for a move, and then your opponent thinks, okay, you're out of prep. Now I can relax a little bit. Now he's also in an unknown position. But it can also work another way, as Artur just said.
Actually, speaking about Dubov, it would be fun to see him here in Biel, you know?
Yeah, it would be really great.
All right. So what do we have here? Bishop d7, black continues development. Is he thinking about a long castle? Or it's just a developing move to play rook c8?
I think he's not sure yet, because we see already h5 is on the board, and Arjun... No, I think it's still... I mean, I don't know if it's prep, or... It's just the move that he remembers from the prep as an idea, but he looked so confident when he played it.
Well, the clock still says 1 hour and 58. So what can I tell you, Angelica? I mean, he wants at least to make the impression. It's still a prep, but if he wanted to do that immediately, he had the opportunity while David was still sitting at the board, and now the momentum is sort of gone. But all right.
Actually, that's interesting. I didn't know that he's, you see, he's a left-hander. He's writing, I don't know, not so many players are left-hander on the top level.
I don't know. I don't have any statistics.
But you are right-hander.
No, I'm myself right-handed, but I can actually play better with the left hand.
Really?
Yeah, it's
in
both
Blitz?
hands. Especially in Blitz, you need both hands. Otherwise, you can't reach the other side of the board. You need this hand, right? So you just play whatever side the clock is. The left is actually a bit easier. All right, so after h5, g5, more moves have been played. Queen f3 is on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Queen f3 is not the first, I mean, probably the first move you're looking at, but there are so many other moves with the queen. I would suspect he's still in the prep, or at least he has these ideas from his preparation. I mean, it would be really insane to play such moves instantly with this time control, having 2 hours on the clock.
You know, I don't know. I see the bar. The bar has slightly dropped, and I have a suspicion Arjun is bluffing. You know, he saw the idea perhaps, maybe the prep ended at some point, and now he's just trying to apply this pressure and make his opponent believe he's still in the prep. But, I mean, it could be, of course, that engines value this position slightly in favor for black just because of one single combination. And Arjun is pretty confident that this is never going to happen.
Yeah, for sure.
He wants to make sure that black is never castling long. Because if you castle long, that's why he played queen f4, queen f3, so that the pawn on f7 is targeted.
But maybe something like rook f8 could be a move?
Rook f8 is definitely a move. Defend the pawn, try to, at some point to play f6. You know, it definitely deserves a very serious attention. If David is feeling very artistic, What about the short castle?
I would be scared. I would be scared very much to short castle because now there is an idea of f4. You just move the queen somewhere to g4 or g3 and
Yeah, but I also have my ideas here. No, I'm not entirely sure.
f4, knight,
F4, A4,
knight f3 maybe?
knight F3, and I don't know. You take on G5, I can play king H8, rook G8, you know? It could get really, really messy here with some very nice trick ideas. Rook A1, B takes on C2, rook A8, use your imagination, right? I can easily imagine David being the genius he is. He could be seriously considering the short castle, because look at this. I mean, if we go back once again to this position. So he has everything ready for the queen side. He wants to play A5, A4, because this is where the white king is. And rook F8 is the careful move, but short castle is the challenge move.
I have actually a question to you. Do you think black wants to castle at all right now? Maybe black could go just simply a5 right away because the center is closed.
That's a brilliant point, Angelika. Yes, you are right. A5 deserves very serious attention because you can always make a short castle. Yes, but if you play a5, this already signals to the opponent that most likely you're going to castle short. So you can make some preparations, like prepare a welcoming party for the black king as soon as he gets to the king side. Yeah, a5, I like that, you know. But again, you want to make sure there's no tricks. I mean, you want to make sure there's nothing like a cold shower in the terms of knight f5.
95 or 95, yeah, something like this. And
yeah, you want to make sure there's no tricks, no immediate mate, right? I mean, knight f6 or e6, or especially if your opponent is playing so quickly as Arjun, you miss one move and that's it, you're done, right?
absolutely. You don't want to be caught in some preparation tricks. Yeah.
Doesn't look like it
also-
works, but I will be careful.
Yeah, for sure. If don't have a evaluation bar near your game, it's not so easy to find a way.
Yeah, but look at the clock. I mean, David is under very serious pressure, and if Arjun's goal was to pressure his opponent into a very comfortable position and make him feel uncomfortable, he has done exactly that, right? Because 45 minutes for David with no increment. He has to make 21 moves in a very complicated position.
21 moves indeed, and it means around 2 minutes per each move. As Artur said, no increment till move 60, so it means David is in under serious pressure, maybe not right away, but now he understands that if he's not speed things up a little bit, he's going to get into trouble later.
All right. You know, Angelika, I'm not entirely sure when was this Bullet Chess Championship knockout tournament. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? Organized by chess.com, because I'm pretty sure I saw Arjun and Rigaisa in the list, you know? I mean, there's a mention in the chat, maybe Arjun has an appointment. I mean, jokes aside, I think I saw him in the list because he lost to somebody in the Bullet Chess Championship. He lost to somebody. Who was it? So most likely it was being held in the evening. So first he played in the Biel tournament, whatever the day it was. Was it the classical day? Was it the rapid day? And then in the evening he would play the Bullet for chess.com. He's not the first and not the last one who has done it.
So maybe he's still in the rhythm of Bullet.
I don't know. But I know he lost, right? So I don't know
Yes.
when this match was held.
Okay. So I don't know actually what to say. 43 minutes, the time is ticking. But I think also David understands if he doesn't spend too much, like enough time right now, if he goes for some decision pretty fast, then he might be in trouble very, very quickly. And that's why he's thinking, should I castle short, should I castle long, or maybe I should not castle at all for a moment? And that's a question for him right now.
I think he's going to play a5. I like this move because it doesn't really burn any bridges. You are making sure there's no threats like knight e5, knight f5. And a5, a4 looks so logical. If you don't like castling short, you can always play king f8, king g7, which maybe is one extra tempo, but then again, your king is perhaps feeling slightly more secure. Or just, you know, castle right away and see what happens.
There could be also ideas to play bishop c6 maybe and king d7 to put the king on d7. I mean, it looks...
Does it look safe to you?
I see there is nothing on the d...
I don't know. I don't know. I see all kinds of maneuvers, but I mean, who knows, yeah? a5.
But the problem is the d5 square is somehow very protected. I don't know.
a5 is on the board.
a5 is on the board and he's going for it. Yeah, I think... I think he's doing the right thing because he's not showing his cards. He's not showing what he's going to do. I think he can also short long later if he wants. If he'll be in trouble or something, then we're going to... We might even see a long castling. We don't know.
Yeah,
David
again, I
doesn't...
wanted to zoom in on Arjun and see what he's thinking about.
Yeah.
Again, this camera is so slow.
But it's just a few seconds, so you have to wait a few seconds. It's okay. Yeah, and we can see Arjun in the same pose he was at the beginning of the game. Just 10 minutes ago. Now he's in the same pose. Now he's looking at the board at least. No, he's also looking around. Okay, but maybe it's his style of thinking. Maybe his style of thinking, he's just bringing the board with his side. He's trying to visualize the board wherever he's looking at and trying to find some different approach.
You know, Angelique, I really pray that this camera is not making sound when we're moving the camera physically, because, you know, when it zooms in, he senses, you know, somebody's looking at me right now. Because, I don't know, this is really happening, but I hope it's not. Because I had a feeling he suspects somebody's watching him.
The big brother is watching.
Everybody's watching you, Arjun, right now. You can be sure of that.
Exactly, and he's even looking at the side. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if there is on the camera any like light or something like this, you know, which can...
I don't know.
see.
I don't know. I mean, I have to test this. I would have to go upstairs and check it out.
Okay. So Arjun is thinking, of course, he can afford taking time. He can afford taking as much time as he wants.
There's no way this is prep. I mean, I already suspected a couple of moves ago. He just wants to apply this pressure. A player like Daniil Dubov, I mean, merge together the deep prep with a bit bluffing to make sure, to convince the opponent that he is still in the prep, but I don't really think so. So, Arjun, you have to spend some time at some point, and this would be a great moment to start it.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be a great moment to start playing and taking time, because if he continues like that, at some moment he might be the one who gets into the trouble. And knowing yesterday's game, how easily he got into this trouble in the end game, yeah, how he allowed this weakness on c6, how he allowed the white pieces be too active, and almost losing that game, but saving at the end, it was something. All
right, Arjun. He is going to definitely spend here some time, so let's take away his privacy. Let him stay there. Okay, there you go. And just select another game.
Yeah, for sure. So I think we could check Vincent Keimer game because I think there was a quite interesting opening, if I remember correctly. I think last position we had on there was a trade on d4. And yeah, we were discussing how actually how Bogdan Daniel was still in the preparation. And yeah, let's maybe move a few moves back.
We left it. Okay, this was this very interesting opening.
Yes.
So he did allow White to play knight f5.
But White didn't play yet.
No, White played it.
No, right now.
White played it knight e5 right now because the knight e4 already was a big threat. So not only Vincent decided not to stop it, he decided to force White's hand to play knight f5. All right. Knight takes on e7 makes sense. Otherwise, the bishop would have escaped to f8. Short castle, rook d8, rook d1. I think that Diak is dreaming about f3, e4. If he could manage to do that, he would have an excellent control of the center and a beautiful dark square bishop.
And also potentially the d pawn can be actually a weakness because it would never be able to push to d5, and d5 square could be very, very weak for black.
Right. So knight e5, and now the big question. The million-dollar question here is, can white play f3? I mean, that's my first move I really want to execute. f3 right now.
Yeah, it looks like. I mean, is there some knight jump? I don't
Wait,
really
I'm not
see.
sure. What about queen c5 here?
King h1.
King h1, but you're still away from playing the c4, right? So this might give me some time. Either d5, or I could get very creative at the king side. I'm looking at some craziness with knight g4, but probably doesn't work. What about d5?
Actually, maybe you're right. Maybe instead of king h1, there should be something like knight a4, more active.
You mean after f3, queen c5, knight a4?
Yes, attacking the queen.
Yeah, but now the knight is not where it's supposed to be, right?
But then we can play e4.
That's right. So, okay, let's say queen c6, e4, and boom. Oh, engine supports, actually, look at that. So knight e4, f takes, queen e4, the knight on a4 is not playing. You play bishop f1, and there should be something.
I don't know. 2 pawns for a piece. So far, the king is protected.
You're underdeveloped, the knight on a4 is out of the game.
Bishop d2, rook e1.
If you manage to do that, I'll just resign. I agree. I definitely agree, right? Maybe there's some immediate threats like queen g4 something with knight f3.
And if king h1, then
I play knight f3 anyway. I mean, I definitely see some possibilities here. Okay, knight f3 anyway. And so what do you develop? Yeah, the bishop. Bishop d2.
And probably bishop e2 has to be played.
Okay, the bar completely dropped. So black already is completely winning here. I guess some sort of a queen h5. Okay, he doesn't like it. I guess it's not queen h5. I'm looking at some rook e2 ideas. Again, there's definitely room for some combination here because you have a lot of pieces. You know, okay, maybe I'm reaching here. This is not going to happen. But Diak is thinking not only about him, he's thinking about also Vincent. So he knows if here he plays f3, black is not just going to sit and watch. As white plays e4, most likely white is going to respond with queen c5. So after queen c5, what's he doing? So he's looking at your move. There's a possibility. Knight a4, queen c6. Are you playing e4? E4, knight e4, f takes, queen e4. These players think like that. I know that for sure, right? They want to make absolutely sure that they're choosing the right choice. And this is such a forcing line that if I was white, I would check it.
Yeah, it's not so clear because black is activating, has this very huge initiative. As Artus was saying, the knight is on the edge of the board, so there is for sure attack on the king side. That's what Diak is trying to figure out right now, because f3 is something very, very typical. You know, you want always to block that bishop from b7. You want also to restrict the knight. You want to stop those ideas of attacking on the king side. You want to restrict the knight on f6. You want to restrict the bishop from b7. You want simply to block that attack, which potentially can come from that diagonal.
And also, I just draw the arrows to you. Knight f to g4, queen h4 could be a potential for black to develop the initiative here. That's why f3 in this regard also makes perfect sense. So, okay, if not f3, then what? What else? How do you stop black's knight g4 or even potentially d5? Do you play bishop d2? I mean, it just looks incredibly slow. I mean, after bishop d2, let's say I could play, okay, knight g4. I mean, why not? h3, and now this is some sort of a combination here. Maybe there's nothing. Again, use your imagination. Knight f2, king f2, queen h4, king goes here, somewhere, sacrifice the bishop, open the position, rook e6, something. You know, you have to see all of these things from afar because your pieces are a bit away. to help the king.
But maybe after knight g4, f3 could be an idea. So not h3, but f3
Where?
after knight g4.
That's a good point.
Not so sure there is anything.
I don't know. You know, I cannot tell that very quickly because I have like 1, 2, 3, 4 potential pieces. Your queen and knight and rook, they're sort of disconnected from the action. So it feels that you have huge advantage of the forces at the king side. So again, maybe knight h2, right? Knight h2, king h2, queen h4, king g1. You're looking for some knight g4 ideas. Or wait, maybe queen. Maybe there's a shot on f3. Some sort of bishop f3.
Bishop f3, I think.
With the draw. I mean, at least a draw,
Yeah,
right? I mean, take,
of course.
take, rook e6, rook g6. You know, if I would go here from white, I would be scared. You know, I would see all kinds of goes here because I don't know that the bar shows it's equal. You know, I just saw it's equal.
Yeah, of course. And that's why, of course, white has to take the time here. Is f3 possible? What to play after queen c5 if f3 is possible? How else to play? What to do? Because d5 is somewhere in the air. d5 is somewhere there. Knight g4 is in the air. All kinds of threat on the king. And the problem is that knight is standing over there on c3 and not protecting at all the king. And if it's needed, it's not going to go for help. And queen on b3, it's also a question, right? Queen is doing not much there.
Maybe he's thinking something like f3, queen c5, and queen b4. And this makes sense because I want to kill the queen. I want to play e4, and since the queen is blocking my aim to open this diagonal for the Daxo bishop, queen b4 makes perfect sense. Actually, look at that, engine supported.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense also because d5 in this position is not possible because you will just trade everything and leave black with the doubled pawns.
I think he's going to play this. Of course, Vincent might not have to play queen c5. I mean, queen c5 was just one move. He could have something else. He could have some sort of kings at
g5,
attack
g5.
plan. No, g5, no, it's too much. I mean, g5 you play in a blitz tournament when things are going completely wrong for you, but
In bullet tournament,
not
like
in Biel, not in GMT
Eric
tournament.
Geisy.
No. I mean, if one of them was sitting in the last place and they would have nothing to lose, maybe they would play g5, but this is a bit too much.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. Maybe there's some knight g6. I don't want to retreat with h5, h4 ideas, queen c5, queen g5, h5, e4, and... But if white manages to consolidate the position, white is solidly better. There's no discussion about it because white has two bishops and white has the center. So that's why Vincent's time frame is going to be really, really small to do something very quickly. So this is actually a very big moment of the game. It doesn't feel like that, but it really depends where it's going to take it.
Yeah,
player.
for sure. And we see that Bogdan Daniel is in the tank. He's thinking right now. He's fully concentrated because the king is not something you are joking around about, right? You need to
I
make
guess
sure.
I guess not.
Yes.
All right. This is the game we want to definitely keep an eye on because it, again, has the potential to become really messy and really exciting. Mark my
Okay.
words.
So let's move to the game Yu Yangyi, I think, against Jules Moussard.
All right. You and me again, Jules Massar. Let me bring up everything in a moment.
So we have not so many moves been played. So
We have almost no
Wait,
moves.
we have only one move, right? Only one move, h6 and rook c1. Oh my god.
That's not a big progress, really. So we left it here like an hour ago. I think it was an hour ago.
Yes.
And we're looking at this position and trying to figure out what happens if black plays queen e8, knight h5, f5. We sort of cheated. We looked at what Silicon B says, and after queen e8, it is queen a7, knight h5, and rook c1. which probably also was the reason why Yu Yanyi decided not to do that. Otherwise, this king set attack would have been really, really interesting.
Yeah, but again, this would be in kind of a race. So white would try to do something on the queen side, black would try to attack on the king side. That's why probably he decided not to risk with that and try to create some knight h8, maybe knight h7.
No, I think he wants to play bishop g5.
g5, yeah.
Actually, you know, maybe indeed this knight e8, you said, okay, knight e8, of course, drops the queen immediately.
Yes, but
Perhaps at some point it stops rook c7 invasion. And it also prepares the potential move bishop g5.
I was thinking knight h7, or it's
Knight
knight
h7. Maybe, yeah. Maybe also knight h7 is a move.
the idea is that you want to trade and to have a to try to have a knight on g5.
Yeah. I mean, why not? I would love to put the knight on f4, but yeah,
Yeah.
on g5, maybe it's also a move. With f5 combined together, there could be some chances. So rook c1 was played by the current French champion. And now the question is what Yu Yanyi is going to do next, because this move shouldn't have been a surprise to him.
For sure, and I can see that white has, trying to improve. Rook c1 is for sure a big improvement move. How can black improve? That's a question.
I don't know. I mean, okay, rook c7 is not a threat, because the queen is hanging.
But queen a8 and rook c7
But then you
could
go away
be.
the a file.
But then you can play
Okay, let's say king h7 you want to take, yeah?
just to see. Check.
Difficult to say. I mean, okay, there's the bishop b5 threat. I thought I managed to play rook a4, rook b4, but I guess I
Not
don't.
yet, yeah.
Not yet, yeah. Takes, and here. But even this position is not very clear, is it? Some king g6. You can't attack this pawn, I take on b4. Okay, maybe white is slightly better. You know, the pawn on d6 is a weakness.
Maybe
White's pawn
bishop
structure is a bit
b6,
better.
bishop c7, something like this.
Maybe here,
Yeah.
rook b7, rook b6. Oh, yeah, that's why Yu Yanyi is thinking what move to make. So king h7 doesn't really strike me as the critical move.
Yeah.
But what is the next move? Can I keep the queen still?
Maybe queen b7.
So after queen a5, bishop d8, yeah?
Yeah, or rook a8.
Ah, rook a8. But then they reach some sort of a similar position, no? I mean,
And then rook a7.
where's
Why-
what
rook
rook a7?
Oh, sorry, there is a bishop, there is a bishop.
It could be something like this. Actually, queen b7 looks perfectly logical. You want to play rook a8. You want to take care of the c7 square. You want to imply that knight h5 is an idea. But okay, I mean, there's one problem. That's knight b3, right? I mean, knight b3, knight a5, knight c6, you jump under a tempo. And I know how engines are usually thinking here. I mean, this is a bit over humans' capabilities. Engines usually love stuff like this. So, I mean, I don't know what engine is saying. I'm just showing a potential example. Let's say queen b3, queen b7, knight b3. Engines continue with knight h5, knight a5, and then you go back. Everything is cool, you know? I mean, I just got what I wanted. You just gave up 2 tempi, but this is not how people think, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's not how people think, and that's why Yu Yanyi is trying to find not a passive defense in this position. I mean, he doesn't have to look for a defense because it's absolutely balanced position. He has his chances, for example, for an attack on the king side potentially. White is, of course, bringing the rook to c1, has more space on the on the queen side. And this is a question, what to do. I mean, queen b7 looks very logical.
I do believe in one thing, Angelica. It's very important to formulate clearly what do you want to achieve. Because when you basically, what do you say, stare at the board, you know, what should I do right now? Then it's very difficult to come up with the right answer. So A good player always asks himself very clearly what needs to be achieved, or like he is trying to understand what's the soul of this position. Obviously, White has a weakened king, and he's thinking, if I'm to exploit the weakened king, what do I do? The answer is, I keep the queens. Now that he has this idea to keep the queens on the board, he's thinking, how do I keep the queens on the board? Right? So then they go into the specifics. But first, you want to clearly outline the goals that you want to achieve in this position.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
He is reaching for a move. I mean, if we could,
Yeah.
We have used the strategy before, and I can test a theory of mine. If they can hear the camera moving. Oh, too far.
Yeah, because it's reacting a few seconds later. So
I'm sorry about that. I mean, this camera is
Yeah.
so slow. I mean,
but it's not because it's slow, because you give the command here, the camera is so far away, so till this command reaches the camera, you know?
it maybe
It
even
is
goes to China
2
first
seconds.
and then comes back, and then it only goes to
Yeah, exactly.
the stage. I don't know how internet works. Okay.
How the stream works, how the live broadcast works.
All right.
As soon as we are getting messages from you guys, then we can know that it's working.
There you go. Deep concentration for the Chinese top grandmaster. Yu Yanyi has been a part of World's Elite for many years, and he has reached over 2,700. I think his highest was 2,730 or 40, maybe even 50. Right? He's the generation of very talented Chinese grandmasters. Now, obviously, chess in China is on the rise. They have the 2 world champions. I mean, they have Ding Liren, the current world champion who beat Jan Nepomniachtchi in the world championship match. They have Yu Wenyun, the reigning champion who is being challenged by Lei Tingzhi right now. They're playing this world championship match right now. So in China, chess is booming. It's developing, and it's quite interesting because they don't have really so many registered players in China as you would expect. I mean, if you compare numbers of China with India, they have relatively low numbers.
I think during actually the opening ceremony, Yu Yanyi, when I asked him a question about the Chinese chess, and he said that actually there are more schools of chess now, that the chess in this chess clubs and the kids are taking more interest in chess because actually Ding Liren became the world champion.
Right. It definitely helps. I remember the times when Magnus was the world champion. Everyone in Norway knows him. I mean, everyone. And they would broadcast chess on not the national TV, but they had a lot of viewership on TV. As soon as Magnus was playing somewhere, there's a lot of broadcast. And also, I hope that something like this is about to happen in China. So having 2 world champions, it should definitely help the cause. Yeah,
for sure. And we had actually, quite a nice start for Yu Yanyi with the chess 960, which he completely failed last year. He had a very, very nice start in rapid, leading the tournament almost all the way till the last game, basically. And he has also pretty nice start. Yesterday, he had big chances in the game against Arjun Erigaisi. Today, let's see what he's going to show.
Yep. So let's wish him best of luck. Jules Massar, we haven't really talked about him too much. He is a very interesting player to watch out for. I actually had prepared some very interesting information for you before the GMT. I checked the progress of all of these players, and it's really interesting that 5 of them are former child prodigies, right? So they became grandmasters at a very early age, 14, 15 years old, right? And then I think the oldest one who would become a grandmaster was Jules Massard, only at age 21, right?
Only.
So, only at age 21. I think Amin Bassem was age 18, and somebody was like David Navarra, also surprisingly only at age 17, if I remember correctly. I had it written it down. I would have to check.
Very old, very old.
Very old, yeah. But again, now chess is
Of
becoming
course,
younger and
of
younger, right?
course.
Do you know who is the record holder?
The Indian, right, or the American? Wait, there was.
Abhimanyu Mishra, yeah.
Abhimanyu Mishra,
Yeah,
yes,
12
yes,
years
yes,
old
yes.
and some months. So chess is getting younger and younger. I'm sure that sooner they're going to get 11-year-old grandmasters.
And younger and younger.
Yeah.
I just remember the times I just recalled about Vincent Keimer, how he was playing in this Grand Chess Open. I was actually playing there also at that time. And it was such incredible that he won it. Now he's very tall. And back then he was really smaller than me. And he was playing against all this, I don't remember who was there. I remember Korobov, I remember Friedman was there. There's many grandmasters at the top in the Open. And he was beating them. And it was absolutely incredible. And then since the whole tournament is organized in Germany and he's coming from Germany, it was big support of him to play next year in Grand Classic. Because normally, his rating back then was not that high to play there, but of course with a big support, he managed to play it. And he actually quite nicely played against Carlsen, Fabiano, and I don't remember if Anant was also playing that year.
All right. So Vincent has all the qualities to become indeed a world-class player. I think he already is.
He already is.
We're talking about the very elite, which is very difficult to breach. All right, I think we are gonna definitely keep an eye on this game. We should. We are only having here 4 games of the GMT, but let's use this opportunity once again to have a look at some other games, and then I think we are gonna at some point pretty soon make our very first schedule break.
I think Lech Manglian we didn't check the second time, so.
Okay.
Oh. So we have indeed this 95 move. I think it was played at some moment, yeah? Maybe he didn't react on e6, yeah?
Where did we left it? We left it
after
here.
e6.
Okay, 95.
95. I think you suggested this move, yeah.
I wasn't sure because there's a number of moves to consider. I think he was really drawn to the idea that the knight on c4 could create some problems. The knight on e5 stands beautifully. So in this regard, it definitely makes sense. E takes, c takes, bishop e8, rook e1, cannot be a mistake. Knight c7. Now black is trying to pressure this pawn on e4, and a4 is played by the top Vietnamese grandmaster.
Okay, so a4. The idea is to push a5 at some moment, or to play knight. He cannot move the knight. He cannot yet move the knight because there is a pawn on d5 to protect.
Queen d6. There could be issues with knight c4, even bishop f4. That's unpleasant. Actually, I don't envy the Egyptian grandmaster because he has a very tough schedule. Look at it, the tournament. Yesterday he played for black. Today he plays for black. I think he was seeded number 8, right? So was it number 8?
Yeah, I think yes.
So number 8 has 2 blacks in a row. Maybe it doesn't seem much, but at this level, that's just a bad fortune, so to speak.
But actually, yesterday, even though he lost that game, he was still analyzing the game again with David Navarro. So he was, of course, not in his best mood, but he still, kept it, trying to keep it cool. He was eager to analyze how could he save that game because it was for sure not clear at which moment exactly he went wrong. And I don't know if he manages to rehabilitate today and try to hold this position. This pawn on d5, it's isolated pawn, but it's so strong.
It's very strong pawn. It's backed by the knight, by the bishop, by the queen. At the same time, black's piece coordination is not ideal. The bishop on e8 doesn't really do much. The knight on c7 is awkward. White is about to play a5, bother the queen. I think this is a very dangerous position for the Egyptian grandmaster, and also, again, the clock. We discussed this yesterday. I think it doesn't hurt to mention this again. Having a dubious position with lower time on the clock, that usually is not a very good combination.
And I would just try to imagine this position if any of the black's knight could jump to d6. But it's not possible at all. You cannot put any knight there because bishop on e8 is on the way. You would like to play knight e8, knight d6, Try to coordinate the pieces somehow.
If only black would capture the bishop on e8 and put the knight on d6. Wait, but there's another move. What about knight e6? You know, I just spotted that this is a pin, and I could jump knight e4. So let's say white plays a5. You can't play queen d6, I guess. It drops a piece. Queen b4 looks risky.
Queen c7, there is bishop.
Yeah, I think this is losing, yeah. Most likely.
Queen c7.
There could be something. Okay, there's another tempo on knight b5. Oh, wait, there's no knight b5, what I'm talking about. Maybe. I'm looking at some ideas like a6, you know, open this diagonal. And if black takes, then I somehow wanted to capitalize on this with something like d6 or, I don't know, maybe d6, rook d6, and get 2 rooks for the queen. Okay, bars like dropping like a stone. I mean, but something along the lines like this makes definitely sense to investigate.
What about just simply moving queen c2? Just removing queen. Sorry, not queen c2. Yeah, knight d4 is.
Yeah, there's knight d4. That's
maybe somewhere to move the queen. We need to. But actually, where?
It's a good question. Yeah, so knight d4 is definitely a move. Okay, once again, a6, b takes on a6. Maybe there's something here. Maybe just take it. You know, just take on a6.
And there is a big threat d6.
So you play knight e4, and now you're winning something. Yeah. Actually, now you see this idea works. I think.
Yes.
Because rook d6, queen d6. You just collect the rook at 8 and say thank you. So that's why for Amin this. What was this move? Knight e6 is not so obvious because he sees immediately the drawbacks of this move. And that sometimes doesn't allow you, that stops you, that refrains you from executing the move because you see the drawbacks immediately.
Absolutely.
You immediately see what's wrong with this move. But then again, what else do you do?
Yeah, that's a huge question. And again, there is such a huge lack of space for black. Black would like to do something, but you know, bishop on e8 basically stopping everything. There are no knight maneuvers. Knight on f6 is in a way of bishop on g7. You cannot really remaneuver it. I mean, maybe you could try to trade somehow. Maybe you could play something like, at some moment, maybe knight d7 to trade those knights. But it's also not an optimal move. What is rook doing on a8? That's also a big question. Yeah, it's a very hard position to make a decision in. Like, to be right now in this position is not something you would imagine.
Yeah, here I zoomed in so that you can see the Egyptian grandmaster's thought process right now. Doesn't look very happy. But I know him. You know, he's a very positive guy. He enjoys the tournament. He enjoys the city, really. Amin is returning to Switzerland. Actually, not Switzerland, but to Biel specifically after an absence of 22 years. Because last he played here when he was a kid. When he was, what, 12 years old?
Yeah.
I think he was 12 years old. And now he's back. And now he's playing the strongest tournament, one of the historically strongest tournament in the GMT history, right? So he's simply enjoying the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Even though it's not working yet for him.
For sure. And, you know, even though he had this not such a great start in chess 960, he scored 1 point, right, or just a couple of points. But in Rapid, he managed to rehabilitate a little bit, right? And I don't know, maybe it's just a slow start in the classical tournament as well, and then he's just going to rehabilitate and go on with maybe some draws or wins, so we don't know. But I've seen something interesting was writing in the chat, and I would like maybe to jump back to our leader game, Arjun Erigaisi against David Navarro. There is something going on, and we have immediately red question marks.
Whoa, bishop c5. Something is wrong. Just a second, let me prepare everything here. Something has been missed by David Navarra, so he definitely senses some heat.
So let's move a few steps away. We will left it here. A5 was played, queen d3.
Queen d3, and now white is implying that he's thinking about knight b5 ideas, and this is what prompted the top Czech grandmaster to play bishop c5. I guess he's thinking about taking on d4, and yet there's something wrong. If this is a double question mark, it's a safe bet. There's gotta be some immediate continuation. So, what is it? Is it knight e5?
Is it knight d5? Is it knight f5? We have to check it.
Oh my goodness, this looks really, really interesting. So, I guess you take with the pawn. I could give you a check. King d8, and how do you say goodbye in the Czech language? Because that's the proper word right here, because it just feels this is goodbye. Indeed, I mean, every single piece for white is attacking the Czech grandmaster's king. So knight x on d5 definitely looks very serious move here. So again, knight x on d5, what black does, I guess he has to take.
Because if he doesn't take, then there is knight f6.
Now what?
And now we have... So we were looking at f takes e6. We were looking at f takes on e6. So maybe something else. Maybe bishop.
What? Bishop e6? What does it change? I mean, okay, maybe it changes that. What does it change? Just a sec. I don't understand really. Because
maybe rook e6.
Rook e6 and queen g6. Okay, what about this one? And the check.
King d7. Bishop e7. Takes. Okay, it's like getting crazy.
Ancient is saying one thing, relax. Everything is great. I mean, there's nothing, you know. I mean, okay, if you say so. You know, I look at this.
No, but there are so many moves. There is queen f5, there is rook e8. You have to calculate so many moves here.
I definitely sense there's something here. And if I'm margin, I'm spending some time here because this is like waving a red flag to the bull. I mean, come and get me. Play knight x on d5. And
the question...
Has David calculated this?
Yeah, that's actually a big question. And what about knight f5? Is it possible? Because
that is
now,
definitely possible.
Because take, there is knight e5. But of course, black doesn't have to take. But
okay, here, what saves black is that he doesn't have to take. That's a fair point, right? Because let's say I'm so afraid of your knight e5.
Game over.
Yeah, game over. I'm going to check how do you say goodbye in Czech language a bit later. But after knight f5, let's say you play a long castle. And yeah, you're safe, and there's no mate threat immediately. So that's why this knight x on d5, it feels a bit, you know, more to the point, because there's no going back. I mean, that's it. You have to take it.
And he made a move. What is it? Let's refresh. He made a move.
It's
knight.
What is it?
Knight takes d5. Double
exclam move. So we are about to see a very, very exciting turn of events here as the young Indian superstar Arjun Guys is making headlines here. He just sacrificed a knight, and he's going after Navarro's king.
And I just recall how in the last couple of days, Navarro was playing himself the brilliant move, brilliant sacrifices of the queen. He was sacrificing the rook in chess 960, those brilliant combinations. And now we have actually the brilliant move played against him. I don't know how he would feel. Let's wait for David. He's coming to the board. He sees the move. He's writing it down.
What is David's reaction?
He takes. He was looking, so he was calculating e6.
Another exclamation mark move.
Yeah, because if you have to do it, you have to follow the plan. David is checking something on the score sheet. I hope we were not screaming too loud here in the knight d5.
No, I already said I'm more concerned about the camera making the movement moves because it's not very far away from the players. It's something like 2 meters. I hope they oiled it properly. The mechanism. Anyway, on the serious side, I can't read what David is feeling right now because he's always sitting like this. But he doesn't look very happy, does he now?
He removed the glasses, actually. Does he remove the glasses often? Because he just had glasses, but maybe he's just writing the moves with the glasses. I don't know.
Either way, there's got to be definitely a lot of pressure on the Czech grandmaster right now because it all started with the opening. Remember, a rather rare line prepared by Eric Geisy, and he was playing like a machine. And essentially after the opening, the Indian grandmaster had 1 extra hour on the clock, and he was not letting Navarra get up. So this can get, you start to make some mistakes. He was feeling uncomfortable. In chess, psychology plays a big part. And this heat, this pressure prompted Navarra to commit a mistake.
And just look at the time, 33 minutes right now left for David Navarra to play 18 more moves.
No, he doesn't look comfortable. I can definitely tell you that, right? You suspect, okay, what have I missed? Because you play bishop c5. Do you really blunder knight x on d5? He probably calculated something, and now he probably suspects if a 2700 level grandmaster plays this against you, you have definitely missed something here.
Yeah, for sure. And let's try to think again. So we were looking at f takes c6, and it looked very bad, right? Queen g6 check.
Yeah, f takes on e6, queen g6, king d8, knight e6. No. There's no chance this king is going to survive. So bishop e6, you were saying.
So let's try bishop e6.
So where's this direct continuation? What about knight e6, f takes on e6, and queen d5? What about this one?
And rook e6 looks like a huge threat there.
This looks killing, actually. I don't see any defense.
Maybe king f7. Idea after queen d7, bishop e7.
Some rook d3, rook f3 ideas.
It's very tough. The king is getting lost.
Okay, if I play rook e8 to protect the bishop.
Yeah, it's very bad.
Check.
Yeah.
Check to the check.
Check to the check, and yeah, it's very
it's not going to end well. Okay. So what was it?
So
actually, king f7 makes sense. Maybe there's something better. Queen d5, king f7, queen d7.
King f6.
I have a feeling this is ending badly. Actually, I'm ending badly for black. I'm surprised that the bar says this is balanced. I mean, I don't get it. How it's even balanced here?
I don't know, but maybe there are some only moves to try to hold this. I have no idea.
I don't
Sometimes
think,
also...
wait, rook a6. No, rook a6, queen d7.
Okay, king f7, queen d7, and then king g8.
But it's the same. Rook e6, queen's under attack. No, it just doesn't work. I think here you have to go the mathematical elimination method. Just eliminate every single move. So there could be just one combination, which, to be honest, I don't see. It just doesn't feel like there's anything for black, to be honest.
Okay, I have a question. What if in the starting position, so in the current position, if black tries not to react and give back the piece?
This is what probably in the end you might have to do. But you do it with a heavy card.
Maybe long castle, yeah.
Maybe there's nothing better. But then you realize my position is so ugly, right? I mean, after he takes, rook takes, this knight is getting on f5. Any endgame is bad for you. Okay, maybe accept the challenge, take the pawn so that the suffering finishes very quickly. Rook e7, stuff like this. It's just not good. And also the clock doesn't help you because Navarrete has only 29 minutes on the board. This is a shock event. Shocking turn of events for the Czech Grandmaster because yesterday he played such a brilliant game. He had a great run in the rapid tournament. Also in chess 960, he finished in third place, I think.
Yes.
So to get a crushing attack like this, that's definitely going to hurt.
That's indeed. And again, the time situation. Yesterday, if you remember, he was having so much more time. He was up on the clock. He was basically playing almost everything according to the prep. But today, he's been overtaken in the prep against the Indian prodigy Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun is showing that he can prepare even better than him. And we can see that still Arjun has more than 1 hour, 1 hour and 20 minutes. That's a huge. He has 1 more hour on the clock than David. It's incredible.
Impressive. It's absolutely impressive so far what he's doing here. So all of the start of the great prep, good time management. Actually, he's playing like Jan Nepomniachtchi because Jan Nepomniachtchi also does like this. He plays out the opening very quickly, then he continues to make a couple of next moves. Again, at a very quick speed. Then his opponents start to think, make a mistake, and that's it. And Nepomniachtchi wins like 1.5 hours on the clock extra. So typical.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that either David accepts the challenge and takes bishop takes on e6, but again, what was this? I mean, bishop e6, knight e6, f takes on e6, queen d5. What do you even do here? Rook e6 is killing.
You cannot short castle.
Short castle, rook e6, discover check. That's a mate.
Checkmate, yeah.
No way this is working. I can, of course, check what the engine is suggesting here, but
I think till they play out, we should not check here. What do you think?
I'm puzzled. I'm really puzzled. This could be just a low depth.
It could be a glitch also. Sometimes the engine first showing that, okay, it's still balanced. And then once the moves are being played...
Oh, King e7.
And queen d7?
But that's essentially what we already looked at.
Yes, and rook d3.
Rook d3. No, not like this.
No. No, this
I don't know. Okay, I mean, I see no defense, and my money would be on the long castle. You just accept. That's terrible. There's no way to continue otherwise. I mean, maybe bishop d4. Bishop d4, e takes on d7, king d7, takes, give up the pawn on d5
and suffer.
And just suffer, but at least you don't lose on the spot. But what we are going to do right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to make a scheduled break of something like, 10, 15 minutes. We are going to keep for you this amazing game on the screen so that you're not missing any action, so that you can see what is happening. A very exciting game of David Navarra against Arjun Erigaisi. So again, don't go anywhere. Take some refreshments, come back in a moment, and enjoy watching the Biel GMT tournament. I just have to find just a second.
Yeah, so guys, please
We are back. The challenge of Arjun Erigaisi sacrificing a piece against David Navarra has been accepted. You saw it on the small screen during the break. The Czech Grandmaster probably decided he has no other choice than to accept this challenge and then try to survive. So what we're going to do, we are probably going to jump in. But first, let's have a look at the standings because this game could change something in the overall rankings.
Absolutely. We can see that currently David Navarra is leading with totally 14 points. After him, we have Vincent Keimer with 11.5 points, so only 2.5 points behind. We have also Yu Yanyi with 10.5 points, Lek Van Gliem with 9, Bassam Amin with 8, Jules Moussard with 7.5, and Arjun Erigaisi currently on the 7th place with 6.5 points. But if he wins this game, he's going to jump right in the top 4.
Yeah, with excellent chances still to participate for the fight for the top 3 prizes. So again, a very, very important game for Arjun. And yesterday, Angelika, we discussed this. Arjun is a fighter, so he had a rough start in Chess 960 and the Rapid tournament. Yesterday, he survived the scare. He almost lost against Yu Yanyi, and today it looks like he's cruising towards a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely an incredible preparation to have today from Arjun Erigaisi. We have seen how he was playing instantly, how he looks completely confident, his body language, his sight. I mean, he's super confident. I mean, you look him till this position, till this moment, he's still in the same shape as he was from the beginning of the game. He doesn't relax. He doesn't think, oh, okay, I got this wonderful position. The king is in the center. I have to attack. But he's still in the thoughts. He's still trying to make sure everything works.
So David has found a resource. And now the question is this going to work? I don't really believe it, right? Because rook f3, rook e6 looks like too much of a threat. But again, let's try to calculate something. Can we force matters immediately? Something like rook f3?
Yeah, rook f3 looks the first move you want to check
Only
out.
move.
Yeah.
King g8. Rook takes on e6. What I'm missing here. So again, the bishop is under attack. Maybe something like queen d8. I'm sorry.
Queen d8 or queen c5.
Queen d8, okay. I guess rook g6.
King h8.
Should be pretty obvious. Okay, technically there's rook g7, but rook g7, queen d6, rook h6. I checked, in Czech language, it's ahoy. This is how you say goodbye.
Ahoy.
Ahoy, yeah. If the Google Translate was correct. So, check here. And now the question is, where's the decisive blow? Maybe this is what David is hoping for this position, that somehow he managed to keep it together.
It's so hard. I mean, it's incredibly hard. When you have an issue with the king, that's about the biggest issue you can have in the position. You can have the bad structure, you can still try to survive. You can have not so active pieces, you can try later sacrifice something and activate them. But if you have a problem with the king, then it's going to matter the most.
I see no defense. And now, once again, this looks very straightforward. King g7 drops the bishop. King g8, rook e6. The queen is under attack. Any intermezzo moves, something like bishop c5. I mean, there's got to be some kind of a move here. So black is opening the bishop, attacking the queen.
Is there rook e8? No?
What?
Rook e8? No? It's not a checkmate? No.
Maybe. You know, I didn't get to calculate this yet. Ah, wait, you're right. Yeah.
Rook f7.
Very good. Very good. I mean, I was looking, how do I win the queen, right? So that's why I didn't even see rook e8. That's a fair point. Just a mate on the board. So black gonna do that. Most likely, David is gonna play queen d8. Okay, queen c5 maybe is a move also to take away some critical squares. I'm not sure what it changes. Once again, check. Rook g7, queen e6, rook h6 ends badly. I guess king h8. How do I get the queen on this diagonal? Maybe just, you know, just play queen e6 because all the threats are still there. even though there's nothing like immediately threatening. But rook f7 is a big threat. Rook h6 is also a move. So if black tries to, black gonna play rook f8. You just play and deliver a mate on g8.
Oh my God. You know, it beats me how confident, how he looks, whole game the same. So no emotions, he's not showing anywhere, like with poker face, with confidence.
This
He's
game
just
is finished.
calculate.
It's finished. I mean, there's no way that Arjun is not going to calculate this. Because this looks so straightforward. And also, rook takes on e6 is something that I would be considering
Actually,
here.
yeah.
Queen e6, rook f3, queen
Queen
f6.
f6.
So maybe Arjun is looking for some possibilities here, right? But again, why would you want to go here if you don't see an immediate victory like rook f6, king f6, some checks where the rook is hanging, but how do you do that? Maybe queen d3, queen g6, but I don't really think so. So what Arjun is going to do, I think is simply going to calculate this until a victory. So that's what he's doing right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, sorry. Absolutely. So you have this rook f3. It's a check. You must have to check it because it's the most forcing move in the position. Then you have this take, attacking the queen. Now the question is where the queen goes because the bishop is hanging. So many forcing moves in a row, which resulting in this position where it's tremendous advantage for white.
I'm also surprised by Navarra that he went for this because maybe it's desperation, was it? Because once again, we were at this moment when we saw Navarra playing knight e5, which is a blunder, which allowed the top Indian grandmaster to sacrifice a piece, which is something that black should have always kept an eye on. So it's a bit strange he missed it. And now that he missed it, we're wondering here, maybe it was the time to bail out, right? Because long castle was still a possibility here. Give up the piece on d7. It's an ugly position. It's a terrible position, but black is still alive. But this just looks, you know, straightforward. I mean, three white pieces are crushing through. And I'm not sure what David missed here. Maybe he planned to play something like g4. And he realized the g4 is not working. Maybe it's another miscalculation.
Yeah, because the second rook is joining and there is check on f4. I mean, you cannot stop all the check on the f file. It's a big, big trouble. It's a huge trouble. I think when we were looking actually at David, once Arjun played this e6 move, it felt like that David Navarra didn't try the move immediately, or he was just a little bit shaking or something like this. Maybe, I don't know. But on his level, with his type of calculation, with brilliancy what he's playing, he must have checked this out. I'm just not sure what he missed.
I think he simply lost the battle of the psychological battle. That's what happened here, because all of this started very early in the opening. I remember when Erigaisi played out this opening very, very fast and had accumulated extra hour on the clock. And perhaps David chose a continuation which he had not yet analyzed deeply, and then combined it together with some uncertainty, perhaps lacking confidence in that position. It just summarized together in this blunder, this horrific blunder, bishop c5, and then, unfortunately, there's the saying, Angelica, right? Mistakes come in pairs, right? So you make one mistake, and that usually is a nice moment, at least for the attacking side, when the second mistake for the opponent is happening.
Yeah, absolutely. It's again, I cannot imagine what David might feel now, or what he might have felt after this 95 sacrifice actually worked out. I mean, it looks like black is holding on the last resources, but unfortunately, it will not be enough.
I think he has no illusions. I mean, he knows, right? We shuffled the pieces a couple of moves forward. We saw no defense. We did that in 5 minutes. What do you think? How long did it take for David to find it out? Now he probably sees no defense already. And Arjun is just double checking, right? He's just double checking if this rook f6, rook e6, rook g6 is working.
He's going for a move. He's
rook
reaching.
Absolutely, rook f3 is going to happen. There's just no way he's going to play something else.
He's really playing some psychological game, because some mind games. Because see, he almost played a move. Now again. And he made it. Rook f3 is on the board.
There's a fair chance this game is finishing in several moves.
King 8, g8, the only move.
Rook e6, again, the only move. David is not going to waste any more time than he has to.
Rook e6.
I think queen d8 or queen c5 perhaps. Perhaps queen c5. There's no defense. Yeah. This we already analyzed.
There is actually interesting comment in the chat about the current leader, so to say. So we have David Navarro, we have Vincent Keimer. Yesterday, David Navarro won, and yesterday, Vincent Keimer played a draw. Today, we have not such a, not such a big initiative by a German grandmaster in the game. So most likely, it might finish in a draw. So if it finishes in a draw, even though David most likely loses today. I don't want to jinx anything here, but he will have 1 point out of 2, which means he will have 4 points because he won one time. And if Vincent draws today, even though he didn't lose and he had 2 peaceful results, and he's also have 1 out of 2, but he's going to have 3 points out of these 2 rounds, and that's what matters.
That's right. I mean, I don't see this game continuing any longer.
Especially considering the time.
But, I mean, yeah, the time, but it's just the easiness how White is carrying out this attack, because in all of the scenarios, rook g6, queen e6 is happening. So I think David is mostly disgusted with himself and his play. So he already knows he's beat. So perhaps he's just, double checking what's the trickiest way. What's the scenario where his opponent could potentially, make a mistake? Maybe he plays bishop c5, and after rook e8 he resigns. Just make sure that the opponent sees this. But even here, even queen d5 wins. Right?
Yeah.
So again, there's no chance that his opponent is going to miss one of the 2 obvious victories. So you're looking for this one practical chance, which might keep the game still going if the opponent somehow doesn't pick up this only line. But which one is it? Okay, my money would be on queen c5.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't allow White immediately take over this diagonal. Of course, he sees this here. And maybe David's only chance is that somehow Erigaisi will be confused between several continuations. But again, I mean, queen e6 looks so obvious here. So I'm not sure what White can even miss here.
Yeah, absolutely. I also cannot imagine this position to be turn around. Of course, anything could happen, but not on this level. I mean, never there are like basically almost every move which is winning. For example, there are no even such ideas of, in case there could be some check on e1 from black, there are not even idea of queen e1, queen a5 check, perpetual potentially, because there is a pawn on a5, so there is not even that.
That's right. So what we are going to do, we are now going to switch to another game. So perhaps let's leave this live position on the board. This small live position that you're seeing, we are going to leave that from Navarro's game so that we are seeing any incoming moves. And if necessary, you can always switch, go back and see this game finishing. So, Angelika, which game you would like to continue
I'm just
next?
not sure if we really want to move on. I don't know. Don't think that the game will finish?
He might sit there for 10 minutes.
Okay, can check. Then.
Because we haven't seen yet some other games like Vincent against Daniel Bogdan. Diak.
Okay, let's check that one.
So some changes have been done here. We left it. Knight, rook d1, knight e5, and f3 was played. This is something we were discussing. And I was not exactly sure how the young German is going to continue. We're looking at queen c5. Then after queen b4, I think we came to the conclusion that white is better. I suggested knight g6. In my mind, I was also thinking about some h5, h4 ideas. I wasn't really sure if that's going to happen. But c6 instead was played by Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, he really wants to push for this d5 move. The question, was there an opportunity to play e4 in this position for white?
All right, and we are being sent some more viewers from ChessKid. Really appreciate that. Thank you, dear ChessKid. Appreciate that. Hope you're enjoying this.
Thank you so much.
All right. So
So-
what do we have here? What was played? Queen f4.
I'm just wondering, why not e4?
Probably because of d5. I mean, d5 immediately. C takes. Oh, sorry. C takes, C takes, E takes, and then we have some tactical ideas like queen c5, queen f2, knight g4, etc. Maybe even just take on d5. So black plays c6. The idea is obviously to play d5. So white play queen a4. Attacking the pawn on a7. a5 was played. b4 takes. Queen b4. Attacking the pawn here. Black responded with bishop a6. You can take the pawn on b6, but black is going to recapture on c4. Rook b1, and very interesting resource, queen c5 by Kamer.
Yeah, queen c5 we're looking at in the different position, but you know the move is still there. The move is still on the board, not allowing to push something like e4. And the question is, how will be this endgame after queen b6? So queen b6, probably trade will happen, and then bishop c4.
All right.
So with queen b6,
Queen b6. Yeah.
then queen, probably queen straight, and then bishop c4.
And
What
bishop
is this
takes on c4.
endgame? Because there is a pawn on a file,
All right.
potentially could be dangerous, and I don't know.
So maybe white still plays e4, tries to open the bishop. Bishop e2, knight e2. Looks quite balanced. But you're right, Angelica. Actually, there are some moves incoming in Navarra's game. So what we're going to do, we are going to jump back. Because let's show you what happened there. Where was this? Second board, yeah?
Yeah, it was the second board.
There's been some new moves. There's one move we didn't really pay attention to here. Navarra played rook d8.
Okay.
Why we're switching here? Because this game might potentially finish very quickly. Queen e7 was the move that perhaps Navarra had missed from afar.
Ooh.
Another double exclam move, sacrificing the queen. Now you see the queen here on b6 is under attack. Black has no choice. Take it, check, here, rook e1, threatening with a mate, b4, a4, b3. And something just happened. Just a second. b3 apparently is a mistake. Why it's a mistake looks very...
I'm sorry, Arthur,
Normal?
but doesn't Arjun has like more than 1 hour time on the clock? Why would you rush with such moves?
I don't know. Maybe he thinks he's got it all. The engine kindly disagrees. So once again, Navarra picked up very nice resource, right? So he's threatening here with a mate. It's not so easy to defend against this.
But
What-
maybe you had to include some checks. Maybe that's the point.
Yeah, maybe include the check.
Maybe
King h7, rook f7,
H7.
and only then play b3. But what's the difference, really? I don't understand. Check, here, check, here. Whoa,
what is going on?
what just happened here? The bar dramatically changed its mind. Did the RJ miscalculate something? I didn't really expect this.
Oh my God.
Let's take it step by step. Let's take it step by step. So once again, it was this moment. You know, I can only conclude that Navarra had seen this all when he went for this. All of this sacrifice. Okay, maybe he saw from afar. E6, knight e6, queen e5. He saw from afar. King f7. He didn't really believe it. He saw rook h7 here, rook e6, rook d8, and maybe from the afar he simply missed his queen e7. Now, this is a move you can absolutely miss, you know, because white sacrifices a queen, or even if he saw even that, and he concluded that there is just no way how white escapes the mate because, you know, b3, there's rook a1, a3, and this passed pawn is very strong.
I mean, right now, actually, white has 2 extra pawns, but the black's 1 pawn on a3 costs so much more than 2 extra pawns right now. I mean, What about something like rook b1 and a2? Rook a to b1 and a2. I just want to push the pawn.
Rook b1.
Because after a2 there will be, I think, king b2 almost always, and that's why I want to play first this. Okay, the bar,
Yeah,
bar is saying the
it's
bar.
jumping up and down.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
at least I can see white has a draw, but come on, just a second. This changed so dramatically that we have difficulty to keep up. Wait, but look, can we go back? Can we go back here to this moment, right?
yes,
I'm a bit curious.
b4 is the only move, and now. So maybe let's look at this line we were looking at. We were saying about rook g6, king h7, and rook f7.
So what's the difference?
King h8. And now b3 is the only move.
You can't take it.
No.
Yeah, you drop the rook. You can't do that. So now you play b3. Black goes here. King b2. a3. King c3. What's the difference? I mean, I don't understand. And maybe also that's why Arigasti played so quickly. He thinks he can always go here.
Maybe because you can stop these checks with some rook, so rook can go back, rook e7. I mean, in the original line. Or rook e8 maybe, or rook e7. Rook e7 he played.
Rook e7 he did play.
And now there is no this idea. And now, actually, rook g6, king h7, there is no more check.
Okay, so you're right. This has got to be, right? This has got to be the continuation. Once again, so first we give a check. You go here. First we give a check. Make sure that black on the position, the rook on the 7th rank. You go here. Now I play b3. You give a check. I go here. a3, king c3. Now I have beautifully positioned rooks. Let's say black plays. Oh, does black play? a2.
But also there could be some checkmate ideas, you know, with rook d6, for example. Oh.
No. Apparently not. I guess rook e8. No. I feel ridiculous. Can't keep up. Just a second. Where's the win? Oh.
Rook f to g7.
Wait, I think I found it.
Rook f to g7, there is rook e8.
Maybe it's
Rook f.
either rook h6 or rook f6. I'm not sure what's the right order. So I thought about this. You go here. Oh, sorry, that's a check, of course. I go here. You go here. Check. Here. Check. Here. Mate. Okay, this I got it, but could it be that white had to include these checks first? Once again, check here, b3, check here, a3, king c3, and now, okay, it doesn't matter, I guess, rook d1 or a2. Let's say rook d1, I take, but now it doesn't work, does it? Because there's always rook d8. Oh my goodness, this is actually so complex. You know, no matter, right? We are not going to cheat. We're not going to check the engine. No matter. Arjun, you have 1 hour on the clock.
What
Why
are you doing?
rushing?
What are you doing, man?
Why are you rushing, right? So this is a moment when you definitely want to make sure you have calculated all the details. And I have a feeling he was slightly tempted to finish the game a bit earlier because his opponent has lower than 5 minutes on the clock, and perhaps this played a role on his decision making. And now, so indeed, he did not give this check on g6. He played b3 immediately, and he did it like in less than 1 minute. He just fired it out.
Incredible. And actually now, Arturs, look at the move. It's move number 35. So only 5 moves left, which, of course, in this type of position where there are only 2 rooks, and David Navarra here, he knows what he should be worried about as black. I think he will find those moves in those almost 5 minutes he has left pretty easily.
Right.
I think that, yeah, I cannot explain. You know, he has more than 1 hour on the clock. You have position with a king standing there in a big trouble, and you are rushing.
Alright.
Whenever you have a check is a forcing move. You have to always check it out. You have to always look through these lines. I don't know what he didn't like in those rook of those ideas of rook g6, rook f7, but it for sure could have been a safer way because both rooks are looking at that pawn on b7. And for example, if at some moment b pawn moves, we can always include the rooks in protecting this a pawn to be promoted.
Right, but now the question is, where's this win? I mean, obviously, armed with an engine, it's easy to find, but at least I have a draw, right?
Mm-hmm.
With perpetual check, but
You don't want to draw.
I guess not.
So I was thinking rook f8 check.
That's a good
Rook
point.
f8,
Rook f8 and
rook-
rook a8.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? You
I mean,
see
there-
nothing that you go there.
There is also rook g8 intermediate, and then right now rook f8 check. King goes here, and rook f g8 intermediate. So then black has to play rook e7,
And then you want to go
and
there.
then to go to a8. I mean, of course, we see now engine jumping here and there, but
Why would you want to do that? I think you want to go immediately, no? There's some checks.
maybe.
So this must have been the difference. You know, it's easy to miss. But that's why you have the time. That's why you're trying to calculate all of this. So once again, summarizing what we learned, it seems that Arigaisi rushed, probably sensing the game is already finished. At the moment, he should have spent some time. He had the right idea, but the devil is in the details. So after a3, king c3, now this pawn can be stopped because there's rook f8, rook a8 idea, at least always. And if black would play a2, I guess you still can play the same idea, rook f8, rook a8, if you find nothing. But I guess he could somehow combine it with this mate threat, rook h6, rook f6, rook f8 here, and if black goes back, then again, it's quite tricky. I guess just king b2. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's very, very concrete, right? And instead, Arjun played it immediately. So he played it immediately, b3, here, and he missed this rook e7. Now this pawn holds.
Now the king holds. Now there is even not a perpetual.
Now, most importantly, the rook cannot get on a8. This is perhaps the most important part. I mean, not only this pawn, but the difficulty for white to land the rook on the a8.
This is incredible. I mean, and I just realized that like 5 or 10 minutes ago I was talking about it, and I said, okay, I'm almost sure that Arjun is going to win, and I jinxed it, you know. I'm not going to say anything anymore.
Oh my, I didn't believe it, right? Because
Me neither.
You imagine such a strong, talented player as Arigaisi. You have all the time in the world. You have a very strong attack, and you don't see what's wrong with the attack. Of course, you assume this game is normally going to be finished. No, I mean, they're still human beings. But look at Arigaisi. He's just having the same expression. I mean, he would be a great poker player because you can't read what he's feeling right now. Is he winning? Is he losing? It's always, you know, there's no emotions, right?
I think he has the same body language as he had from the beginning of the game, and basically he was playing everything out of preparation. When he had completely winning position, he was also has the same body language, he had the same posture. I mean, it's just so hard to check what is in the mind of this brilliant mind. And actually, you know, David Navarro was struggling a lot. I mean, we could see on the board, but was he struggling with his body?
Arjun, think. No, I mean, this.
Oh my God, he's just
I
playing
don't understand.
instantly.
I mean, again, 1 hour on the clock. He's pressing for this time advantage. Again, firing out rook f6.
You know what I recalled with this instant playing? Yesterday's game, Bogdan Daniel Diak against Le Quang Liem. Remember when Bogdan Daniel, he was forcing the matters. He was playing the moves almost instantly. Lekman Glian was here with us having an interview, and he said, I don't understand. The position was so complex. I was spending enormous amount of time, and it was a very, very critical position. And after I play, he's playing the instant move. Do you think maybe Arjun is experiencing the same? I mean, I'm not saying that he might be tilting or something, but could it be that he just cannot understand why he cannot just turn back in time and go to that winning position he had before?
I'm sorry, does it look like a very obvious winning position to you for white, that you are just, playing it out with not thinking?
No.
It's exactly the same scenario as with the Diak, right, you mentioned, because this is a critical moment. You want to spend some time. Or does he perhaps believe that his position is so bad that the only chance he can get his opponent to make mistakes is playing very, very fast? Very surprising, I'm so surprised by this turn of events. And Rook C7 is, again, fired out by Navarra very quickly. The big question is, how do you stop this pawn at all? I mean, the king is going the other direction. So imagine something like king d2. I guess now black is going to remove the rook. Let's say, I don't know, rook h1? No?
I mean, I think a2 with the idea king d1, rook d1.
a2, even better. You just give a check on d1. And then promote. Rook h6, king goes here. Rook g6, rook c7. Where's your defense? I mean, I don't see that, right? I mean, the a-pawn is about to advance.
This is absolutely incredible turn of event.
Shocking.
Okay, so the check.
That's the right word.
That's absolutely shocking. That's more than shocking.
And another move is on the board. Rook takes on h6, king g8. So Navarra is down at the clock 2 minutes, but all he has to fight right now is just one move, rook g7, which is so obvious.
He's going to make it, for sure.
This is a mental breakdown. I mean, I can't explain it any other way, right? So something has happened with Eric Geisli. He had this brilliant attack, and to get it from completely winning strong attack to losing in a time span of something like 10-15 minutes without thinking, that this is
something really dramatic. We have real blood here on the board. I mean, first we had David's blood there. Now we see that actually he's completely safe, and he's the one who is pushing for that a pawn. Again, white is currently having 3 extra pawns, but what do they cost? Like in comparison to that pawn on a2. I mean, it's about to promote. Rook d1, a1 queen is a huge, huge threat. Or you don't even have to play rook d1 check. You can play also rook anywhere else, because a1 is unstoppable.
I mean, I can only imagine what Arjun is feeling about. It's like a nightmare. I mean, because all of us, we have been in this situation, right? Okay, maybe not Russian like that, but all of us, we have been, you're completely winning. You're sure, you're confident, you have a lot of time, the opponent is in time trouble, everything is great. And then it just, you start to blunder one move after another blunder, you keep missing things. You just feel like you're falling into abyss, right? And then you realize, oh my goodness, I'm losing here. So what on earth is happening? And this is like, I don't know, comparison to boxing. You get a very direct blow and you just can't even concentrate anymore because your balance, it's no longer there.
I feel that Arjun Erigaisi is like fishing here. He was trying to fish for David Navarro today, but the fish is slippery, and David managed to get out of this attack. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. And again, I cannot really explain it. When I am playing my games, and there are many times some hallucination, or I would name it, or some blunder like which comes out of nowhere, and you're completely shocked that this happened. You just have to take your time to recover. You don't rush. You don't go into it. You have to. I mean, especially on this level, you have to calculate so many moves in advance. But last moves, which Arjun almost has not spent a minute a time on those moves. I mean, or a couple of minutes, but this was maximum. He doesn't have time trouble. He doesn't have 57 seconds on the clock. He has 57 minutes. And only now, he's taking some time in this position, which is, of course, incredible.
I think he doesn't understand what even happened here.
But just look at him. He looks absolutely the same as he was looking before. I mean, he's biting his lip or something. He's maybe trying to sink, but he looks completely the same to me, like he was when he was winning.
All right. Yeah, I'm trying to get him in the frame, but
But this is absolutely shocking, Arturs.
I guess so. We already buried Navarra. We said ahoy. I mean, that's it. I mean, we already counted the points. How many
Yes.
points will Erigaisi get for this victory that it allows him to get to the closer to the top three, and everything just was working well, and then just something unthinkable happened here. But well, it's a small tragedy, right, for Erigaisi and perhaps also the Indian fans. But I do believe that every painful situation, every painful loss, let's not again bury now Erigaisi, is in the end a valuable lesson. And the lesson I think we can definitely take away from this is that you never rush. I mean, it's not a good strategy. This is what Jan Nepomniachtchi has been suffering for years. He also can't help it. I mean, sometimes he doesn't play these moves too quickly. He misses things. So I do believe that it's a skill you want to develop. At the critical moment, you teach yourself, or your coaches teach you, think, spend time, think twice, compare, make sure you're not missing anything, because then when you make a mistake, you can't fix it anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. This is just unbelievable. And you know, like it's already second round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. I know that nothing is over yet, but I mean, having such a advantage and bringing it into the tough defense right now, like yesterday, the position was completely equal. Remember, we were discussing this game against Yuan Yi. The position was absolutely equal. There was basically practically nothing what Black did wrong. Erigaisi was playing with Black. And then, for some reason, he turned this all around, and Yuan Yi had huge chances. I mean, we saw that there was a winning position, even of course it was maybe not so easy to calculate in the time trouble. But why to put yourself under such pressure? Why to put yourself in this position?
All right. Now, what do you do if you are Erigaisi? I mean, you realize, oh my goodness, what did I just do here, right? Maybe it's time to hit the brakes. Is this position lost? Because I just got this winning position. Most likely, I had a very strong position. Now I'm in a lot of trouble. I definitely rushed. My opponent is not going to flag. It's pretty obvious Navarra is going to make the 40th move on the second time control extra. What do I do right now? So is the game salvageable? That's the big question. And can we think about this practically? How do you stop this pot on A2?
Let's try to think. I mean, again, we discussed the check will not fix anything, because if white is checking, there is simply rook g7 blocking the check. How do you handle this? What do you do here?
Fortress. You have to build a fortress. I mean, I have no any reasonable suggestion. You allow black to queen, then you trade the rooks, and let's say build some kind of a fortress that the opponent can possibly penetrate. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm not sure what's the right execution, but let me just show it to you. Okay, let's say check. Here, takes. Okay, let's say check. Here, somehow, let's say I find a scenario where black is supposed to give away the rook. Of course, he's not supposed to give away the rook. And maybe here, you know, I can somehow put the rook on f4, g3, and wait. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the best I can think of, right? I mean, how else can you stop this? But of course, we go back here in this moment. Why black is even supposed to give away the rook, right? Just play rook h1, collect the white rook, and all of these pawns will fall like dominoes.
Yeah, indeed, that looks like it. And we have the move on the board. Rook h6 was played. Rook g7 is going to follow very quickly. I hope that David Navarro is right now not in the bathroom or somewhere else, because he has 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes on the clock.
Would you risk it?
Yeah, he's here. No. I would not. I would not at all.
No, I'm pretty sure Rook G7, he's
Yes.
going to play in a heartbeat. I think David is also quite surprised about this turn of events. And either way, it would be very interesting after the game to hear this thought process from at least one of the players. I'm not sure if Arjun is going to be in a mood to talk about this. Rook G7 is played. Takes, and now what? Obviously, king takes on G7, an extra hour for black.
And for white.
And for white, which this extra hour doesn't really help you. What does it give you? You have 1 hour and 52 minutes on the clock when the position is bad.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
So I think David has made a move. We just don't have it.
Yeah, he already had it on the board, so maybe because it's 41st move, there is some glitch, but obviously king takes the rook, and now Arjun. I mean, you cannot stop the pawn, right? Or
I don't see. I mean, how do you even stop it? I mean, maybe there's some scenario where you play Rook B6. Black plays here. You collect this pawn here. Queen takes, and maybe this is some sort of a best scenario for Eric Geisy.
or you could take the pawn on G5 and try to do the same. Let's maybe look at that also. Rook G6.
Check.
Trying
Here.
to take this rook and then Rook A5.
Let's say I'm playing Rook H1, Rook A5, Queen takes. Oh, come on. This is not going to hold because it's 5 pawns, of course, for the rook, but they're basically doing nothing. They're not advanced. If these pawns were advanced really far and the king was close, sure, maybe we could have a discussion here. This is not going to work. Maybe if you would have the 4th pawn here, 4 pawns against the king, and this pawn was not here, maybe some chances also, but this I don't believe.
And look actually at the table, I see that there are 2 cups standing near David Navarro. Maybe some coffee helped him, some energy.
You know, I'll simply refrain from predicting how this game is going to finish because we already made this mistake before.
Yes, I would not say anything right now. I mean,
All
like,
right, let's
not
switch the board.
let's not bury anyone. Let's move on. I mean, we were almost predicting the short result here in this game, but
I'm sorry for Arjun, but he did this to himself, really, you know? I mean, there was no need to do all of this.
yeah, we didn't do it. He played. Okay, so I guess it was a long time since we've seen Jules Moussart against Yu Yangyi. There was an interesting position. Remember when we were having this
Right.
queens on the A file and we were thinking, is he going to trade it? Is he going to play queen b7? So I guess we're just going to take a moment to, not a moment, but some time to check what was going on. And actually he played knight h7.
Your suggestion, Angelica. You're advocating this. I didn't like it, and he played it.
Okay, so he wants to trade the bishops, and now this trade happens, and rook c7. Okay.
Okay, trading the rooks, that's interesting. And it was Yu Yanyi, actually, who said no.
I don't want to.
He doesn't want to. F4 takes, rook c1, black activates the rook.
I think actually black is ambitious here, right? If he didn't want to trade, because if you trade, isn't it just a draw, or?
Here?
Or you can play knight b1, knight c3, attacking the pawn, right? Yeah.
Fair point. Yeah, I think so, because after takes, indeed, is pawn on b5, as you correctly noted, I think it becomes a target. Also, knight b3, knight a5, knight c6, closing the defense of this pawn. Now, I think Yu Yanyi simply had no choice. He had to play rook c8, f4, takes, bishop f4, trying to create a passed pawn. No, Yu Yanyi is not ambitious here. I think he's just trying to survive. Rook c1 check, king g2, rook c3,
Bishop h3 could be at some moment.
that's the idea. I tried to understand
Yeah.
what's the idea of this rook c1, rook c3. Correct. Okay, there's f3 move. There's probably some other moves like bishop g3. Okay, bishop g3 doesn't look right. What about f3? No, I missed something apparently.
Maybe bishop g5, and then the idea is that the knight is not protected.
Could be a problem. Yeah, that could be a problem. But is this even a threat? I guess it is, yeah? Bishop h3 here, rook c1, up in.
The problem is that bishop also on e7 is, bless you, bishop on e7 is also under attack. So after bishop h3, actually, bishop is hanging over there on e7. So that's why maybe it's not even a threat.
Okay, what if I play rook b7?
Knight, cannot. Actually, knight g6.
And now, or maybe first start with bishop h3, and then knight g6.
Maybe, yeah.
It's very tricky still.
Because if you take bishop on h3, I will take the bishop on f4.
Fair point.
There are so many pieces hanging. It's incredible.
Difficult to tell, but look at the clock, by the way. Jules is slightly in time trouble. I mean, not there yet, really, but 70 minutes on the clock. With 30 moves to make, the position is pretty tricky. It could go either way.
Yeah, it could go for sure either way. I mean, there is a weakness on b4, there is a weakness, potential weakness on b5, on d6. e4 could be also a weakness, and also maybe king in some positions could be in trouble of white. I mean, not that much, but at least there is a rook there on c3, potentially can go to c2. I mean, it looked like both sides have something there in the position.
That's right.
Do you want to check the game like Wang Liam against Basim? Because I think we forgot about them for quite some.
We didn't really forget. I mean, there was just something unthinkable happening.
Absolutely.
In the guys against Navarro. We're just trying to figure out what's happening, and it's changing very rapidly. So we're just, we're passengers basically trying to keep up and understand what's happening and explain it. But in the end,
it was just unthinkable. I mean.
All right. So which game you want?
Like Wang Liam against Basim Amin, because we had there some. We have quite some development in this game. So I think last time we had this position when the pawn was on d5.
Pressed wrong.
Wrong
button.
It's okay. So we had a pawn on d5 at some moment. I think that was the last time we left the position. So maybe we could try to go back to reverse.
So we left it about here.
Yes.
A5. So he did play knight e6, which made sense. A5, queen a6. Now black wants to play knight e4. Basim's idea is understandable.
I'm sorry, what happened? What would happen after bishop f1? Queen. B5. No, b5. B5 is a move.
It could be.
Okay, I didn't see it. It's like quite an.
That's a logical question, of course. Yes, bishop f1, the queen seemingly cannot go to d6 because you take this knight and the queen no longer is attacked by the rook on d8, right? But there's this defense, b5. Yeah, this got to be seen by both players. So knight e3 was played by the Vietnamese grandmaster attacking the knight. Knight e4 is knight c5, so black would lose material. Rook c8.
You cannot take the knight on e6 because knight on d3 is hanging, so that's why.
That's why bishop e3 was played.
Bishop e3, okay.
So that after knight e4, there's knight c5. Rook c5, bishop d4, and I guess white is simply dominating the position, even though it's probably material equality on the board. But I think with so powerful concentration of the pieces in the center, this should be good for white.
Absolutely, and again, it's fair to say, I think, like after 1 year not having any classical chess game, Vietnamese grandmaster just doing so well.
That's right. So c4, knight b4, queen d6, take on e6. Okay, now the game suddenly took a more forcing turn. Queen e2. Ah, yeah, the queen is under attack. I thought, why not take on f7, but I guess he's willing to trade these pawns. b6. Why it's a mistake, I don't understand. Here, queen c5, h4. Beautiful game so far by the Vietnamese grandmaster. Rook a7. I mean, look at white's pieces, right? I mean, they're just beautifully coordinated. Everything stands excellent. The bishop on g2, bishop g5. There's very nice pressure against the black king.
I mean, there is any moment, any move possible. You have to always calculate take on f7. You have always to calculate take or maybe on f6 with the bishop. Maybe there is something. Yes, absolutely.
I think it's a big threat.
It's a huge threat.
So let me just show it to you. Take it, here, take it,
What do you do? Take
check, here, and just collect.
and collect some pieces.
So, but what do you do? Again, e takes on f7 is a big threat. And by the way, 9 minutes for the Egyptian grandmaster on the clock. So this could as well be a second victory in a row for the last year's triathlon champion, who hasn't played a single classical game since last year. And he's still in such an amazing shape. And this is what he said yesterday in the interview when he was going through his game against Daniel Bogdan Diak. He said he decided, you know, not to take too many chances. He wasn't really sure if he has a great form. Also, his start in the chess 960 and the rapid was sometimes a bit rocky. Remember this mate in one blunder against
Yu Yang Yi.
Yeah, he missed his weight in one. So again, he was a bit, you know, rusty. Now he's taking his chances. I think he feels he can do it. Queen f5 is played by his opponent.
Okay, so queen f5 trying to protect knight on f6, I guess, in those lines and not allow queen e6 check. But does it stop actually white?
What did you suggest, sorry?
I said just that queen f5 was stopping the queen e6 and protecting the knight on f6. But I was just wondering if it stops white, because I mean, I'm just looking at takes on the f7, bishop takes, rook takes, queen takes, and queen e7. Just to check what is there. And bishop.
I don't see nothing immediately. I mean, there's no bishop d5, no bishop f6. Maybe this is a bit too direct. I mean, white could just play some more quiet move.
I think there could be actually bishop f6 and bishop e4.
What about knight e4? Just, you know, centralizing move. Because after queen e6, you take on f6, you take on e6, you drop the bishop. You cannot do that. After f takes on e6, at least you have rook g7, followed by knight f6 or bishop f6, you choose. So black cannot do that. And if he cannot do that, I guess there could be already more pieces with some tactical ideas. I don't even know what's the next move for black. You know, I mean, something like, I don't know, b5. I mean, what move to make? Okay, b5, and now there should be some kind of killing blow. Maybe some g4 somewhere. Something like takes, and bishop h3. I mean, no, this is over. So one. Okay.
Let's not say anything.
I didn't say that. My lips are sealed. I did not say that. Because I really want to say
Nothing
that.
is over until it's over.
Let's put it this way. White has excellent winning chances to lead this game to a logical outcome. I was very careful.
Yes, exactly correct. In case they will manage it.
No, but I think that like Wang Liam is a bit too experienced, to be honest.
For sure. No, we also cannot say that ordinary guys is not experienced enough, but the things happen. We cannot explain it. Was it psychological setback or I cannot. We just cannot explain this.
Right. A rather bad start for Amin Bassam because he was dealt with bad cards, so to speak, at this level to start the tournament with two black colors. Well, it's tough, really, right? So you want to survive basically the first two games and then take your chances. So he lost yesterday. Brilliant game against David Navarra. Today he's getting outplayed again, mercilessly, so to speak. clearly he was suffering because of the opening. Yesterday he was actually having better results in the opening because he didn't lose because of the opening. He was just making some wrong decisions in this Roy Lopez Breyer. But today it just did not really work well in the Grunfeld.
Yeah, indeed, it didn't work quite well for him. Again, we're not going to say the game is over, but I mean,
It's very close.
It's very close, and it's hard to advise anything for black. Like,
In the meantime, I'm looking at their guys' game. There's nothing happens. No, it just, now after this rook trade, Navarra is about to promote his pawn, and Eric Geiser just looks dead lost, to be honest. I don't see any defense. So we are not going to go there for the moment. And let's select another game, which could be, we haven't yet seen for a moment, Daniel Bogdaniak
yes.
against Vincent Palmer.
Absolutely, we have looked at it a few moves before, but
that's
the
when we
players, we actually were looking at this game, and then we saw something was going on in Arjan's game, so we got back. But okay, maybe let's refresh where we left here.
Looks quite balanced.
Actually, something happened what we were discussing, right? Queen b6, queen b6, bishop c4.
Instead of e4, here I played king f2. This was the position. Here we were discussing maybe e4 is the move. King f2 also makes sense. Rook a8, e4, takes, knight c4 here, h6. I guess h6 is to make sure there's no bishop g5 ideas.
Yes, absolutely.
Here, rook d8. Vincent is thinking about d5.
And he's going for it. And we have the move played, actually. So, Diak took the pawn.
Wait, is he not losing the pawn there? After c takes on d5, knight e5. The knight is not supported.
There could be knight a5.
That's what he played. Yeah, that's the key idea. So first play b5, intermezzo move knight a5, and then snatch the pawn on d5.
Maybe rook b2 is the idea coming to d2.
But there's always a fork on b3.
You're right.
I think this is simply liquidating into a draw, most likely. I wouldn't expect much. Let's say some active move. Rook b6.
Take with what?
Knight or pawn. Maybe something like knight, takes, rook b5, knight c4, takes, knight a3. Something along the lines of this.
It looks very, very likely to happen. Yeah, it feels like everything is being exchanged and going to the drawish.
Okay, maybe White is ambitious and he somehow tries to keep the game going, but how do you do that? I mean, okay, once again, I guess rook b6 looks active. Okay, maybe rook b1, but you can't play rook b4, that's a fork. So rook b1, let's say knight e5. I mean, who said that Vincent has to be positional here? Maybe he plays c takes on d5.
Yeah, it could be also possible.
Some knight c6 ideas.
Also rook c8, rook c2.
Yeah. Also, this looks perfectly logical.
Not trading the knights.
So maybe in this regard, actually, rook b6 makes sense, a bit more sense, because now after c takes on d6, there's an extra option, bishop takes on h6. Yeah. So knight at f6 is under
some
attack.
tactical resources.
Right.
Nice.
So I would easily imagine it finished like knight e5. This knight is under attack. Knight e5. Probably c takes on d5. Knight c4 is too big of a threat. Although, I mean, White has this outside pass pawn. Maybe he could try to find some resources, but where they are? Maybe not here.
That's a good question.
This looks very peaceful. Vincent is playing very solid chess. Unfortunately, I don't think the Biel tournament system is going to reward him. because it's 4 points for the victory and 1.5 for a draw. But still, I mean, with black, of course, it's not a bad result. And of course, taking into account that Keimer won the Rapid tournament, sharing the first place together with David Navara, this is a good result for him, right? For Daniel Bogdandiak, not so much, because he has had a rough start so far. I don't think he had a single good tournament so far he would be very happy about here in Biel. Also, yesterday he lost his equal endgame against Le Quang Liem, and now with White having no realistic chances to win.
If I'm not mistaken, actually, when he played a few weeks ago in Prague, he was at the beginning also pretty slow. And I think actually Keimer was leading in the tournament together with Ray Robson, if I'm not mistaken. And then later he managed to get back to the top. So, I mean, of course, you never should exclude someone from the participation, especially when we have Blitz tournament still ahead of us. We have still more games. But indeed, Romanian Grandmaster has quite a slow start, but anything can change for sure.
It's quite interesting that 3 of these players were playing in Prague, in the Prague Masters, right? From June 20 to 30, basically in the neighborhood. So it was Navara, obviously, Vincent Keimer, Daniel Bogdandiak. Now they're here in Biel. Again, they're meeting against each other. Then all 8 of them, right after Biel, they're going to the World Cup to Azerbaijan, and maybe they're going to meet there as well. Who knows?
Yeah, for sure. And I also, the 2 of the players played in the same event, but in different teams. So there was this global chess league earlier in Dubai, and I believe Arjun Erigaisi and Yu Yangyi played there, but for different teams.
All right.
Actually, Yu Yangyi's team won. That I remember. Okay.
Okay, what do we have here? Do we have some major developments to
No.
have in the nearest minutes? So once again, let's make a quick roundup. What is happening right now? This game, Daniel Bogdandiak against Vincent Keimer, I think it's getting to a draw. Jules Moussard playing against Yu Yanyi. This is really tough to say. You know, I think it's about materially and positionally balanced. Equal chances. Maybe Moussard is slightly in trouble because he is lower on the clock. He needs to make a lot of moves. 12 moves, by the way. So maybe this is the game we could follow more closely in the coming minutes. Then we have a game of ordinary guys against David Navara. And here, after Rook G6, I'm not entirely sure why David is not playing.
I think that he has to make sure where his king wants to be in the endgame, and he should calculate take after that on g5 or rook b6, your idea. Maybe this was just intermediate move. Instead of playing immediately rook b6, you want to first give this check and you remove. And actually it's possible to remove the king to the 8th rank, not to allow to check the pawn on b7 with a check.
Yeah, indeed. So I think David is just showing this is how it's done, right? I mean, this is the critical position. You want to spend some time here. Again, a little pun intended. So David is going to take his time here. He has a lot of time, very important moment. I think he is definitely surprised by this turn of events.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, we have like Wang Liem's game against Amin Bassem. Maybe let's very quickly jump there before focusing on Jules Moussard's game.
Yeah, I think actually he went for this, for one of my ideas to take on f6 and bishop e4, and it actually works as far as I see. So I don't know if he first took on f7 or first took on f6, but that's what I was talking about. You can take the knight and play bishop e4.
Ah, you find even something better. And if I play queen f6?
Yeah, that's what I was not sure. I think knight.
Oh, sorry. So bishop f6, queen f6.
Take on f7, and then knight e4.
Looks a bit slow now. Maybe just knight e5. Yeah.
Yeah, knight e5, knight e7, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually cleaner. That's cleaner. So bishop f6, take on f7, bishop e4, collect exchange, rook e8. Now I think that Oh, sorry. I think that what Amin Bassam is dreaming about here, he's dreaming to get out of this position with just an exchange down. Just to survive, just hold on for a moment. Okay, and if we take on a F5, rook E2, I guess just take it. G takes, and some sort of rook B7. I mean, black still has some chances here. Let's not completely write off the Egyptian grandmaster's chances.
Yeah, because two bishops could be really dangerous, and for now they are doing the perfect defense actually.
All right, but my suggestion is to switch to Jules Massar against Yu Yanyi. That looks like the most critical game so far because it could go either way, and I think we could focus on it until the next time control.
Absolutely. Okay, we have some missed opportunities, but we are not going to. Ooh. Okay. Everything is missed for some reason, but it's okay. It's okay. We will calm the engine down.
Yeah.
So let's go back. We left it. There was this knight.
Yeah, we already. Okay, well, this way skipped. Okay, rook A8, F5.
Yes.
Why F5 is really necessary. I guess you cannot take on. You can hit on D6. There's always bishop H3 checkmate on the board. Even if white is up a piece, this mate is. Dare I say simply older.
Yeah.
So that's why white has to take it. Otherwise, black plays F5, F4. So take it. Bishop F5. And H3.
What about bishop?
Why not H4, by the way? Could I do that? And now after G takes, bishop D6, bishop H3. It's still the same idea, rook C1, although there's no mate.
But maybe first you play king G1, because first you protect the bishop.
Okay.
And then after rook C1, then you take, just to maybe make black waste a couple more moves. And I don't know.
Still could go either way. I'm not entirely sure. This pawn is also pretty strong. Okay, so what happened? H3 was played. What matters is that Jules Massar is down on the clock, below 8 minutes. No, he has made a move. Which one is it? Just a second. Let me refresh.
Yeah, but Jules made the move H3.
Oh, my bad.
Bishop E4.
Bishop E4, and now I guess black wants to take on D5.
And then protect knight on F8 with rook F3 maybe, but
There's
I don't
also
know.
king F7.
Yeah, but you cannot take the pawn because bishop D6.
Yeah. Okay, maybe now king F7.
Or rook C1. He takes.
Bishop D5, bishop D6. Wait, what? Wait, the rook is under attack. What are you talking about?
Oh my god.
Okay, the rook is under attack, so obviously you have to
Yes.
move the rook, and then black plays something like king F7 or whatever happens. I would say it still has chances to go either way, but it's very, very important to underline there's no increment. There's no increment for both players, which perhaps for Yu Yanyi is not so important, but it is for the Frenchman.
Yeah, absolutely, because he is now under 7 minutes with 8 more moves to be played, so he has to play in one move per less than 1 minute. So yeah, it's getting really tricky here, and also some ideas like rook C1, some checkmate on H1. I mean,
Let's play bishop G2, no?
Oh.
I mean, let's look at this. Here, sorry. Here. Bishop G2. Takes.
And rook. Okay.
I think it's about balance,
Yeah.
to be honest. You know, I mean, okay, maybe white can get to this pawn. This knight is pretty good. Rook b8 instead. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense, of course. I mean, to attack this pawn rather than the pawn on d6. I'm not sure about rook c1. Feels a bit like a waste of time because I want to play bishop g2. I guess you have to include king of 7, bishop d6, and knight g6. Sacrifice the pawn. But the king is a bit in danger here. What about knight h4, knight f3 here?
Absolutely.
In time trouble, you have to be very precise. So let's say you take knight h4. I don't understand. There's like so many pieces in the center. Easy to miss something. Maybe this check is not even a thing, but wait, something else happened.
Rook c1. We were looking at it. Rook
Yeah,
c1.
we're looking at this. Perhaps it's a simpler move. Yeah, maybe Yu Yanyi also wasn't sure about this, and he decided, you know, force matters, to kill the bishop. So he's killing the bishop so that he's not missing anything. Now, I mean, he's up a pawn, so it does make sense. Actually, there is a fair chance it could liquidate into a draw. Let's say here, take on d6. The bishop goes wherever, rook f8, here, f4.
Goodbye.
That's just a draw,
Yeah,
right?
that's just a draw.
I mean, I think Yu Yanyi can force the draw right here. Once again, I mean, not Yu Yanyi, my apologies, Jules Massard.
Jules Massard,
Bishop
yes.
d6. And that's a draw. But no, he's ambitious. He takes with the king.
Maybe he's, you know, after yesterday's rook endgame where he could have continued playing on, you know, because there were quite some weaknesses for Keimer in that position, and he could have played on, you know. He would never lose that position.
Also here, he's not
he's
risking with anything. Of course, he has to continue, right? I was just saying, I mean, there's a chance to force the draw, but there's no need to do that. Rook b5 is an idea. This pawn is a potential target. This pawn could roll forward. Of course, he should try.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, so now king f7 or otherwise.
King f7, most likely. Bishop d6, knight g6. Oh, wait, this pawn is dropping once again. Take. Maybe some sort of a rook c3, cutting off the king with some knight h4 check. Wait, I think here white has definitely chances to win, because not bishop g3 going back to defend this useless pawn. Maybe what white can do is, you know, put all his faith into this pawn and just roll it forward. Knight h4, king f1. If you take it, b5, b6, b7, some sort of a check, promote.
And that's what we know about the bishop against knight endgames. If there are pawns on two sides of the board, the bishop is a more valuable piece.
A stronger piece in open positions, right?
Okay, what about some rook d1 protecting the pawn, or rook c6? I mean, rook d1, rook d8, yeah, maybe.
Also, rook b5 is a move. Yeah, so let's not forget that pawn on b5 is under. But actually, you're right, Angelica. Rook d1 is a move. It makes sense to consider it. Anyway, what we can summarize from this game: Jules Massard is pressing and rook d1 is played. Jules Massard is pressing. Yu Yanyi is trying to hold on. I think that, again, most likely outcome of this game is a draw. The Frenchman has to make 5 more moves in 6 minutes, but the position is so simple that he's not gonna flag.
Absolutely.
Knight d6 looks easy move, protecting this pawn. So let's say it could be something like this: knight d6, rook b6, knight f4, and if I was the Frenchman, I would keep the bishop on the board, play king f3.
Yeah, it looks pretty simple. Yeah.
For white.
Yeah,
white,
for
it's
white it's pretty simple. Yes, for
For
sure.
white, this is simple. Yeah, 96 is played. All right, and we have more moves. Rook b6. Responded by the reigning French champion. I think knight f4 is going to follow. King of 3, my expectation. Because bishop takes on f4, g takes on f4, there's excellent chances for this game finishing the draw. I don't believe that he's going to do it. Maybe king of 3, king g4 is an idea, you know? Maybe play king of 3, h4.
Yeah, but this b pawn is a little bit further away, and knight is not such a piece that can jump from one side of the board immediately to the other. It needs quite some time, so that's why maybe because of that bishop, white could still have some resources to try to push.
Absolutely. I mean, he has to push, right? I'm not sure what he's thinking about here. Okay, maybe he's checking that after king of 3 there's no tricks. I'm pretty sure he's going to play king of 3 like.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe he's looking into this, like takes, king of 3, some sort of a rook d4.
No, but this is
B5.
maybe rook b7 first.
What?
Maybe rook d4 and rook b7, cutting the king. And then push the pawn.
Some king g4, king f5, h4, h5. Actually, you're right. Yeah, now that I look at this, this looks something. Because king h7...
Just b5?
b5, rook b4. I'm not sure he's going to do this. You know, again, let's remind ourselves, he's down on the clock to
For
4
sure.
minutes. Bishop takes to d4 is a big decision. Maybe he's going to want some clarity, but he might be a bit scared to go there because rook endgames, they're notorious. They're very often drawn. So king of 3 would keep the bishop in the game, but then again, he has not so much time anymore, 3 minutes to make. I'm not sure what he's going to do here.
I think he'll try to go for a safer option, but for sure he's looking at into this bishop f4.
Of course.
I mean, the thing is that b pawn is much more promoted than d pawn. You know, and it
King
can
f3.
easily king f3. He goes.
Yeah, he decided it's not very clear. I'm not sure what I would have done, you know, because, yeah, indeed, this idea, bishop f4, king of 3, rook b7, it looked nice, but again, all of us, we are afraid from the rook endgames. We know how drawn they are, and you might regret this choice of taking an f4 a bit later. And that's why he keeps the option to play h4, but I'm pretty sure that it was a very tough choice for him.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe there was, after a trade of the bishop and the knight, maybe there was king f3 and g5. Was it possible?
But it's the same, right? I mean
if
takes here, g5, again, the king is cut off. So no matter what you do, the king is cut off.
Yeah.
It definitely deserved attention. Either way, Jules Massard was confident king of 3 is the right way to go. I think it's a good choice. Maybe both of them are perfectly legit. What else is happening? In the other games, Arjunari Gaisi is giving up his rook. And now, from what I can see, I mean, you're not seeing on the board. I'm looking, should we switch to this game? Because David Navarra is about to promote his pawn. But they have all the time in the world, right? So they're technically not in.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe
Time
we check
trouble.
the time with the time trouble. It's Le Quangliem against Amin Bassem.
We can do that.
I don't know which move they're on, but I see that on the clock, Amin has less than 1 minute. Okay, they're approaching 40 moves, but oh, what is this position? Oh my God.
He's just winning for white.
This
Extra
is
exchange.
just
So he collected this exchange, and now he has a lot of active pieces. King e8, I think here, Le Quangliem is looking for the killing blow. These bishops, they're there, but I don't think it's going to be enough for the Egyptian Grams to save the game. What about knight b5, knight c7?
Yeah, it looks like one of the killing blows he might have here.
Look at the clock, Angelica. 29
Yeah.
seconds.
Absolutely, and there is no increment. You have to play 2 more moves.
And do you see Kwang Liam rushing with the move? He's thinking. Now, this is again an excellent example for the youth, right? Take notes from the last year's triathlon winner, Kwang Liam, because he shows you should not be looking at the clock of the opponent, but instead focus on your move. So he's too experienced to make a mistake here. King E2 is played. Rook E6.
Yeah, you could not go too much wrong with a check, but
Yeah, I guess just King F3. I mean, the spin, there's no way you can dodge it. I mean, the spin is killing. White can always play Knight B5, Knight C7. I think King F3, King F4, King F5 is the move. There's no active counterplay for black.
I mean, there is nothing because it's Rook F7, as you said, is a big threat. So after King F3, most likely Rook D6 is a move back, and
Okay,
black
I mean, he needs to make sure he's not blundering some tricks after King F3, Bishop D5. The knight is still here. So let's say King F3,
Rook
D6,
D6.
and some sort of a King F4. Doesn't spoil anything. He goes away from the checks. He's threatening to take it. I'm pretty sure that Vietnamese Grandmaster is going to win this. Or we might actually see the final moves here.
Yeah.
King F3, Rook D6.
Yeah, the only
on the
move.
clock.
So now the most important not to play Knight B5.
Yeah, King F4, again, easy move. And again, look at that. He's not rushing again. Yeah, King F4, he's definitely going to spend some time. He has 1 hour and 12 minutes on the clock. He can definitely spend here 2, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, try to make sure he's got it right. A great, what do you say? Showcasing of experience by the reigning champion.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a suggestion in the chat that Knight B5 maybe is working. Even if it's working, would you enter this with white? No. I mean, why do you need to make? Why do you need to play Knight B5 and enter? What do you even call that? This is not only one rook counter attack; it's 2 rooks counter attack.
It's at the same time a fork. It's at the same time a pin. It's at the same time a skewer. Like it's everything.
I mean, just don't even look in that direction. Just play King F4. You know, there's no need. There's no need to do this.
Yeah, for sure.
So there's another game. Vincent Keimer against Daniel Bogdan-Diak. It looks quite peaceful. Do we have more moves in?
Yeah, we have actually the promotion. So pawn on A1 was promoted in.
Yeah, let's. No, I just want focus a bit on the time trouble potential situations that they have, because David Navarre against ordinary guys, both of the players have 1 hour on the clock.
Actually, the Vincent Keimer and Bogdan Daniel Diak, they're having still 10 moves to play and both having around 5 minutes. That could be interesting.
Let's jump there. I don't believe we are going to see more than draw there, but let's go there.
Because Jules Moussard approaching 40 moves there and 39 move. I think this one is, we're going to see some blitzing out. Actually, I have a question. According to the rules, do the players have to write down the time? Because as far as I know, you have to write down the moves, sorry, not the time, but the moves, when you're reaching 5 minutes, in case there is no increment, so you can stop it. You don't have to write down the moves.
Oh my goodness, Angelica, you're asking me so sophisticated questions. You know, the last time I did this, I was probably 14 years old. You know, because, I mean, back then we were playing with these digital clocks which had no increment. And you probably remember this, I'm not sure you do or not. We are having a severe time trouble. And then in the score sheet, we would like draw a big line. This is you have to reach, and then it would make some kind of markings, right? I mean, which move is it? And then after we have reached the second time control, we would ask our opponent a score sheet so that we can write down the moves. Good old times, of course.
Yeah, I also remember like this. But when both opponents are down 5 minutes, then what is happening?
I don't know. I can ask the arbiter in the break.
Yeah, but
What
for sure, grandmasters are writing down the moves very quickly. I guess still, even though there is no increment here, because it's a huge. They have huge time. They have 2 hours for 40 minutes, and now 10 more moves to play.
So, I mean, White definitely can already force a draw. So if White is not interested, he can play knight e5, knight e5. Oh, wait, I'm missing a bishop here. Missing a bishop. Okay. The bishop on c1 is under attack. So let's say we play bishop f4, knight c4, knight e5, knight e5, rook d5, rook a3, and just call it a day. It's definitely a possibility. But again, it's important to remember the tournament situation. For Vincent, draw is fine. I mean, he is currently in the second place, doing well. For Daniel Bogdan-Diak, not so much. I mean, for him, a draw is not a great result because he had a rough start. He lost yesterday, so he's looking for chances. Maybe he's looking for some ideas at some point to play h4, g5 to get rid of the knight, which protects support on d5. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah, we are going to see it for sure. And Bogdan Daniel Diak has now almost 3 minutes. I mean, the time is not going back. There is no increment here. So he is spending valuable seconds right now.
Maybe it's Vincent, you know? We're suddenly going to get ambitious because he senses his opponent is pressing too much. h4 is played.
He's standing up. And remember, he was doing it against Li Kuang-Li.
Wow. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. He still needs to make 8 moves. And Daniel Bogdan-Diak is not on the board. That's a great confidence.
Indeed. That's a great confidence.
Gamma reaches for a move. Knight c4 is played. I guess there should be an immediate response. Knight x on. No, knight e2. Not knight x on d5. That's a surprise. I would have thought that here White is going to play knight e5, knight e5, some sort of rook d5, knight a3, and call today. No, White continues to fight on. Why not? Actually, the rook on d3 protects the pawn on a3. The knight on e2 protects the bishop on c1. And there's the threat of g4, g5.
And also knight can remaneuver somewhere to d4 or f4, again attacking the pawn on d5. So I don't know. Like it looks box.
Maybe we can zoom in a little bit, get a better view.
Yes, I'm just not sure why Diak is doing this. Why is he moving around? I mean, I knew that he likes time trouble, but not to walk like.
Wait, why is it? Okay, now it's good. You have slightly zoomed in. Okay. Okay, there's a move, rook a8. I can do that. Attack the pawn on a3. It's going to cost the black the pawn on d5. So let's say rook a8. I missed something, I guess. Not sure what. g5, takes. Knight goes, who knows?
Somewhere.
Knight f5. It's actually quite surprising that the bar is so optimistic of White's chances, so I don't get it.
It's very interesting.
Take. Looks a draw to me, but maybe I'm missing something. Some rook d7, perhaps. King g8. I see nothing.
Yeah, it looks like not much. And there was a hint from the chat, actually, that knight d5 was not possible because of knight e5, actually, because there is a pin on the bishop.
There was some better move, yeah? Okay, rook d1. Knight e5, rook d1 is played. Bogdan Diak is down on 2 minutes. Vincent Kammer has extra 40 seconds. Actually, we might potentially have a dramatic moment here. The position is peaceful, but both players have to make 6 moves each. So Vincent actually has to make 7 moves, and they are below the clock, and there is no increment here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is incredible. 2 minutes, 6 more moves. For Keimer, it's 7 actually, or no, 6 more moves, and for Daniel Diak is 5 more moves. So
Vincent is approaching the threshold of 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes now.
oh my God.
You can definitely feel the nerves here, so he's not sure. He senses that he has to be careful. Maybe White's idea is gonna pay off in the knight f4, g5. For White, suddenly it's easier to play, and Vincent is thinking, how do I get this pawn on a3? Or perhaps the most important question is, how do I get to the second time control and make no blunders?
And he is having already 1.5 minutes right now. I mean, that's what I was talking about in these positions, and they're still writing the moves. That actually they might have this opportunity not to write the move because they have like just so little time on the clock with so many moves to make till the time control. They're basically playing some online blitz right now.
Rook c2 is play, looks a good move to me. So what is here Daniel Bogdan they are going to do? Big moment here. Again, the clock is ticking. Both players are below 90 seconds. They have to make 6 moves each.
Huge pressure. I think it is more comfortable situation for Diak rather than to Vincent because it has happened to him so many times. He was so many times so low on time.
1 minute for White.
He's lower than 1 minute right now. 50 seconds. 6 more moves.
You gotta move. I mean, you gotta move already. I mean, Rook d2, are you gonna play that? He still hasn't made a move.
43 seconds, if I'm not mistaken.
43 seconds for White for 5 moves. Like, he gets up from the board. It's just unbelievable. I just don't understand this. Daniel Bogdan, you have to make 5 moves. You have 45 seconds on the clock. And he very quickly captures. Just amazing. Winston plays very quickly. Knight c4. Now this is going to liquidate into something. Bishop f6, g takes, rook d5, rook a3. Yeah, he's checking the score sheet. Okay, let's just take a draw here, I guess. Bishop takes on f6. No time to be ambitious here. Let's just get it done. And why Vincent is not responding immediately? Is there some other move? Oh, rook takes on f6 is a move.
Yes, rook takes on f6 is a move. The question is if he wants to do it. He's taking with the rook d5.
Right, I think this excitement is going to fizzle out still into a draw. Knight takes on a3, 2 moves to make for each player, but however, it is 23 seconds for the Romanian Grandmaster, 38 seconds for Vincent Kammer. They have to make these moves. It's still not over. There could be still a potential for a drama.
15 seconds, 14 seconds, 13, 11 seconds.
Rook c5, he tries to imprison the knight on a3. At least try to make Vincent nervous. But of course, I mean, you still need to physically attack the knight on a3, and I don't know how exactly White plans to do that. 20 seconds for Vincent Kammer. 2 moves.
He's going to play a move. He's reaching 15 seconds, 14.
10 seconds. Vincent,
10 seconds.
Rook d6, 1 more each. Knight g3 play by White, and now Vincent should respond. He's still taking time to write out the moves. Unbelievable. 1 more move.
5, 4, 3.
They got it.
They're there.
Feel like we always were playing this, right?
Yes. I felt like, I don't know, some tennis, like watching tennis or something like that. So-
All right, this game is getting to a draw. I don't think
Oh
we're
my
going to see
God.
anything here.
And they keep on playing fast right now. Okay, so we have, I think, actually we have a result.
Jules Massar against Yu Yanyi finished in a draw. Of course, we are focusing on this game between Winston Kammer against his opponent, Daniel Bogdan-Diak. We missed a moment here when in the game of Jules Massar against Yu Yanyi. Here, Black found a very nice resource, G4, and Rook takes on B4. I mean, look at that. It's really, really nice. Now the position liquidates into a draw, and yeah, draw was agreed.
Okay, so maybe we're going to have one or two players here in the studio with us for an interview.
Yeah, I think it's a safe bet. So let me just perhaps, while we are waiting for them, we could switch to the second board. This probably the most dramatic game of the round of ordinary guys against David Navarra, which had just incredible turnaround of events. So we are going to have it on the screen, but there's a very good chance that one of the players who just finished is going to join us very shortly. I mean, look at that. You don't get this position every day, right? White here has 5 pawns for the rook. But still, I believe it should not be enough to save the game. So we left it, where was this? After rook g6, David Navarra spent some time trying to figure out to play king f7 or king h7. He played king h7. Rook g5, rook b1. A bit strangely that the system marks this as a mistake. Looks perfectly normal to me. Takes, takes. c4, supposedly a mistake. You know, actually it's pretty amazing that this position with engines is evaluated to be equal. How is this equal? I don't understand. Maybe with the king march forward, would just try to take this pawn on b7 and still save it. c4 appears to be a mistake. Just unbelievable game. All right, what we're going to do now, there's 2 more games. This is the game you're seeing on the screen. Ordinary guys against David Navarra. That's game number 1. Game number 2 is Le Quang Liem has a winning position against Amin Bassem. 2 other games can finish in a draw. So we are going to make a break right now. I'm not sure how long it's going to be. Let's make it at least something like 5 minutes. Maybe we keep the right to extend it. So after the break, we are going to come back with an interview with one of the players, maybe 2 players. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast so far. Let's make a short break right now, and we'll be seeing you after 5 minutes or so with potentially an interview with you. Take care, enjoy the tournament. Hope you like the action so far, and we'll be back in a moment. Let me just, again, try to wait a second, just a second.
little bit closer. Yeah.
Yes.
Welcome back to Biel. We are having the first result of the round 2 of Grandmaster Triathlon, and I'm having with me here Jules Moussard, who has just drawn the game against Yu Yang Yi. You had some chances in the game. How was it?
Yeah, I mean, he gave me chances by playing this opening. I will expect that he will take some risks to win the game because he's like, I'm the lower rated player here. Even though he's black, he often plays for a win, even with black, even against very strong players. So I expected like c5 on move 1. And then I was not sure what to expect. So he played,
Here.
he played this move d6, which he never played before, but I had a feeling he will play it. But I opened the file, as I told you, and I immediately closed it because I'm very lazy. So when he played it, I was very upset because it's not a very good line, but you have to know what to do. And so I prepared it because I was playing in some online event against Abdusatorov, and he played this line. He even played it later against Tari in the Norway chess, in the classical. So it's not like a bad line, but it's very risky for black. And then we got to this point where you can play h3, and then it's like this kind of mess with g5. And I didn't want to be in such a drama already after 7 moves, so I decided to play this more solid line. Oops, sorry.
No, it's okay.
F1, here, here, here. And here again you have many moves like e6 or d5, but he chose e5. And I'm not completely sure about my prep, but I think it's bishop d7 here, knight d2.
Were you surprised he allowed this space advantage for you?
No. This is this is how you're supposed to play.
Okay.
With engine, it gives like a small advantage for white, but it's not so easy. Like the king might be weak. It's some kind of King's Indian attack where you can play bishop e7, knight h5, castle f5. So I have to place to make some counterplay here very fast. So I immediately play knight d2. And I think knight a3 is a move as well. I'm not completely sure if it's here. The point is that I want to go to c4 again, and if b5, I have this idea to go knight c2, knight b4, knight c6. But I was not completely sure what happens if a5, so I just decided to stick to what I know best. Here. So if he takes, I just take, sacrifice the exchange, and it's very beautiful. Yeah? So we got to this position, queen a1, castle, b4. And here I think the move is queen b7 or queen b8. Both moves are like playable. And here I think it's queen a7, takes. And the point is that after rook a8, I can have this. It took me a while to figure out this, that I have bishop d4 yet to escape. Here I have
Bishop d4.
Yeah, and then if we trade everything, then
You have knight b1, knight c3.
yeah, knight b1, knight c3. This pawn is weaker than the b5 pawn is weaker than the b4 pawn. So.
Were you considering to play instead of b4 like rook c1 immediately? Because you played, I think, one move later.
Yes, but I was trying to remember what I analyzed to prepare against Abdusatorov, and I'm pretty sure I had a pawn on b4. I'm not completely sure, but So I thought, okay, if I have a pawn on b4, it must be now. Yeah. So I played b4.
Okay.
I was just making sure that I'm not blundering anything. So he played h6, which looks very weird. But then I understood this idea. I think it's very deep. It's that he wants me to play knight b3, and then he can go queen e8, because my knight is kind of misplaced. I always want like to trade the queens and go knight a5, knight c6, and then it's completely crushing. Yeah. Like here, even I can play. Instead of rook c1, I can take knight b3. So now I want knight a5. If bishop d8, I have knight a5 takes rook a1, which is crushing. But he gets rook a4 here. I was trying to, to make this work, but it looks almost winning. But I cannot get in with the rook. Like if I go rook a1, rook a4, rook c1, here, takes some rook move, here even. I don't know. Probably it's good, but I wanted more to play for win, so rook c1. And yeah, of course, if knight b3, sorry, queen e8, that's the idea. And then he wants knight h7, f5, and go for the kill. And my knight is better placed on d2 because it helps for the defense. Yeah? So
So that's why you went for rook c1.
yeah, that's why I went rook c1.
So in case here he plays queen e7.
Yes, but now I think this is very bad.
Yeah.
I go here and then I don't know what you're doing because I will simply put the queen on a7, both pieces here. b5 will be hanging, sometimes d6. You cannot really play like this because then it's already like losing because of every piece is hanging. So I didn't think it was working. But knight h7 is very tricky. I think it's a good move. I underestimated this idea, just to allow me to go rook c7 and try to get some counterplay on the king. And here I don't know if it's best, but okay, let's make it a bit faster. Went rook a7, rook c8, f4, takes. So here the point is after king g2, it doesn't have like bishop g5 because I take on d6. Takes here and then I take here and I win a pawn. So it's kind of an important tactic. And after rook c3, which is a good move, he wants, of course, bishop h3, so I have to stop it,
Yeah.
playing bishop g3. And here he played bishop g5. It was interesting if he plays bishop f6 maybe. Trying to understand this position, it's a mess.
And what's the idea?
Like if I take, he goes here,
Yeah.
here, rook c1, and
then bishop
like
g5?
bishop c3, bishop g5 is coming. Like even here, he can play
Bishop c3.
bishop c3, and it's like I'm almost mate, yeah. But I can take and like here, point is that I cannot go rook c8 because the bishop is helping. So I don't know. But after bishop f6, I had this idea to go knight b1. Because the point is that I cannot play here, I cannot play, wait. Where do I go back?
Here? Or?
Okay. I cannot play bishop d6 because of this move, so I have to play knight b1 first. So now he wants to stay on the third, to have bishop h3, so this is the only square. Oh, wait, not bishop g5, bishop f6. Yes, here, here. Now I go back, yeah? And if he takes, then I take. If he goes rook b2, I take again. And we get the same setup. So I think knight b1 was kind of important. And if he goes here, I have knight a3. Here, here. Everything works, yeah? And then he went for this bishop g5, which is very risky. Because now he has to play this bishop g4. So I take. Rook a8, so I can play h3 and just probably make a draw, but rook a8 is more ambitious.
More direct, yeah.
Yeah, and here he went f5. I think it's a good move because if he goes here, I go here, and he cannot, stop me from
Taking
on d6 and winning the piece. So I don't know what he's supposed to do. Maybe like take and like this. Yeah. Try to win back the piece, and okay, no one wants to play this, so he played f5, which is good, takes, and then I don't know if h3 is necessary, but I played it here, and I don't know if I missed any chance here.
Rook c1.
Like I think rook b8 was nice, just to take on b5. No, easy but nice.
Yeah.
I want to take rook c1, so I have
And
to
bishop
play bishop
g2 is
g2.
the only move, yeah.
Rook d1 is good.
Yeah, king will always hide behind the g pawn.
Yeah, I think it's just a draw. A bit
So
unfortunate, I wanted more, but yeah, here,
Yeah.
just one last trap. Of course, I saw this h4, I think g4 is not the only move, but like the easiest way. Because if I don't play g4, then I don't know what I'm doing. This is always a trick, like to take if, let's say, king here, you can take, huh?
Yeah.
So I was a bit more tricky with h4, but he saw g4, and then it's just an
And
easy
then-
draw. Wanted to trap the knight, but no, it's not working.
Yeah, not working. So Jules, how far are you satisfied with your performance, with your play here in Biel?
I'm playing fine, I think, but a bit slow, but fine. So 2 draws for now. I'm a bit behind in terms of points, but I will have to take some risks later on maybe.
Are you
But
looking?
it's a good start.
Yeah,
so
it's a
far.
good start, of course.
Yes, because I'm like 2 draws, but I'm probably on the good side. So it's a good start.
Are you looking forward to Blitz?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Everyone wants to play Blitz. I mean, I think every player here is very good at Blitz, so it will be tough.
And do you like the scoring system that for a win you can get 4 points? I mean,
Yes.
for now you're playing
For
draws.
now, I don't like it so much, but you know, maybe if I get a win somewhere, I will be happy. So I'm not complaining.
Okay, thank you so much Jules, for
you.
showing us your game, and we wish you good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
And we are back in the studio. We're having another game finished, and this time the result was far from peaceful. We have here the champion of the Biel Grandmaster Triathlon Biel 2022, who has won actually already in the first round, and now with victory, Lekman Liam. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very surprised in the opening, because normally against the G3, he's continuing playing King's Indian. Tell
That's
us
right.
your most thoughts about this opening he chose to go for.
Yeah, so I believe this is his first time playing the move C6. I checked his database. He never played C6 before, so it was definitely a small surprise. But I chose this sideline Queen A4. The idea is to take CD before he can castle, and not allowing C takes D5. So here Black has many options, but the way he play, I feel that it gave me some chances for the control of the center. And already here, I felt quite comfortable here with the E4 plan. I thought maybe he has to play something like Bishop F5 or Knight D5, but he allowed me to play E4. And after that, I was very happy. The critical position was probably when, well, C5, he has to do something here. So after D5, Bishop D7, here, I was considering two main moves. One is Queen C4, and the other one is what I play, Queen D1. I ended up playing Queen D1 because I felt like the Queen on D4 could be a little bit vulnerable. So the position after E6, Knight E5, it's very complex here. For example, I'm going to show one line here. So at first, I calculated this line, Bishop F5, and Black is threatening Knight B4 with something on C2, so I have to challenge the bishop right away. But if I go G4, it can get messy here because of Bishop E4, not that one.
Bishop
E4, yeah. And I wasn't sure how to evaluate this position. Looks very messy to me. So I was going to play Knight C4, and after Queen B4, I was going to play Knight to E3. Oh,
Yes, sir.
Knight to e3, attacking the bishop, and the bishop probably has to go back, and maybe a queen c2, rook e1, and I was pretty happy with this position. So he played the move bishop e8, also very logical.
I'm sorry, I have one question.
yeah.
So instead of knight e5, we're considering to go for like d6 because it looked very straightforward, or it was.
Yeah, I did consider it, but not too deeply, because in general, I feel like this pawn can become a weakness. For example, if he goes e5, knight e5, bishop e6, then this pawn is going to be lost, and looks like black can activate his pieces. So I didn't want to give him that option.
Okay.
After knight c7, black has several ideas here. One is knight to b5, and the other is bishop to c6. And here I found a very strong move, I believe, a4. This is the critical move because I have to prevent knight b5. And the point is that he doesn't have time to take on d5. For example, if he takes this, bishop d5, queen d6, looks like he's winning back the piece, but I have this move knight c4. And after queen d5, there's rook takes e8, and this is winning for white. So he has to play knight e6. Then I go a5, queen a6, this is on good, knight d3. This is a difficult moment for me because it feels like I need to do something concrete here before his knight can get to d4. Bishop e3 was not working because of knight takes d5. So I had to do something, so that's why I went here. And then after he played rook a c8, again I had to do something. So bishop e3, c4. At first I thought maybe I can, yeah, that's what I played, but at first I thought maybe I can go here. But then knight c5, I was thinking knight a3 with the idea to attack c4. But then I didn't really like the position after queen a6. It looks quite unclear to me. So I ended up going for d takes e6, which I think was a good time to change the characters of the position because my pieces were much more active. So it feels like I gave up my d5 pawn, but he still has many weaknesses here. So after queen b4, queen e2, I was mainly calculating this line, fe, bishop takes a7, bishop f7, bishop b6, rook d7, rook a4. And I thought, okay, here white must be better because if queen goes back, then I take c4. If queen b3, I may have rook da1. And it should be much better for white, if not winning. So he played the move b6. And here I calculated this very funny move. I tried to make this work, but after here, I thought he can go back here, a7, rook a8, bishop takes, rook takes. And I couldn't find a win here, so I'm sure I'm not losing, but for example, I can take f7, I can go queen e7. I'm sure I'm not losing, but also I didn't see a way to win.
Didn't see direct win.
Like, okay, maybe I can do this knight e4. Potentially can be also good for white, but it wasn't too convincing to me. So I decided to just play positionally, take, bishop c5. It feels like he was close to equalizing, but there was still some issues here. First of all, I'm threatening bishop takes f6 followed by knight d5. So for example, if he goes here, then I have bishop takes, knight d5, queen b2, and then I have rook ab1. And the point is, if queen e2, then I have this. Knight takes e8, rook takes e8, and rook takes e2, and this should be a technical win. So after rook ab1, I think black is losing here because if queen d4, then I have rook d1, queen b2, and rook d2. And so that's why he did not play h6. But he played move queen c5, looks logical too. Here bishop f6 was not working, so I play h4. I think here, if he could defend this position here, must be the moment. I tried to calculate h6. I wasn't sure what I was gonna do, because if I take knight e4, he has queen e5. It's not so clear to me, so I was gonna play probably bishop back to e3. Queen has to go, c7, d6, somewhere like this, and then maybe potentially bishop h3. I think black is still having some issues here. But I'm not sure if it's winning for white or just winning a pawn. So basically, I think this move, rook d3, was a big mistake. And after rook a7, I didn't see a way to defend for him because rook g3 runs into bishop f6, knight e4. He has to sack the exchange, and then after queen somewhere, like, if queen f5, then I have ef and rook f7. If he goes rook queen e5, then I have queen f3. This should be winning. So I thought after rook a7, it was already very difficult for him to defend. And he went for queen f5, and I think I converted this quite well.
Yeah.
I took here rook bishop e4. Yeah, basically he had to give up the exchange. And the only thing is that I have to be a little accurate here. First of all, he doesn't have time to take on c3 and bishop d5. Looks like I'm getting checkmated here, but actually, certainly black is the one who gets checkmated first. So he doesn't have time for this. He went back, and then I went rook e1, and I was calculating this line. This is a very nice one with knight d5, again this trick, and this is winning for white. So after rook e1, I think basically this plan with rook a1, rook a7 is good enough to win. Yeah.
One more time, congratulations on the victory. One more time, 2 victories in a row. There is some question from audience. They're asking who from the players who are here playing with you the Grandmaster Triathlon never makes it easy for you?
Well, all of them are very, very good players, and it's never easy to beat them. Among them, I could say I especially enjoy playing against David Navarra because he's a very exciting, very interesting player, always look for complications, and playing with him always has been very enjoyable to me. And the way he's playing in this tournament, I think also very impressive. So I look forward to playing him too. But I think I play him in the last round, so
Yes.
still have many more rounds before that.
And I have a question about Navarra. Have you time to check his game against Ergaisi today?
A little bit, but I think I couldn't know what was going on in that game. I need more time to think about that game. I was more focused on my game, so I didn't think much of that game.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Wish you good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
And we are back to 55th International Biel Chess Festival. We're having here with us Vincent Keimer, who has just finished his game against Bogdan Daniel Diak with a draw. Peaceful result again?
Yeah, but I would say not that peaceful game also. I mean, it was a very weird position, I would say, because, you know, he surprised me in the opening, and I was not too happy with what I did. But yeah, at least this b6 idea was interesting. I'm pretty sure white should be a bit better after that, but we got to like a very complicated position.
This
So
opening, did he surprise you, or?
yeah, I think here like d4 is most important here. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, that normally, I mean, knight c6 I thought I shouldn't play because then simply I can't get out. d5, of course, I could prepare with c6, but then he can go d4, e, d4, knight d4. If I wait with rook e8, then he will go g3. So I was not so sure what to do and decided to play b6, which, yeah, I mean, I was not too happy with this move, but I also thought it's interesting. So yeah, d4, I thought it's like very logical. And yeah, I think I shouldn't take on g2, like rook g1, bishop h3. I thought about it for some time because I stopped knight f5, but simply e4, and then I don't know, bishop h3 is threatening, queen is coming. I will,
Too dangerous,
yeah, probably just lose very quickly. So yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe I can start with rook e8, castle, and knight c6. What exactly are the differences? But I don't know, I was not too afraid of this. I thought it should be kind of fine. And I was always trying to make knight a5 work. Let's say the idea to press against the c4 pawn in combination with some d5. So I think the issue is that if I go d5 immediately here, he will just play b4 before taking, and then I don't have knight b3. So I was trying queen e6, because then b3, d5, b3 would be hanging. But here I was considering knight b5, a6. He can't take because of queen c6. But yeah, now knight d4, and then b4 will be coming, and I wasn't very happy about this. And I think pretty much the same also goes for this position, like knight f5. Still the same things work. So that's why I went to e5. And yeah, of course, like if he gets f3, e4, and I will be in quite serious trouble. I mean, then all my pieces are kind of dead, and this bishop will be huge. So I understand the f3 move, but it's also, I mean, I had this c6. I'm not sure whether he overlooked it, but I think it's an interesting idea at least. I mean, now I would give check and go bishop a6, attack, and then my queen would get out via h4, and I think now it's like these pieces are weird, and suddenly for me everything is
Yeah, and you have
fine.
quite some ideas on the king
so yeah,
side.
queen a4 was also the move I was trying to calculate.
Instead of e4, yeah.
Yeah. And initially I wanted to play d5 here, but for some reason I thought he has to take, but of course he can take on a7 first, which is what I kind of forgot. I mean, this is what I spent quite some time on, cd5 and knight d5. So he can't take. Okay, he actually can, but I think something like knight c3, rook d1, it looks very shaky, so I thought he would take. And queen a7. And this is also kind of tricky. I mean, I can't trap immediately, but it feels like I have some ideas. For example, I could play d4. And now he can't take because of knight c6. And this is, I mean, here I thought like something will go wrong normally. Even knight f3 should already be at least a draw. Rook d6, rook g6, queen h4, I don't know. But he also had the opportunity to start with bishop b5 here. Because that's different. Yeah, I have to go move, which I don't really like. Now the same thing doesn't work. Like e4 now he can play, otherwise there was knight c6. And now here I was considering rook d6 as a move, which looks weird, but I threatened rook a8 to trap the queen. And let's say here I think I can start sacrificing. So that's kind of what I was busy with, and I was not so sure whether it worked, but yeah, simply queen a7 immediately, and I think I'm just worse. Like I liked it a lot, but maybe just queen a7 was a good move, which was why I then played a5. And of course here, this was like the main move I had to calculate, because b6 is to take, queen c5, there's knight a4, bishop a6 I have to play, and then f4, knight g4, queen b6, knight e3, and I think here everything works for me. Like I always have knight c2, and I don't lose any kind of pieces. So b4 surprised me, but I mean it's interesting move actually, it's just that didn't really come to my mind, and to go with queen b4. But I just think what I did in the game actually was kind of okay. Like bishop a6, rook b1, queen c5. I mean, should maybe be like a tiny little bit better because he has the a-pawn, and of course the bishop is kind of nice, at least potentially. But you know, I couldn't really believe that I would be in trouble. Maybe I should just take and play knight c4. But like my point was that I was not sure whether I wanted to allow him to play rook a6, because it's an interesting question whether I actually want to exchange one pair of rooks or not. And I thought it's potentially dangerous to do so, which is then why I decided not to play rook a8. But I'm not sure this was such a good idea. It's just that. Also, I was already not thinking that it would be like that dangerous for now. Yeah, before I had like a weird position. I knew that b6 probably wasn't the best move in the opening, but here I already felt that You know, if I'm not messing up something big, I should be kind of fine. Yeah, and then here we have this kind of weird position after.
Takes.
Yeah, I mean, knight f5 I have to play, I think. So rook c8, bishop d3, rook d3, and now it's like I have no move, but it's also hard for him to make any. So the reason why I played king h7 at some point was, let's say, knight c4, knight d5, and knight e5. And on knight f6, I would take g f6 and then rook c1, knight d3, but he has knight e7 check. Yeah, so if the king on h7, the same thing would even be winning for me. But I thought if I go for king h7 immediately, he might just go bishop e3 and sacrifice this pawn. And okay, with rook b7 could at least be dangerous. Probably it's fine, but yeah, we were also getting rather low on time, so I just played some move. And now I was actually not so sure what I would do after king e1 if he just tries to bring the king. But of course, I always have some possibility to give the d5 pawn and attack a3, and I should be kind of fine. But yeah, king e1 was a little bit annoying. g4 also I didn't like too much. King h7, h4, knight c4. Yes, we just showed. Yeah, knight d5 doesn't work, but knight e2. And now again, I would need some good move. Yeah, and it's because the weird thing is that I think I should have like a few moves that are kind of fine, but there's no clear way, and I also don't want to get into trouble. Yeah, so especially we also still have few moves remaining.
Yeah.
And I think here he was very close to just playing g5 and taking this d5 pawn. But okay, then here after knight c4, suddenly he can't protect the second rank. I will come with rook e6, and I think he just realized that this could even potentially be dangerous. So yeah, I think this was kind of the way he also thought, let's be safe. And just for me, it's the issue that exactly now the knight is, I mean, he can't trap it, but also I need to get it out somehow. And of course, if I run into knight d4 and king e3, it can be tricky. And yeah, I don't know why I played g6 here. It was more like a panic reaction on, like, I don't know, 4 seconds, making some move. And also, it's not too bad, yeah, but for some reason, I mean, I was just after before the green that he will go with g5, knight f6, rook c8, which is kind of a mate threat, but of course, I think the position is too equal to actually mess something big up. I mean, then here.
But still, when you're playing these last seconds, it was a little bit tense.
Yeah, not to play g6, it's just. Yeah, I think for both of us it was the case, yeah, that we thought, okay, it's kind of equal the position, but it's not easy to find the most precise moves, and especially for me, if I don't make the most precise moves, I might suffer a bit. And, you know, starting to suffer, especially if I have like 5-6 moves to go, can be very unpleasant. And yeah, I mean, okay, this is more like, yeah, he's testing me for a few more moves, but I mean, with 2 against 1, it's kind of no real way to ever win this. And
Absolutely.
I mean, as soon as I then, like, kicked him out of f6, he then also, we agreed to a draw. Yeah.
So at which moment of the game were you really like worried about your position?
Mostly in the opening, actually.
Yeah.
And then as soon as I played c6, I felt kind of my counterplay coming. And then in the end, I'm not sure if we missed something in this endgame. It's totally possible, but at least I didn't see something huge there.
How is the time control for you? I mean, since you get into this time travel, how were you feeling and why were you writing down the moves?
Yeah, I mean, I think writing down the moves is just kind of the natural thing.
Yes.
We're not too great often in the year, but yeah, I mean, in general, the time control is, I mean, it's the same time as with 1 hour 40 and the 30 seconds, but you simply don't have this rhythm. So
Because
yeah.
you're just surprised us because you have like 10 seconds on the clock and you're writing down the move, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's just that this is the natural reflex. Yeah, that normally you always have to write. And I think this is only the second tournament in my life I played in this time control, or at least in a very long time. Yeah. So it doesn't come that natural. And also, I've never been in that big time trouble that I stopped writing down the moves. Yeah, as I remember in Düsseldorf when I played this time control, there was also one game between Pragnanda and Giri where they were also in crazy time trouble, and I think they had to, for 20 moves, they had to do with like very few minutes. Yes, so it happens sometimes if the position is extremely complicated. But yeah, I think this position was not that dramatic, so it's kind of possible even to make some side mistakes and still it will be fine.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing the insight of the game, and I wish you good luck in the next round. And we are back to Biel with exciting game. It was absolutely crazy match. Arjun Arigaise against David Navarra ended in a draw. It was not a peaceful game at all. Thoughts of your game? Maybe you could analyze and give us some insights. Arjun, you were in preparation for a long time, right?
Yes, I knew until this queen f4, h4. And yeah, I think I played a fairly good game until I messed up with not giving the checks.
Maybe you can show, yes?
Yeah, so yeah, h5 was the first move I played out of my preparation. And this was all good. And a5 was very strong. I missed this move.
I thought I had to do something, and basically I could not do anything like rook h7 or rook f8 because of queen d3, and long castling did not look possible anyway, and the only other move which crossed my mind was bishop c6, but you can always exchange here. You can choose the most convenient moment, so it seemed to me that I should play a5, exploiting the fact that my rook is still on a8, but after queen d3, I realized that, or maybe that this could be very dangerous for me.
I was not intending to take bf4. I was intending to take knight e5 directly.
Oh, does it work?
Yeah,
It had not
intention
crossed
was,
my mind.
to do this anyway.
Yes, probably it works. Or yes, nice. Yes, there is queen g6 and some trick.
Yes, yes,
Not
bishop
tricks.
e6,
Probably it's just
yeah,
yes.
take, take,
Not tricks. Probably it's just winning. Sorry.
check. And
Yes.
yeah, this is the point. If it is this, the queen will hang.
Yes, I'm too lazy to calculate it. Still, what happens if I go here? Is there queen g7 at some point? Or if I take here, don't I have an,
No, I can
maybe?
still take on
Yes,
e7.
it's not nice. For
Yeah,
okay, and if I take, you are going to deliver some mate, queen e6, queen d6, rook
Yeah.
a5. Yes, very nice. Unless one plays it with black, of course. Very nice.
and
And
there is no check.
yes.
Were you considering instead of bishop c5 to play queen a6?
I saw the move,
Yeah, go on.
but I missed knight takes d5. It's funny because I saw it in some version after a4, so I decided to prevent it by playing bishop c5, but it works also here. I saw queen a6, and if I had seen this sacrifice and if I had known that it was good, it was really strong, probably I would have played something else, maybe bishop a6. I was somehow not happy about this square because it seemed to me that white can sometimes exchange queens and knight for bishop and push c4 with advantage, but this is easier said than done, perhaps. I don't
Arjun,
know if white
you were
can
ready
just
for the
play.
knight for the queen a6.
Yeah, I was expecting that. And
So yeah, bishop c5. So you just missed it.
Yes, I was shocked. I thought maybe I'm losing, but I will try to put resistance. And I even considered going into this endgame, but it's just terrible. I mean, pawn down, plenty of weaknesses, where white just wins a pawn, and then he has rook f5 protecting this pawn, attacking f7. It's just terrible. So,
I thought maybe long castle is an option here.
yes,
But yeah, this looked pretty bad to us.
yes, I
Knight
considered
f3.
various castlings at many moments. As after this Fischer random chess, it's not so difficult. Yes, I only saw ideas with knight f5, but
Yeah,
it
that
looked
also looks
very
good.
bleak anyway, because you also have queen c3 at many lines, and my rook is hanging. So,
And-
okay.
Were you considering to castle short instead of playing a5 also? When you
I
play?
was, but I didn't like it.
Yeah.
Somehow it
Looks
seemed to me that
scary.
queen g4 could be strong because this pawn is hanging and f4 comes soon, and then either f takes g5 or f5 depending on the circumstances. That I have not really considered f5 here. So if we can go to the game, maybe
Knight
after
d5, yeah,
e6.
6.
Yes, if I take with the pawn, it's perhaps just lost because you take and d5 is hanging and everything. This rook is hanging in many lines. So white takes. Yes, and I had to do something. I was not even sure if I should not go here. Unfortunately, I cannot castle because you take on e6. After playing king f7, I started to think whether you cannot play queen e4, but probably I'm still sort of holding here. So
Yeah, I did not even look for other moves. I thought this was the most
Yes.
principal way.
Originally, I believed that I had to play
even I
this,
was
but
looking at this.
then probably it's lost.
Yeah, and I thought you could play this.
I
This
only-
looked terrible, but
I only considered moves like King F5 and Rook F8, and they seemed very bad to me. I think maybe you have even some King G5.
King G5.
Yes, maybe, but I don't really trust it. I
yeah,
think
don't
there will
trust
be
it either.
something.
I thought there should be a win somehow.
Yes, you should be. Maybe even some move like G3 could be good because then you are threatening check and Rook D5 and mate on F5 at some.
G3, maybe Queen C6.
Yes, sorry, I see something brilliant. Sorry, so check, and if I give a check, no, it's not so brilliant. Black takes here. Sorry, so this doesn't work, but I don't really trust it.
Yeah,
There
I-
should be something. So,
I think so too.
I mean, if Black had nothing better, but I found this Rook H7. Actually, I had applied such a motive against Grandmaster Ivanchuk in Greek League. I believe it was 2011, with cards reversed in some cards, but structure because he sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns, and I played Rook H2. Protected my king and went on to win. So here it's not about winning, but Black needs to find some moves to stay in play. Here
To
if-
survive, yeah?
Yes, or at least to stay in play. Maybe not necessarily survive. Maybe it was just bad, but I had to find moves which were not losing immediately because this loses immediately. Now there's Queen E6.
Yeah,
Check
yeah,
is
that-
threatening. After some Queen D4, there will always be C3,
Or even
and
the place.
this unfortunately doesn't work because of mate. I would like to bring the bishop back.
David, how did you feel yourself? Because you were in a tremendous time pressure at that moment and you were under attack. How were you still ambitious to protect the position?
The time pressure was not tremendous yet, but okay, I was not. I was thinking that probably I was going to lose, but I was trying to find the best moves. Actually, when I was younger, I did not study opening theory so much, so I was getting many poor positions. So I'm sort of used to playing them and have a good mindset mostly, not always. But I mean, Queen E4 doesn't work either because there is Queen D5 and check and some mate. Rook takes H6 or Rook G6 check. So I had to go for something else. And the only I chose a wrong.
Yeah, so I think I should have given this check first. And now
Yes,
another check, and now B3.
yes. You also sometimes have Rook G8 to
Force
force my Rook back.
And yeah, now if you do the same, I think
I was
I can go Rook A8.
probably you are right. And if I go here, you have B5.
Or I
Yes.
can just take.
But then I give check
Ah,
and Rook
okay.
D2. So I actually saw this with a move transposition in some other line before I found this Rook E7 in the game. And I saw something like this, and it should be pretty bad, but still not resignable yet. Maybe I can take and I can play on, but it should be bad. This pawn will fall, and then this pawn will probably queen. So yes, I actually haven't realized yet that I had this Rook E7, but I just had to play this because there was no other choice. Actually, I was even searching for stalemate motives, but somehow this pawn is standing in a way, and it's not the only problem. But I mean, with rooks on F8 and G6 or F8, F7 and G6, without this pawn and without those pawns, there could be something maybe, but probably too many things would need to be changed for that to work. So initially, I wanted to go for something like I think this, but it just loses, as we have seen, because yes, it's the story which we have just seen, because I have this Rook E7, but there is B5 and perhaps also Rook takes A3, but then I give check and play Rook D2, and maybe it's even a draw.
Yeah,
Maybe there is just Rook A1, but it becomes very tricky then. But here, White should win. I mean, it's still some play, and originally I wanted to go for this, but then I realized that I could go my Rook somewhere back, and E8 was not really an option because your Rook could be activated. So I played Rook E7, and I was not sure whether I was losing or winning or drawing, but at least it looked that I was back in play because I'm threatening Rook D1 with some mating threats.
Arjun, you were playing pretty fast, very, very confident in your position, or why were you playing so fast?
Yeah, that's something I shouldn't have done, I guess. I didn't see this resource at all, so I thought b3 and I escaped with the king and I'm winning. And about the checks, I thought I could do it anytime. So I played b3 pretty fast, but that was a huge mistake. And even here, I didn't realize that I could be in trouble. I thought I'm still the one trying to win. So this seemed most logical to check and double here. And here I realized this just forces a draw. Yeah, I take king g8. I have to give check with no, sorry. Yeah, this is not good for me. So I think I have to check with this rook, and if rook blocks, I can go rook d6.
Yes, of course I missed this, but actually I'm not even sure if you check with this one and go here, who is playing for the win, because your pawns could be pretty dangerous in my opinion. And I'm afraid I'm not...
Maybe you could go king f6 instead of king
yes, you are, you are right, but still I think that white will probably somehow push those pawns and play g4, f3, and it's not so easy to collect those pawns when there are three. But maybe you are right, but somehow white can also give some checks to... But it's not a good idea.
Yeah,
No, not a good idea, sorry. It somehow resembles a game of Horde, where white has plenty of pawns and black has all the pieces. But of course, with kings on, it's a completely different game, but somehow it...
So why did you were calculating obviously to take, I mean, of course, like to trade and to take on g5, and you were calculating to take on b7. Why did you go for g5? You felt it's safer there?
Yeah, I thought I have more drawing chances there because this way my king is closer to this pawn. So even if I give all of these pawns and just have my king here and one pawn here and lose everything else, if this king is far away, thought I could just draw that. So it just seemed to me that this has better drawing chances.
David, you thought that maybe white could have 10 chances, yes? In the
I think it's probably a draw, but black is playing for a win here. I also considered king f7 to bring the king closer, but somehow it seemed to me that white should probably take here anyway, and that it would take me more time to collect this pawn, and if I keep my king here, it is not so easy to fight against those three pawns. So king h7 is sort of logical. I rather expected rook b6 for some reason, but okay, rook takes... Here I had a tough choice between three options. First, I could have played this, which should probably...
But this shouldn't be too difficult.
Yes, it should...
And set up a fortress.
Yes, some fortress. Basically, there are some tricky ideas. For example, if you bring your king here and keep c2, b3, and with a rook on d3, and I push b4 and collect all those pawns, it's winning because of some Zugzwang, because your rook lacks safe squares. It has only one, and white can get into Zugzwang, but white should push b4 at some point, and then it's a trivial draw. So basically, I was considering some ideas like this, because there are some tricky checks. I mean, my compatriots. No, sorry, but...
a little bit closer here.
I don't know if g4, or probably not g4, but I don't know how to take it. But basically, there are still some tricky ideas, because black wins this pawn, and white still needs to
cannot
create...
afford to give up this.
Maybe, I think you can. Maybe you have some f4 then, or maybe even g4 at some point, but it's still a bit tricky. This b5 is not forced, but there are some tricks. But the biggest virtue of this rook d1 is that black can never lose it, which was not so irrelevant. Then I can play b6, when I sort of win tempo for king h6, which is a useful move, but I also play b6, which is not a great move in positional terms, because it accelerates white's counterplay. So it's much easier to play c4, c5, or king c4, king b5. So I decided against it in the end, and we played on. And
in retrospect, maybe I should have started with this.
maybe, I don't know, I also considered completely different ideas, maybe even b5, but probably all the moves are fine. I don't know.
There were a lot of ideas for me, but it wasn't that easy to win.
I was surprised by your choice, but probably it's as good as some other choices. I considered rook a6 here, but sorry.
But I get b5.
Yes, b5 is there, but the biggest problem was that you have g4 now, because if I am in time to bring my king here, it could be tricky after some king d5, king f7, c6 takes, king e7, but you have g4, and now it can even be, now it can even be dangerous for me, because you have c6 and b6, and, well, I should be able to draw it somehow, hopefully, attacking your pawns. But it's really tricky, especially with little time left. I could even lose it. So I went king g6. b5 is good. Actually, here white could also draw it immediately, but the game continuation is as good as that. So here, another option was king e7, but then white can go for king d5 and king c6, b7 when it is a draw on with a pawn on any of those squares on the right part of the board, and especially with 2 pawns. Also, white, if these were not here, white could also go for king b5, and there is a nice knight promotion. No.
No.
Okay, knight, and it's a draw again. I mean, black can play on, but it does not make so much sense.
Okay, Arjun, your feelings after the game, you were for sure pushing for a win. How does it feel for you now? Like, do you feel disappointing or?
Yeah, I got a very good position in the middle game, so that is pretty disappointing. But after I lost the rook, I thought I could even lose it. So I'm sort of relieved that I did not lose it. So yeah, it's mixed feelings.
And for you, also probably mixed feelings.
I'm also sort of relieved that I have not lost the game, and I tried to play for a win then, because it was obvious that that mostly black had chances there, but I spent a lot of time, so I'm happy with the draw. Of course, it could have ended much worse.
In a couple of days, Blitz is starting. Are you looking forward to it, Arjun?
Oh yes, recently my blitz didn't go so well, so I look forward to.
And you, David?
It will depend on my form, because my average level in Blitz is good. Not like great, but good. But it oscillates quite a lot. It can be very good or very bad, and it's hard to predict. I mean, there are days when I know that I'm not able to play good Blitz, but fortunately those are rare. But on most days it's pretty unpredictable in which form will I play. And of course it depends a lot on the opponents as well.
Okay, we congratulate you on relief after this game, and we wish you good rest and good luck in the next round.
Thank you very much. Sorry, may I just add one funny fact?
Yes, of course.
After this opening, when I spent almost an hour, I went to eat something, and then I returned, and I was going to the board, and I saw there was a black suit, pretty much like this, but I could not see my food there. So I went farther, and I could see something there, but it was not quite my food. And I looked at the other side of the board, and there was Gilles Moussard. So I realized that it was not board 2, it was board 3, and just Yangi had a very similar suit as me, so. Okay.
So you almost ate the food of Jules Moussard?
No, of Yangi, but not really. But okay, I apologize to you, Gilles. If I hope it has not disturbed him much. I was just puzzled.
Okay, so again, we wish you good luck for the next rounds. I hope we see you here for an interview again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All of the games of the GMT tournament classical round number 2 have been finished, and it was quite amazing, right, Angelica? Because all 4 of them basically finished right after the end of the first time control.
Absolutely, and all the games finished right after another. We had some exciting time trouble in the game. Vincent Keimer against Bogdan Daniel Diak. That also, of course, speed up the result of the game. And we basically had interview one after another.
Yeah, 4 interviews in a row. I don't ever remember that happening before, but of course we couldn't let anybody pass, of course. We were really interested what they have to say, and of course our ordinary guys against David Navarro, this mind-boggling game. Of course, you could see the regret in the Indian's eyes that he felt that he missed the opportunity to win the game. After the interview, he asked me, was he losing according to the engines? I said, I don't really know. I had low level, this evil bar. Maybe he was always safe, but still, very, very exciting game for both of them.
Indeed, and we have a very, very big time control, 2 hours for only first part of the game. And basically, after it, the games were finished. It's quite incredible.
That's right. So let's check today's results. What could have been 3 decisive games, and then it's just 1, because it's the reigning last year's triathlon champion, like Wang Liem, who scored a 2nd victory in a row, bagging 4 very precious points to inflict a 2nd loss to the Egyptian Grandmaster Amin Bassem.
Yeah, while everyone else is drawing, and those are Arjun Erigaisi against David Navarro in the crazy game where any result would be possible. Of course, it would be fair that Arjun would win that game, but if you're not spending enough time, then you're getting punished. Jules Moussard against Yu Yangyi with some chances for Jules. Still a draw. Bogdan Daniel Diak against Vincent Keimer. Crazy time trouble we've seen there. Vincent writing down the moves, having 10 seconds on the clock. Still a draw. So while everyone is drawing, we see that Lek Wang Liem actually slowly climbing to the leadership.
That's right. And here are the updated rankings after today. David Navarra still keeps his leadership, 15.5 points. Could have been more. Perhaps he was given a chance. However, the Czech Grandmaster didn't find a way to capitalize on the unexpected gift by his young colleague. Vincent Keimer and Lek Wang Liem now are in the shared 2nd place for Liem. This is basically shooting up to the top, because just 2 rounds before the classical tournament he was having only 5 points. Now he has 13 points and is within the range to catch leader.
And let's recall his very upsetting result in chess 960. He indeed, with a slow start, he got back and having now 13 points. And here we have the schedule for our live stream. So we are having Yu Yangyi with 12 points right after Lek Wang Liem. And then we have Jules Moussard with 9 points. We have Bassem Amin together with Arjun Erigaisi with 8 points. Could have been a chance for Arjun Erigaisi to come closer to the leaders. And Bogdan Daniel Diak still on the last place with 4.5 points.
Yeah, on this schedule you mentioned, Angelica, there it is, indeed. There's no rest for these players because they're going to be playing more classical games tomorrow, Thursday, July 20, the International Chess Day. What a great day to play some exciting chess. The action resumes at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time or 5 a.m. Pacific. Then again, another game on Friday, 4th round of classical tournament. Then they're going to blitz. And finally, the well-deserved rest day.
Absolutely. As we saw from the interviews, players are looking forward to Blitz. And yeah, we're closer and closer with each day. Tomorrow, the only round left before Blitz portion.
Well, I believe that's it, right? So we have had a very, very long day yesterday. Today, compared to yesterday's very, very
short
long coverage, today was a rather short one. But we are going to finish and come back tomorrow, as we already said. So once again, thanks to everybody who are watching us for your questions in the chat, for your support, interesting insights. Hope you're enjoying the tournament so far. Once again, I would like to remind you, do not forget to vote for the most beautiful games, right, Angelica? Maybe you can add something about this.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite a day. Maybe with more decisive games, it could have been, as you said, 3 decisive results today. We had 3 draws and 1 decisive result. I think that the players who have been back, maybe they're going to start waking up and scoring some points. Looking forward to tomorrow, 3rd round of classical portion of GMT.
Yes, on the voting, right? On Twitter and Instagram?
Yeah, absolutely. So there will be a voting starting at around 8 or 9 p.m. It depends when the games are going to finish of MTO, ATO, and HTO. And then there will be a poll going on Instagram, Twitter. There you can vote for the game which you think deserves the Beauty Awards, and we're going to have interviews with the players somewhat in the breaks between our live stream tomorrow or the next days. And also, you can watch those videos on YouTube, Biel Chess Festival.
All right, that's it from us. Again, hope you're going to have a great evening. Come back tomorrow, and we are saying goodbye.